Volume 1. Chapter 0, Prologue. Prologue. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. You're incredibly lucky. Aside from astronauts, you're the first person to tour the moon without spending a cent. An old man with facial features hooked like an eagle's wore green robes that gave off sinister vibes. He smiled ominously as he looked at a young man enclosed in a thin, flimsy shell of purple light. The youth looked to be in his 20s and wore flowery boxers. His lower body was of average build with a thinly built upper body, and he wore a disdaining expression as he peered around anxiously within the shell. Enough is enough, you old fart. What do you want now that you've brought me here? Han Chuo was filled with anger. He was just about to enjoy a cold, refreshing shower on this hot summer day when a white light flashed before his eyes. A weird, old man appeared in front of him before Han Chuo had fully undressed. The old man merely said, "The date of birth matches," grabbed Han Chuo and jumped out the 10th story window with him, scaring Han Chuo silly. When Han Chuo had come to, he suddenly realized it was gloomy, barren, and desolate around him. The ground was pockmarked like a severe burn victim's. That was when he was notified that he was on the moon. Oddly enough, Han Chuo and that weird man could communicate easily, possibly due to that weird purple shell. What was stranger was that Han Chuo had no fear of suffocation, as there was enough oxygen within the shell. I will battle with 3 people in a moment in search of smashing the rules of heaven and earth. This will allow me to ascend to the apex of evil, the Omen realm. Alone, these 3 fellows present no challenge to me. But I'm not sure what will happen if they join their forces. To cover all my bases, I grabbed someone with the same birth date as me. If I am so unlucky as to fall in battle, then I can call upon the most mysterious magic of them all and plant my consciousness within your body. I can then come back to life and use your body to revive myself. Chu Qinglan said evenly as he stared at Han Chuo, his tone belied by a hint of danger in his bloodshot eyes. When you were talking about planting your consciousness in my body, then, what will happen to me? Han Chuo was extremely confused and hadn't caught most of what Chu Qinglan said, but he still instinctively seized on the critical fact and asked the important question. Chu Qinglan paused and cackled matter-of-factly, "Your body will be mine and you will be dead, of course." At number. Han Chuo was incredibly pissed off and started cussing vigorously, despite the fact that he was at the mercy of someone else. His string of curse words touched upon 18 generations of Chu Qinglan's ancestors and greeted his family in different ways. Use this last opportunity and get it out of your system, brat. I would have spared your life had I won, but now I've decided that even if I win, I'm still going to send you down to hell. Chu Qinglan had originally kept his composure in the face of Han Chuo's non-stop cussing, but his face darkened upon seeing that Han Chuo hadn't let up after half an hour, and was, in fact, becoming even nastier. This abruptly stopped Han Chuo in his tracks. He started banging against the side of the thin purple shell with both fists after a moment and started wailing, "Hero, Savior, I was wrong, spare my life. What you're doing is illegal, the authorities will come after you. Technology is quite advanced now, and even escaping to the moon won't do you any good. Demon practitioners are straightforward and are never concerned with the law. I, Chu Qinglan, have roamed the earth for many years and have killed more people than you have ever met. I am still standing here, perfectly fine." Chu Qinglan said lowly. Something in his face suddenly changed as he looked ahead of him to the left, and he murmured, "Finally." Han Chuo and his purple shell rose up and flew far away when Chu Qinglan pointed his right finger. After bouncing a few times, he finally came to a stop in a shallow depression, upon which Han Chuo realized he could no longer move and his lips made no noise. Apart from being able to hear, blink, and think, he could do nothing else within the confines of the purple shell. "The 3 of you are late. I hope everyone can bring their best game to our battle today, and will not hate me if you die. Praise Buddha! Almighty Heavenly One!" Although Han Chuo could not move, he could still hear a few words from his position, perhaps due to the purple shell. However, he couldn't make out anything after hearing praise Buddha and Almighty Heavenly One. He came to the conclusion that a monk and a Taoist priest had showed up, because that was what monks and Taoist priests always opened with on TV. According to what Chu Kinglan had said, Han Chuo was done for whether the former won or lost. Han Chuo was born in YZ City, and had managed to get into a bottom-tier college after high school. He hadn't interviewed for jobs after graduation like his peers did, but rather messed around randomly on the internet. He had created websites and opened small online stores, but never earned much money from it. He was an otaku from head to toe, and one with no future potential at that. His mind had become filled with evil thoughts the more time he spent online. Because he had spent his days at home, and society was well developed, he had been self-aware enough to not actually act on his thoughts. It's not like his parents were multimillionaires or high-ranking officials either. A 20-something-year-old with no accomplishments to date. His parents had attempted to introduce him to someone before, but the other had looked down on Han Chuo for being undependable because he didn't have a real job. Needless to say, it hadn't worked out. He'd succumbed to parental pressure lately, and had been preparing to submit resumes and find a real job. But who knew this would happen before he had a chance to turn his life around? Han Chuo's brain moved sluggishly as he thought that he was about to die. For the first time in his life, he felt that his life had been a waste. Not only was his career non-existent, he had never done anything notable, and hell, he was still a virgin. Sigh, I'm so damned unlucky. Just when I was about to start over again. Why do I not get a chance? If I don't die this time, I swear I will act on all my evil thoughts. I will not be looked down upon, and will never be too afraid to act. Never ever. The only thing that he could move now were his thoughts, so Han Chuo could do nothing but think wildly. The more he reflected, the more he regretted and despaired. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded, accompanied by Chu Kinglan's egoistical laugh. But after a while, he suddenly yelled, "Treacherous!" and was engulfed in another series of explosions that rocked the heavens. The large tremors shook even Han Chuo's position. It was as if the earth was collapsing. The disturbances were accompanied by a loud yell, "Chu Kinglan, you are dead this time." This is the demonic technique of body stealing. He's attempting to use a demonic technique, there must be a demon seed nearby. Praise Buddha, for the good of all those beneath heaven, I will not let him succeed even if I die. Praise Buddha, chant of desolate destruction. Monk, no. Another series of violent detonations ensued, and then a black ray swiftly shot towards Han Chuo. It was as fast as a shooting star, and contained a vague something that was writhing inside, like an unholy liquid. In praise, in praise. Master Yuan Kong sacrificed himself to terminate the demonic technique. We can rest easy. Chu Kinglan will never again be able to threaten the world of justice. The black light surged into the purple shell after Han Chuo heard the last sentence, and something foreign seemed to invade his brain. A loud blast caused extreme pain as it felt like all his organs had simultaneously exploded, and then he knew no more. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, From the Depths of the Grave. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo slowly opened his sore eyes after some time. His whole body ached, particularly his head. It felt as if he had a severe migraine and had had random things crammed into his brain. Looking around, there were piles of eerily white bones messily scattered around the gloom. There was also strange black matter further inside the room that wafted a nauseous smell. Ah! So I'm really dead. This must be purgatory. Han Chuo's heart turned to cold ashes when he realized he'd died at such a young age. Damn, he was unlucky. His past life had been a waste. Better hurry and reincarnate to ensure his next life would turn out differently. Han Chuo's head started aching fiercely at the moment. After he clutched his head and wailed in pain for a while, he felt that he had learned many new things. Brian. Brian. Who is Brian? Half an hour later, Han Chuo was dumbfounded. He thought that reincarnation into another's body was the stuff of movies and dramas. How could it have happened to himself? And to take it one step further, he had reincarnated into a foreigner's body. Had that old fart Chu Kinglan made a mistake with his magic? Han Chuo's eyes had slowly adjusted to the darkness by now. He loosened his limbs and brought his right arm in front of his eyes. The black mole near his wrist was gone, and in its place were long, ominous scars crawling like worms up his arms. He shuddered, a cold feeling gripping his insides. This body really wasn't his. A gobsmacked Han Chuo realized he had really taken over someone else's body. Although Brian was already dead, Han Chuo knew Brian's past for some reason. Han Chuo even knew that he had not reincarnated to the US or England, or any of the Western countries. He was in a strange world named the Profound Continent, in an unfamiliar country called the Lancelot Empire. This was a strange land with swords and sorcery, one in which alien races ran rampant. Brian's parents had passed away when he was young, and he was only 10 years old when his uncles had sold him to a slave dealer. The slave dealer had sold Brian in turn to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and his life had been dark ever since. Brian had died when he was 16. He had been assigned to the weakest department within the Babylon Academy, necromancy. In those 6 years, Brian's job was to assist the students of the necromancy major, cleaning up the skeletons, corpses, and other trash after a failed magical experiment. Aside from that, he was also in charge of random administrative tasks such as making tea, serving water, sweeping the floor and killing bugs. And another thing, students majoring in necromancy would often use him as target practice to test the battle abilities of their latest experimental skeletons or wraiths, or try out necromancy magics directly on him. The weak and cowardly Brian had suffered through a living hell in the past 6 years. His body was covered with countless scars and bruises. Necromancy students would practice on Brian whenever they lost a magic battle against the other majors, even if he was eating indigestible food or completing one of his endless tasks. A 16-year-old youth, 6 years of torment. How cruel was this for a child? Brian constantly thought of committing suicide. However, in his cowardice, he could not even find the courage to kill himself. And so he silently endured 6 years of torture. Finally, on the previous day, a little witch called Lisa summoned a wraith and invaded his soul, killing him. Brian felt no pain upon death, just the sad joy of release. After moving corpses and broken skeleton bones for 6 years, another slave threw Brian onto the same trash heap, the grave that he had constantly dumped trash into. Han Chuo had felt his life was dark enough already, but when compared to Brian, Han Chuo teared up a little. For the first time, he felt that he had lived a decent life. Now that he understood what Brian had gone through, Han Chuo's voice choked up as he sighed, "How could such an insane, cowardly youth like you exist in this world? Brian, what can I do for you now that I've occupied your body?" Han Chuo suddenly sensed threads of what seemed like liquid in his body. His head ached at the same time as some memories abruptly surfaced. Threads of liquid slowly circulated his body as Han Chuo became lost in his train of thought. Much more knowledge had filled his mind, courtesy of that old fart Chu Kinglan. There were 9 different levels in demonic magic, respectively known as the Solid Realm, the Open Passages Realm, the Molded Spirit Realm, the True Demon Realm, the Blood-Sucking Realm, the Separate Demon Realm, the Carnal Realm, the 9 Changes Realm and the Omen Realm. Demonic practitioners could do as they wish and kill who they wanted, completely disregarding all morals and ethics in the pursuit of absolute power. Once a practitioner became a demon, he would have the abilities to move mountains and see all. After sitting a while longer, Han Chuo felt that he had learned many things which were previously unthinkable. Of one thing he was certain, something had gone wrong with Chu Kinglan's last piece of magic. His own soul had disappeared, but had left all his knowledge and memories of magic to Han Chuo. The thread of liquid moving in his body was the fundamental and incredibly vital magical yuan, the foundation for training one's magical force. According to Chu Kinglan's memories, a demonic practitioner would have to spend at least 3 to 5 years to successfully cultivate magical yuan. Han Shuo had done nothing and knew nothing, yet he had that sliver of magical yuan floating around his body. Although it was pitifully weak, he knew that it truly was magical yuan. Han Shuo's thoughts turned to the crazy old Chu Kinglan. He'd wanted to use Han Shuo as a scapegoat, but had ended up sending him to a strange time and place instead. All that random knowledge of how to train one's magical force must have been left behind by that Chu Kinglan. Although Han Shuo had learned a bit about this strange world thanks to Brian, his knowledge was greatly limited, as Brian was just Babylon Academy's lowly drudge. Han Shuo's thoughts started racing as he considered the life ahead of him. Brian was dead, and Han Shuo was occupying his body. Han Shuo was now Brian, and Brian had been sold to a magical force school. This was an eternal identity brand. This strange world had cruel and harsh punishments for runaway slaves, so Han Shuo could not run. It was possible that he would not make it out, and regardless, he didn't even have a single copper coin on him. After careful consideration, Han Shuo decided to return to the academy. Only there could he change his position as a slave and do something for the pitiful Brian. Han Shuo ached all over. Brian had had a lot of old injuries before his death. Pain shot through his body as he attempted to stand up, so he hastily sat down after crying out, "Ow!" Han Shuo felt no goodwill towards the Chu Kinglan, who had forcibly kidnapped him here. Han Shuo knew nothing of Chu Kinglan's life or world, just that through the latter's memories, one could strengthen his own body by training his magical force. With some advancement, one could travel in a blink of an eye or move mountains and shift oceans. Although Han Shuo thought Chu Kinglan was a bit off his rocker, Han Shuo was convinced of the legitimacy of his memories due to the fact that Chu Chanlan had flown the two of them directly to the moon. Feeling that he had nothing to lose, Han Shuo recalled the complex incantations needed to train his magical force. He concentrated according to the solid realm's first principle and sought to control that weak hint of magical yuan. When he had built up his concentration and attempted to control the magical yuan according to solid realm's laws, the magical yuan did exactly as it was told, just like Chu Kinglan said. Secretly delighted, Han Shuo thought that despite Chu Kinglan's eccentricities, the old man's memories were useful. He started meditating again and began to cycle the magical yuan around his body according to the solid realm's law. Han Shuo only came to himself when his stomach started rumbling. He had no idea how long he'd meditated, just that his body's pains had greatly receded and he had gained some new strength. He had seen results after only meditating for a short while. That old fart Chu Kinglan had trained for who knew how long, no wonder he even dared to go to the moon. Han Shuo could only imagine how domineering the old fart had been when he was alive. Han Shuo noticed something odd when he took a break from training. That sliver of magical yuan no longer orbited according to the solid realm's law, but was actually circulating through the skin, muscles, bones and limbs of his entire body. The aim of the solid realm was improvement of the physical body, an enhancement of muscles, skin and bone. Apart from slowly building up magical yuan in the solid realm, some fanatics would harm themselves in order to simultaneously build up their bodies and magical yuan. Simultaneous training yielded the fastest results. This method of training is basically a form of self-mutilation. Well, given that Brian has always done similar things, maybe my progress in the solid realm will be faster when I return to the academy. Maybe it's not so bad being this Brian. Han Shuo reflected with appreciation and planned to immediately leave this place. He suddenly thought that it was really stupid of him to have stayed so long in the stink of the tomb. He could bear it no longer. A faint light emitted from the top. According to Brian's memories, Han Shuo knew that there was a large cavern above him in which broken skeletons and corpses were thrown in. He ached all over when he stood up, covered with scars. 6 years of torment had long since worn down Brian's body, not to mention his poor diet. As a result, he was malnourished and thin, and only 1 meter and 60-some centimeters. Han Shuo stood on some moss and struggled to pull his weak body up. After a while and 5 or 6 falls, he finally emerged from the tomb. Han Shuo felt a deep joy to be alive again upon seeing the moon's beams illuminating the earth and cascading across the cemetery. Reassured by the magical yuan still circulating through his body, Han Shuo thought positively that what hadn't killed him made him stronger. And it wasn't like he was without a hidden card. That Chu Kinglan had left behind secret methods of training that could prove of some use, and help Han Shuo achieve dreams that he had never dared to dream before. However, Han Shuo had no idea that the magical yuan Chu Kinglan had left him would not only help him train, but was also a seed. This seed would change his thoughts as it changed his body. His mind was filled with evil thoughts before, but he hadn't dared act upon them. The seed could prove to be his undoing, as it would prod Han Shuo into losing control of his own self. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, The Uncultured Are Scary. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force owned the most land in Lancelot Empire, and held the highest reputation within the empire. It was also one of the most important training institutions for the empire's mages and knights. The academy was further divided into several departments, which consisted of light, dark, fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, summoning, and space. Each department had its own independent classroom building, library, laboratory, training field, and living district as if they were small cities. Brian was an errand slave for the necromancy major, which was a subcategory of the Department of Dark Magic. Because necromancy majors had to work with skeletons, zombies, and the like, as well as the fact that this major had fallen off the radar for many years, it was not only the most unpopular major, but also the weakest. Even other Department of Dark Magic students scoffed at the necromancy majors and didn't deign to form teams with necromancy students. Brian had belonged to the weakest and most despised major in his 6 years of running errands for the academy. Adding on to that, his special tasks of transporting corpses and skeletons, he had been subjected to no end of eye rolls and cold shoulders. Every day was a living hell for him. Han Shuo followed Brian's memories and arrived at a small path in the mountains located at the back of the academy. He entered through a small gate reserved especially for errand slaves returning in the dead of night. Other students had long since gone to sleep, because it was midnight. Since Han Shuo was taking a secluded path, he didn't meet anyone on his way back. He observed his surroundings along the way and noted that the architectural style of Babylon Academy was similar to some of the Western European countries back on Earth. He finally made his way back to the necromancy major's designated area with some effort. Brian lived in a warehouse, a place befitting his position. The warehouse was filled with random items, with the majority being discarded crap or ingredients left over from experiments. Most of these items awaited Brian's organization and disposal. Necromancy students would often toss their unwanteds in through the warehouse window for Brian to take care of. The warehouse was not very big to begin with. Excluding all the random crap, the only other thing present was a small wooden bed. Even this bed would sometimes covered by a mountain of trash, as the students never paid attention to where they chucked their unwanted items. The first thing Brian did whenever he finished his work late at the night was to clean up the trash that was on his bed. He would have to dispose of them before anyone woke up the next morning and then turned his attention to the others. When Han Shuo took in his quarters, which resembled more of a garbage dump than anything, his eyes misted up and he felt deep pangs of sympathy for the unfortunate youth. How could he have survived those 6 years? The air in the warehouse was foul beyond belief, even opening the windows had very little effect, as the smell was exuded by the mountain of trash. There were more items piled up on the small bed. It seemed that some had continued the habit of dumping trash here even after Brian's death. As Han Shuo shuffled his feet, he felt that even taking a few steps was arduous task, the ground was covered with abandoned litter. He finally reached the bed and was about to clean it off, just like Brian always did. But, Han Shuo was not Brian. When he was halfway through, Han Shuo felt a burst of rage. At first, this anger was only half-hearted, but the magical yuan within his body reacted to the anger and started moving rapidly, feeding his rage. Finally, Han Shuo abruptly stopped his movements and fiercely denounced, "I'm not Brian. I will not stand for this. Brian, oh Brian, since I've occupied your body, let me help you punish that Lisa." Han Shuo was unaware that according to his original personality, he would never have impulsively acted on his thoughts, even if he'd wanted to. The him of yesteryear only had the will to think evil thoughts, but lacked the courage to take action. He strode out from the warehouse and turned towards the female living quarters. In the silence of the night, he stealthily made his way towards the living district. Brian had often cleaned here and was thus quite familiar with the area. Of course, he also knew where Lisa lived. The necromancy major had much fewer students than the other majors, and thus every female student had her own room. Each room was spacious inside and had all the necessities they needed. This was heaven compared to Brian's house of trash. Lisa lived on the second floor, and Han Shuo could not gain admittance at night. Good thing there was a large tree next to her window. He flattened his body and scampered up the trunk like a skinny monkey. He could peer into her window if he stood on his tiptoes. Han Shuo was secretly delighted when he saw that the window was open. He propped himself up and peeked in. The little witch Lisa had decorated her room in pink and it actually looked quite cute, especially with the furry toys hanging on the wall above the table. A faint perfumed scent wafted into Han Shuo's nose, causing it to wrinkle. He had not anticipated that the cold-hearted Lisa could decorate her room so cutely. He couldn't hope to best her in a fight, and he knew that. He took a closer look and noticed pink gauze bed curtains in one corner of the room that should be Lisa's bed. He withdrew a small bottle from his bag and smeared some blood, typically used in experiments, around the edges of his eyes and mouth. He mussed up his brown hair after checking his face in a broken mirror, that Brian had picked up. When he looked into the mirror again, a terrifying face covered with bloodstains looked back out. "Ha ha, if I can't beat you, then I'm going to scare the crap out of you." Han Shuo was quite satisfied with his current makeup and nodded with a low cackle. When everything was ready, he stepped on a branch and swung himself close to Lisa's window, swaying back and forth with the branch. He reached out his bone-thin hand and knocked on Lisa's window. Dawn! Dawn! Lisa was fast asleep when she was woken up by the dawn sounds coming from the window. She groggily opened the pink gauze curtains and walked out barefoot. Little feet as white as jade padded over a carpet that was also pink. Under the peaceful rays of the moon, the 5 pink toes on each foot were actually quite adorable. Lisa was a bit younger than Brian, and was the young lady of a noble household. Disregarding what she had done to Brian, Lisa was quite a beauty with a head full of long, soft, blonde hair, a height of 162 centimeters that made her just a tad taller than Brian, delicately arched eyebrows, an elegantly long nose, and endearing red lips. Dressed in pink pajamas, Lisa didn't seem fully awake. After she walked out from the pink bed, she instinctively looked over at the source of the sound. A familiar face covered in blood, petrifying traces of blood dripping from the eyes and nose, and a thin body swaying back and forth at the window, stared emptily back at her with no sign of life. Wow! A horror-struck scream filled the hallways of the female living district. Han Shuo inwardly grinned evilly and thought, "I'm going to scare you unconscious this time, if not scare you to death." His expression grew more and more chilling as his thoughts grew. After a while of staring emptily ahead, he rolled his eyes backwards and swayed even more strongly. He could no longer see Lisa because he'd rolled his eyes back. There was a sudden lack of sound from Lisa after that initial horror-struck scream and continued through Han Shuo's gradual facial progression. She probably fainted. Han Shuo thought as sounds of the other necromancy major girls cussing floated within hearing. Better to leave while he could, otherwise he'd be in for a world of hurt if he was caught. An incredible pain spread from the bridge of his nose just as he was about to reverse his eye roll. Another intense pain appeared from the top of his head, which caused him to fall off the tree. The fall awoke all his aches and pains and made him see stars. Attacks fell on him like rain shortly thereafter, with the voice yelling as the hits landed, "Brian, looks like you finally grew a backbone. You escaped death last time, but your brain rotted instead. I major in necromancy and spend my days with skeletons and corpses. You idiot tried to scare me by pretending to be a corpse, I have to really give it to you. Would the future great mage Lisa be unable to determine if a body even has a soul? Although his body hurt, his heart was in even greater pain. That dumb Brian spent 6 years as an errand slave for the necromancy major, but hadn't even picked up this bit of common sense. This was hardly the outcome he expected for the first time he'd gathered up his courage to do something bad. Necromancy? This wondrous necromancy could determine even this? There was definitely some value in it. It looks like I have a lot to learn if I'm to survive in this world, otherwise the unfortunate events from today will most likely happen again. As the agony on his body increased, Han Shuo continued to think rapidly while howling in pain. The magic of Chu Kinglan's dark path encompassed the word demon, whereas necromancy didn't sound like a great path either. What if he were to train in both of these? Would there be conflict between the two or would they become stronger together? Chapter 3. Chapter 3, From Idiot to Crazy. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo's thoughts spun madly as the little witch, Lisa, beat him hysterically, adding to the aches and pains he already felt all over his body. Poor Han Shuo was already quite weak to begin with. That initial blow to his nose had caused tears to leak out, and the resulting fall from the tree made him dizzy with pain. He could only curl into a tight ball on the ground and present a vulnerable target for Lisa's attentions, his butt. Han Shuo realized something marvelous after a while. That little bit of magical yuan began to circulate past his butt and relieved some of the pain. When Lisa pulverized his butt, it didn't hurt as much, thanks to the magical yuan. In fact, any place that cried out in pain was greatly relieved after the magical yuan passed through it, and it actually felt a bit comfortable. Han Shuo was taken aback and inwardly thought, the solid realm in demonic magic is seriously masochistic. The magic yuan traveled to his right butt cheek as Lisa's foot came smashing down and landed right where the magical yuan happened to be. Ah! Wah! A high-pitched yell and a low grunt sounded from Han Shuo and Lisa respectively. Lisa suddenly felt that Han Shuo's right butt cheek was harder than iron. Her foot cramped up immediately and she hopped around yelling. On the other hand, Han Shuo felt that it had only not hurt when Lisa kicked him, but it felt exceedingly comfortable. This was in stark contrast to the pain that he was feeling all over and had led to his involuntary yell. Truth be told, his yell had sounded slightly obscene, as if, "Brian, did you put rocks in your pants, you idiot?" Lisa complained loudly as she massaged her delicate foot. Several other necromancy major girls suddenly appeared around Han Shuo and Lisa, each staring at him with sleepy, cold eyes. His nose had stopped hurting and his tears were finally under control. Han Shuo shook himself and sat up on the grass. When he looked around, he discovered the angry stares from apprentices Amy and Athena, as well as novice mage Bella and of course, Lisa. The thrum of danger was in the air. Amy, Athena, and Bella paled in comparison when they stood next to Lisa. They were all 16 or 17 years old, but were not very pretty. They were also in extremely bad moods as their beauty sleep had been interrupted. "Idiot, what are you looking at? Why are there rocks in your pants? You gave my beautiful foot a huge bruise. Ooh! It hurts." Lisa put her hands on her hips and spoke arrogantly while staring coldly at Han Shuo. The effect was somewhat spoiled, as she had to hop around on her left foot. "Idiot hat," Han Shuo cackled inside and put on an innocent expression. He gave a dumb-sounding head after he pulled himself up with some difficulty and said, "Nuh-uh, I don't have any rocks in my pants." He turned around so his butt was facing the 4 necromancy major girls and started undoing his pants as he spoke. 4 panicked screams split the air before he'd pulled his pants down, and the frantic sound of running feet followed shortly thereafter. "Brian, you idiot! Pull your pants up immediately or I'm going to kill you!" Lisa yelled hurriedly, but one could hear a note of panic in her voice. "Oh! Han Chuo answered dumbly, but continued to chuckle sinisterly on the inside. A bunch of naive little daisies, see how I'm going to take care of you. After he put his pants back on, Lisa took a close look at Han Chuo. As the four girls now stood in front of him again, she said fiercely, I can forget the fact that you hid rocks in your pants, but what were you planning to do on the tree outside my window in the dead of night? Ha ha, came two dumb-sounding laughs in response to her question. Han Chuo pointed at a ragged bag on one of the tree's branches. To get that down. Why are you chasing after a trash bag in the middle of the night? Lisa yelled angrily as she thought, about to pop from anger. At the moment, novice mage Bella sighed lightly and said to Lisa, Hey Lisa, can't you see that Brian has gone mad? Looks like instead of killing him, your ghoul drove him insane instead. What's the point of getting mad at a crazy person? Athena seemed to be quite sleepy as she covered a yawn. Oh, there's still class tomorrow. I'm going back to bed, Senior Lisa, you can handle this. Amy appeared to pity Han Chuo as she minutely shook her head, sighing softly after staring at him briefly. She didn't say much and turned to leave like Bella. If Han Chuo hadn't acted like the village idiot, he would have faced the wrath of these three girls, in addition to Lisa's, but since he had lost his mind, the three girls naturally wouldn't bother with a madman. Thus, they left him alone and returned to their warm beds. When the three female students left, it was only Lisa and Han Chuo again. Lisa glared ferociously at Han Chuo and bit off her words, Go back to your business, I'll come find you in 2 days. I'm tired today, if you dare disturb my sleep again, I'll drive you crazy with magic for a second time, not just beat you black and blue. Lisa delivered a final glare after she finished and left, walking a bit unnaturally. A soft exclamation of ouch, this hurts. I can't believe that idiot put rocks in his pants, he was definitely driven crazy by my ghoul, floated out when she walked through the door. Silence descended again as Lisa went in. Han Chuo felt a belated shiver of apprehension as he watched her walk in. Good thing this Lisa hadn't used necromancy magic, otherwise with her rank as a novice mage, another ghoul would have actually driven him crazy. The party was over and Han Chuo took his leave as well. He cursed under his breath as he tiredly dragged his frail, battered body back to the warehouse. After he returned to his warehouse, he haphazardly swept all the trash off his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Han Chuo was sleeping soundly when the warehouse door was suddenly pushed open and a loud wah sounded. Han Chuo opened his sleepy eyes and twisted his body to see a short fatty wearing an errand boy's uniform. He had short blonde hair, a dark green left eye, and was pointing at Han Chuo with an aghast expression. You, he couldn't finish his sentences. Oh, it's Jack. What are you doing in my room? Little fatty Jack was the same age as Brian. Jack was one of the few people in the necromancy major that treated Brian nicely, possibly due to a sense of shared misery. Little fatty Jack came from a destitute family and his dad had sent Jack to the Babylon Academy of Magical Force 2 years ago to earn a few silvers every month. Although Jack was an errand boy like Brian, he had not been sold to Babylon Academy. He was a free person, unlike Brian, who had been sold to the school by slave dealers. Although Jack was also an errand boy and victim of constant bullying, the necromancy students did not treat him like they treated Brian, simply because Jack was not a slave. They might hit and yell at him, and even conduct some small experiments on him, but they would never torment him to death like they would a slave. Brian had actually always envied little fatty Jack because Jack could eat his fill at every meal and not be subject to inhumane bullying. As for little fatty Jack, it was only with Brian that Jack was able to find that littlest bit of self-confidence, so the two got along fabulously. Who scared me to death? Brian, you're not dead, that's wonderful. What bloody wonderful, I'm starving. Jack, do you have anything to eat? Give it to me if you do, I'll return it later. Han Chuo realized little fatty Jack did not respond after he'd stopped speaking, and was in fact staring at him dumbfoundedly. Two small, yellow, bean-like eyes stared out curiously from fleshy face. Han Chuo frowned and asked impatiently, "What, am I that good-looking?" Jack started and looked even more strangely at Han Chuo. "You've never asked me for food in all these years. You would only eat if I gave you food. You've also never talked to me like that. Brian, you're a little different." A bit startled, Han Chuo reflected that Lisa and Co had been unable to see what was different about him, but Jack, that silly fatty, had sussed it out with Han Chuo's first sentence. Han Chuo rummaged through Brian's memories after a while, and discovered that Brian basically never spoke to the necromancy students. He did whatever people told him to do with no interaction whatsoever, but Brian and Jack would occasionally talk to each other. Granted, most of the time it was Jack talking and Brian listening. The two had spent a long time together, no wonder Jack had quickly discovered the differences. Han Chuo glossed over the moment with a smile and said, "I was hit by Lisa's ghoul and almost died. After that incident, I felt that the way I was living before was wrong and wanted to make a change." Jack breathed a sigh of relief at Han Chuo's explanation and nodded, "I see. I thought the ghoul hit you and turned you into an idiot." Han Chuo. "Here, this is some black bread that I've stashed away. Go ahead and eat it. It's such a good thing that you didn't die. When everyone thought you were dead, they gave me your tasks because we haven't found a new errand boy yet. Because of that I've had to come here super early this morning. I was in a rush and accidentally bumped into Bok. He beat me up, I even have a bruise on my left eye." Little fatty Jack relayed happily as he passed a piece of grey bread to Han Chuo. It would seem that he was delighted to not have to do Brian's work. Han Chuo violently bit off a piece of bread as he looked at the green bruise circling Jack's left eye. He spoke furiously, "Bok hit you again. He's too full of himself. Come, let's go get revenge." Jack hurriedly jumped up in fright and restrained Han Chuo using his body weight. He exclaimed, "Brian, are you crazy? Aren't we used to this by now? Bok is an apprentice in necromancy. It's not the first time we've been beat up, it's good enough when he leaves us alone. What revenge can we get?" Han Chuo laughed coldly, "Don't worry, I've got my ways. Yes, I am crazy, by now all of the necromancy students know I'm crazy. Yet I'm damn crazy, who am I afraid of?" Han Chuo bellowed as he dragged Jack proudly out of the warehouse. The magical yuan within his body seemed to churn faster. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Chest as Flat as Bread. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. On a whole, necromancy major students tended to wake up early in the morning and would rush to get ready, hurrying to the Department of Dark Magic's classroom building. Jack was about to lose it and was completely unwilling to participate, but his fears dissipated when he listened to Han Chuo's plan. In the end, Jack finally agreed, as he remembered that Han Chuo was doing this for him. After all, was he less of a man than Brian? Many statues of Babylon Academy valedictorians and notables were erected on the sides of a path made of rocks. These faithfully reproduced statues were larger than life and were the pride of the Academy. One of Brian's tasks was to dust these statues every day. He had been doing this since he was 10, and had to use a small ladder when he was shorter. Only after the completion of this arduous task was he allowed to take a break for food. As they worked the dust out of the crevices of a bushy-mustached statue of an archmage, Han Chuo turned to Jack and said, "I say Jack, wouldn't it be nice if our statues could be erected here someday?" "Brian, don't be silly. We're just errand boys. It's enough that we get a full meal and not get beaten up every day. How could we possibly become mages?" "Oh. Brian, you are definitely different. You would never have had such crazy thoughts before and wouldn't share such a bad idea." "Why not? We have to have the potential and pay a lot of gold coins for tuition to a magic school in order to become a mage. We have to pass through countless levels of training and tests, even kids from noble families need to have lots of potential if they want to become a mage. This is impossible for us commoners." "Oh, I forgot. You're also a slave without freedom, that's even worse, there's no hope for you at all. We're at a magic school right now and don't even have to pay tuition. Heh, this is a huge stroke of luck. If we don't learn some magic now, in the future, how would we dare say that we're from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force? Brian, don't act so confident. We're not students, we're only errand boys. And at least I can leave the school in the future, but you can never leave. Jack was absent-mindedly wiping the statue of Archmage Claire, with none of his usual attention to detail and a face full of ambition. Little Fatty Jack thought Brian was being rather odd and thus spoke candidly. Let's not talk about that. Look, that witch Lisa is walking this way, let's get back to work. Han Chuo eyed Lisa limping towards them from afar, and thought that at least Brian had something to show for his 6 year of running errands for the academy. He knew the daily routines of some of the people. Lisa usually woke up later, and most of the time, slowly plodded to the classrooms alone. Today was no exception. She was dressed in a black wizard's robe today, with her long, soft, blonde hair strewn carelessly across her shoulders. It seemed that she hadn't gotten much sleep the previous night, as she kept yawning as she walked. Lisa was quite pretty, but maybe because she hadn't completely finished developing yet. Since she was only 16, her chest area was not as well rounded. Rumor had it that Lisa was also very displeased with her flat chest and had recently been searching for solutions. Han Chuo and Jack surreptitiously watched Lisa approach as they continued to dust off the statue of Archmage Claire with all seriousness. They muttered to each other as they worked, seemingly oblivious to her presence. No way, Brian, you must have misheard. How could Bok have said that about Lisa? The two had been murmuring quietly when Jack suddenly raised his voice and exclaimed in surprise. Lisa had been walking along absent-mindedly when she heard someone mention her name. Her attention immediately zeroed in on that statement as she looked warily in front of her. All girls wanted to know what people said about them behind their backs, and Lisa was no exception. She even went so far as to hide behind another statue, so that the two wouldn't see her and become too afraid to talk. Her ears perked up as she sneakily snuck glances at the two. It was that half-crazy, half-idiot Brian. Lisa was still mad and wanted to put him in his place, but first, she wanted to hear what Bok had said about her. Han Chuo smiled vacantly and said, "No, I didn't mishear." On their way to class, Bok was telling the other students that Lisa's chest was as flat as stomped bread. Jack had to hold back his laughter with all his might as soon as he heard this. His face grew red and his body kept shaking. On the other side of the statue, Lisa's face darkened with rage. Her pretty eyes shot out glares of wrath as her cute lips convulsed and her pearly teeth ground audibly. She trembled with rage for a few seconds and quickly stomped off in a huff towards the classroom building. She'd completely forgotten that she'd wanted to put Brian in his place. Jack could no longer hold in his laughter as he watched Lisa hurry off in the opposite direction, her face purple with anger and out for blood. Ha, he expelled all his frustrations with an explosive bout of laughter. He laughed as he said, "Brian, you're too evil. Even us errand boys know that Bok likes Lisa and that Lisa hates people making fun of her chest. Looking at how she was just now, Bok is totally screwed." Han Chuo gave a sinister cackle as he immediately put his brushes away. "Forget about dusting off Claire. Let's go watch the show." Little Fatty Jack tucked his brushes, with a grand gesture, into the cloth bag at his waist as he took Han Chuo's advice. He laughed, "Let's go, I want to see Lisa beat Bok up. Serves him right for hitting me this morning." The two necromancy errand boys followed Lisa in high spirits, running swiftly to the classroom building. The students they passed along the way were puzzled by their behavior, thinking the two cowardly errand boys had woken up on the wrong side of bed that morning. At the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the necromancy major was a subcategory of the Department of Dark Magic. Necromancy students used the same classrooms as those majoring in dark magic, and studied every day under the tutelage of the teachers. One had to admire Lisa's efficiency. By the time Han Chuo and Jack had gotten there, She had already vented her spleen and was giving Bok a beating. "Lisa, even the Major's errand boys know how I feel about you, how could I have possibly said anything bad about you? Who did you hear this from?" Bok already had a spectacular bruise around his left eye as he ducked a bone arrow attack. He took advantage of the respite to quickly protest his innocence and looked quite bedraggled indeed. Bok had beaten Jack severely when the latter had bumped into him. Brian had suffered even more at Bok's hands. Bok was the 17-year-old son of a small noble family, but he held the lowest rank of magic apprentice. He was outclassed against a higher-ranked novice mage, not to mention that he was pulling his blows because he liked Lisa. No wonder he was quickly hit when facing a wrathful Lisa. "Hey, that's none of your business. They didn't even mean for me to hear them, so it must be true. Since you are so mean, feel my wrath." Indeed, Han Chuo and Jack hadn't meant for Lisa to hear them. Han Chuo was also half mad and half village idiot. There was no way someone like that could make up such a lie. He was also an errand slave, he wouldn't dare to lie. Since it had to do with one of Lisa's taboos, she would never say what she overheard when other people were around. She brought her best efforts to teaching Bok a lesson so that no one would make fun of her again. "Souls of the fallen soldiers, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence." Lisa raised her slim, white arm towards the sky and chanted an incantation. When she was finished, two starkly white, skeletal warriors wielding bone knives appeared in front of her. They creakily rushed at Bok with their knives held high when she pointed at him. Han Chuo was gobsmacked as he watched on the sidelines. This was the first time he had seen the mysterious necromancy magic in play with his own eyes. His body about to burst in curiosity, he focused his eyes and attention on the action. Lisa's focus isn't that bad to be able to summon two skeletal warriors. Hey, the necromancy major is weak as hell to begin with and its students are not united. No wonder necromancy is one of the weakest majors in the academy. What a stain on the Department of Dark Magic. Students from the Department of Dark Magic started chattering after Lisa had summoned the two skeletal warriors. From their conversations, Han Chuo learned that the same magic could be divided into 5 different levels based on the level of concentration. If a necromancer archmage with great focus used the chant to summon skeletons, he would be able to summon even more skeletal warriors. Bok was extremely depressed and inwardly cursed the rumor starter a couple hundred times. If Bok had practiced dark magic incantations and had enough focus, then Han Chuo and Jack wouldn't be able to enjoy the show they were currently watching. The skeletal warriors chased him frantically all over the place. Bok finally had to use the same magic to summon a small skeleton. One man and one skeleton started fighting against the two other skeletons. Other students from the Department of Dark Magic laughed loudly when they saw Bok in such a mess. Bok was affected by the jeers and lost his focus, resulting in one of Lisa's skeletal warriors stomping him in the gut. His face grew purple with pain and he slowly sank to the ground. Lisa hurriedly stopped her skeletons when she saw that Bok had been hit and the skeleton was raising its knife to finish the job. She sent the skeletons back to another dimension. After all, it wasn't a fight to the death, and the academy prohibited such fights anyways. Lisa did not dare to really hurt Bok, and the bulk of her anger had been appeased by Bok's injury. Bok stood up and sent his skeleton back to another dimension. He swept his gaze around and saw that in front of him, Han Chuo and Jack were also laughing loudly at him. Bok was already feeling quite infuriated and so stomped over angrily, cursing, "You two low-level errand servants dare to laugh at me." Bok didn't dare to vent his anger on Lisa, and even less so on his seniors from the Department of Dark Magic around him. He could only vent some of his wrath on the two errand boys, and the sight of them laughing at him only set him off even further. Lisa had just about satisfied her anger when she saw Bok ignore her and focus on something else. This roused her rage all over again as she chanted coldly, "O eternal darkness, grant me the power of death, inflict the pain of the soul on his body." Agony of the soul. A dark cloud of gas formed as Lisa finished and flew towards Bok. The gas kept shifting as it floated through the air and finally materialized as a pulsing black flame. Bok's expression shifted as he turned to see the magical flame from the agony of the soul shooting towards him after he heard Lisa chant the incantation. He then suddenly turned and ran towards Han Shuo and Jack as if he'd thought of something. Just as the agony of the soul was about to hit him, he ducked and rolled on the floor. Bok's plan worked. The merrily laughing and utterly defenseless Han Shuo watched as Bok suddenly tucked into a roll in front of him and the agony of the soul crashed onto Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo's eyes rolled backwards as his head suddenly hurt, and he fell backwards straight to the ground. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, How is that called stealing? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When Han Shuo woke up, he found himself lying on the small wooden bed in the warehouse, covered in ice-cold water. In front of him, little fatty Jack had a wooden pail in one hand and was climbing onto a stool with great effort. He intended to dump the ice-cold water right on top of Han Shuo. Han Shuo was already freezing his butt off as it was a bit chilly that day. He gave a great yell as he saw Jack about to tip the pail over. "Jack, what are you doing?" Little fatty Jack was stepping onto a stool that had been trashed. It wasn't the sturdiest to begin with, and his legs wobbled in surprise when he heard Han Shuo's yell. His hand jerked, and all the contents of the pail came crashing down on Han Shuo's head as the pail flew and smashed into Han Shuo's chest. "Ugh! I say Jack, are you trying to kill me?" Han Shuo started shuddering uncontrollably after the second pail of ice-cold water. Not only that, but it hurt like hell when the pail itself hit him. He immediately started cursing loudly. "Sorry Brian, I thought the first pail wasn't enough to wake you up. This stool of yours was wobbly to begin with, and I was surprised when you yelled, that's why my hand slipped and I dumped the water all over you." Little fatty Jack was extremely apologetic and started wiping off Han Shuo's neck with a random rag that he had found on the ground. Who knew that it would provoke a scream from Han Shuo like a pig being slaughtered? He hastily scrambled away and said, Jack, that rag in your hand is covered in bone dust that metamorphosed during necromancy experiments. It feels like little needles are prickling me. Are you trying to stab me to death?" "Ah! Sorry Brian, I didn't mean to, I really didn't mean to." Jack was dismayed as he quickly threw the rag far, far away. He was thankful that there was no bone dust on the side that he had been holding. "Achoo! Achoo, forget it. Jack, why am I here? Didn't I get hit by Lisa's agony of the soul because that dickhead Bok used me as a scapegoat?" His neck breaking out in red patches, Han Shuo kept sneezing as he rushed to peel off his sopping wet clothes. He quickly groped for the black towel that Brian used and dried himself off. "Brian, you have so many scars over your body." Han Shuo took a good look at his new body, for the first time, upon hearing Jack's words. There wasn't a single inch of unmarked skin on his body as far as his eyes could see. He heaved an inward sigh and once again felt pity for Brian's circumstances. "Scars are a man's memories and medals of honor, what the hell do you know about them? Hurry and tell me, what happened after I fainted?" "Classes happened to start after you passed out from the agony of the soul." Lisa said a few words and ran off to class. "I yelled for Uncle Saru and the two of us carried you back." "So Uncle Saru had been by?" "Oh yes, what did Lisa say before she left?" Han Shuo nodded as he continued to wipe himself off. Uncle Saru was the necromancy major's oldest errand runner. He was 50-some years old and quite kind to Brian and Jack. When Brian had arrived at the academy, Saru had already been an errand runner for more than 10 years. Lisa said it was too bad for you. If the agony of the soul had landed on Bok, he would have been fine after suffering for 3 days since he's a magic apprentice. But you're not a necromancy student and have no mental strength at all. You'll probably suffer for a month. She said you bothered her when she was sleeping last night, and hurt her foot because you put rocks in your pants, so she won't dismiss the agony of the soul. Damn it, how dare Lisa treat me this way? I'll take care of her one day." Han Shuo's face darkened as he listened to Jack's words and started cussing. His actions startled Jack as the latter thought, this isn't the first time Lisa's been this way to you, I've never seen you do anything to get back at her. When Han Shuo was done venting his spleen, he thought briefly, Bok has mental strength because he's a magic apprentice. He only has to suffer for 3 days, and I have to endure this for a month? Heh, my potential is great. If I learn some necromancy, maybe I can get better in 3 days. Brian, you're an errand slave, how could you learn magic? Then how do the students learn magic? They first have to meditate and learn to sense the magical elements. When they've cultivated their mental strength, then they need to study the knowledge contained within the books of magic and practice the magic incantations. They ask the teacher if they have any questions. Jack said matter-of-factly, after he thought for a short while. There we go, I can meditate. When I've cultivated mental strength, can't I look within the books of magic to learn the incantations written there? But you don't have a book of magic. At this point in the conversation, Han Shuo had sidled around to Jack and suddenly threw a friendly arm around him, smiling winningly at him, but I have you, don't you clean the library? Jack was shocked and promptly created some space between the two of them. He said with a panicked expression, Brian, you want me to steal books for you? How vulgar! How can that be stealing? I'm just asking you to borrow some books for me. You can put them back when I'm done with them. No one reads those foundational books anyways, who would know? Jack, I'm in dire straits today because I was trying to help you. Now shouldn't you help me too? Han Shuo said earnestly to little fatty Jack. Jack wavered upon hearing Han Shuo's words, but finally agreed to borrow magic books for Han Shuo after Han Shuo gave him a puppy-eyed look. Later that night, Jack stealthily crept up to Han Shuo and took out copies of the Foundations of Necromancy and a magical dictionary to hand over to Han Shuo. He exhorted Han Shuo to be careful and cautious at all costs before finally surreptitiously sneaking away. As an errand slave, Brian had no right to learn how to read. However, as an errand slave, who had to do anything and everything in the course of his job, he had picked up quite a few words over the past 6 years. All of this knowledge had been left to Han Shuo, and he was able to read the words in the 2 books. Han Shuo shut the warehouse door after Jack had left, flipped to the first yellowed page of the Foundations of Magic, and started reading with every bit of interest. Magic was a method of communicating with the magical elements of the world by using mental strength. There were 4 ways to use magic: through incantations, magic scrolls, or objects, hand seals, and magic matrices. Necromancy had once been an extremely prosperous branch of magic. At the height of its popularity, all dark magic had been categorized under necromancy. It was a pity that after its fall from grace, necromancy had become a subcategory of dark magic instead. Necromancy was a field of magic that had started by simply controlling souls and skeletons. As it progressed and forebears continuously experimented, its repertoire of spells had continuously grown. It slowly formed into a school of thought and became the representative of dark magic. Mental strength was the foundation of all magic. The only way to cultivate mental strength was to sense the magical elements, through meditation, that regular people could not perceive. One was only considered a magic apprentice if they cultivated mental strength through meditation. Thus, the first thing Han Shuo did after studying the foundations of necromancy was to meditate and try to get a grasp on mental strength. However, he came up empty-handed after meditating for 7 days. There wasn't a trace of mental strength to be found. Han Shuo could only meditate at night during those 7 days, he had to be the diligent and bumbling Brian during the day. He had to continue to perform an errand boy's daily chores of cleaning, sanitizing, bug killing, and trash dumping, otherwise he would have no place at the academy. Thanks to the agony of the soul, Han Shuo's brain would suddenly spasm with pain a few times every day. He fainted dead away the first 2 times, but possibly acclimated after that and managed to stay on his feet. Han Shuo's half-mad, half-village idiot reputation also spread during this time. However, although he looked like a blundering madman, he still finished his assigned duties every day. Thus, Babylon Academy did not kick him out upon seeing that his work was still completed. As for what the necromancy students thought about Han Shuo's crazy eccentricities, they were of one mind. Han Shuo had formed a habit of running errands after working for 6 years. Although he was a bit crazy, some habits were difficult to break and thus he still finished his duties every day. Except for one thing. Han Shuo would always somehow have a headache whenever the students approached him for experiments these days. He became even more out of control when his head hurt, and sometimes completely wrecked the lab. There was nothing the students could do as they knew that he had been hit by Lisa's agony of the soul, and had gone a bit mental. Even now, no one knew why Lisa had given Bok such a beating, but Bok was depressed nonetheless. He often thrashed Han Shuo on the basis of a flimsy excuse. Bok was a magic apprentice and stronger than Han Shuo, so the latter always ended up in much worse shape, even when he pretended to be crazy and hit back. Han Shuo would break out into loud curses every night when he returned to the warehouse. "Bok, you scum, just you wait. One day I'll beat you so bad that even your mom and dad won't recognize you." He'd been thrashed by Bok again today, and the latter had a small skeleton as backup. Han Shuo was naturally not a match for the two, and even now was covered in black and blue bruises. The difference was, Han Shuo felt that his strength was growing stronger these days, along with his appetite. Whenever he was still hungry after his rations, he would ask Jack for some more food. Although it hurt like no other every time Bok beat him up, Han Shuo would train according to the principles of the solid realm when he returned to the warehouse. All his aches and pains would disappear during the night, and he would be in fine spirits the morning after. The next time he got into a fight with Bok, he noticed that Bok's hits hurt less and less. Han Shuo would immediately return to the warehouse after each beating and started training. That little bit of magical yuan within his body unknowingly grew bigger during this time as well. It seemed that his body was slowly refreshing itself after each cycle of beating and training, and the magical yuan slowly changed from the size of a thumbnail to the mass of a thumb. This both excited and scared Han Shuo. He was excited that the magical yuan was growing stronger, and that his body and spirit were improving. He was scared that seemingly because of the magical yuan becoming stronger, he found it harder and harder to control his temper. Han Shuo would easily commit actions that he would later regret. He retrieved the foundations of necromancy from underneath the small, wooden bed and started meditating habitually after a short perusal of the book. He circulated the magical yuan randomly throughout his body. Places that had aches and pains were greatly relieved after the magical yuan had traveled past them. That sliver of magical yuan slowly traveled from his neck to his brain as Han Shuo was meditating. It was at this moment that a familiar pain started emanating from his brain. Han Shuo knew immediately that Lisa's agony of the soul was about to strike again. Suddenly, just as Han Shuo's brain was hurting, the magical yuan slipped into the center of the pain. This was the first time that the magical yuan had moved into his brain when the agony of the soul was also flaring up. Han Shuo felt as if a cannon had gone off inside his brain, and fainted again after another round of intense pain. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, I'll get her one day. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It was already midnight when Han Shuo woke up. The magical yuan was back to circulating in an irregular pattern, but there seemed to be something extra in his brain. Everything seemed much clearer now, compared to before, when he looked around. A sudden thought struck Han Shuo and he resettled into meditation. He carefully extended his senses according to the instructions in the foundations of necromancy, and finally confirmed that because the magical yuan had traveled to his brain when the agony of the soul had hit, he had bafflingly trained some mental strength into existence. Ha ha ha! I am definitely a genius. I meditated and gained some mental strength in such a short amount of time. Ha, perhaps it's time to try out the lowest level of necromancy magic. Let's see if I can summon a skeletal warrior. He hastily hauled out the foundations of necromancy and flipped through the pages. He still couldn't find the incantation to summon a skeletal warrior after searching for a while. It was only then that Han Shuo realized the foundations of necromancy was a reference for only basic necromancy knowledge, and didn't contain any incantations or spells. Han Shuo furrowed his brow in thought and recalled Lisa's incantation with some effort. He immediately raised his hands up high, concentrated his mental strength, and started chanting, "Souls of the fallen soldiers, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence." When he finished chanting, he felt the insubstantial amount of mental strength in his mind rapidly fade away. It seemed that he also perceived something in that moment, but then his head suddenly started to hurt and he sat wearily on the bed, panting heavily and completely drained. When Han Shuo slumped over his bed, a black shadow flashed through his little warehouse, and a starkly white skeleton, half the height of the one Lisa had summoned, appeared afterwards. Han Shuo felt sheer elation when he saw the snow-white skeleton holding a bone dirk and staring back at him with two empty, hollowed-out eye sockets. Despite the difference in size, this was still a skeleton and was proof that his necromancy spell had succeeded. His body felt completely drained and his mind was woozy. Upon referring to the foundations of necromancy, Han Shuo surmised that his mental strength was too weak, and thus had his mental strength completely depleted when he had summoned the small skeleton. Han Shuo felt a strange connection with the small skeleton standing in front of him, but his mental strength was so weak, that he couldn't even issue an order, much less send it back to another dimension. Thus, a human and skeleton stared blankly at each other for a while. No one would come to Han Shuo's warehouse anyway, and it made no difference if the skeleton was here, since it wouldn't do anything without his orders. It was already well past midnight by the time Han Shuo was done with everything. He was exhausted beyond belief, and once the surprise had worn off, Han Shuo fell into a weary, befuddled sleep. The next day, not yet daybreak. Han Shuo had already woken up and was planning on clearing out the trash as usual before anyone else had gotten up. He was just about go through the same routine when his eyes landed on the small skeleton standing next to the trash heap. His mental strength seemed to have recovered a bit after a night's sleep, but it was still definitely not enough to send the little skeleton back to another dimension. However, it seemed to be enough to give it a single command: throw away the trash. The little skeleton immediately stretched its legs out when the order was given, and slowly extended its 5 bone fingers to pick up the heap of trash next to it. It pushed the door open and walked outside. Ha, no wonder everyone wants to learn magic. Everything is so much easier with magic. In the future, this small skeleton can throw away trash for me early in the morning. Han Shuo noted that it was still quite early and flung himself back onto the little bed to resume chasing sheep. Over the past few days, this was the first morning he'd been able to sleep in. When Han Shuo opened his eyes again after going back to sleep again, he discovered that the skeleton had returned and appeared to dispose of the trash according to his commands. As Han Shuo washed his face after getting up from bed, he noticed that the black and blue bruising had miraculously disappeared, and even some of the scars on his arms seemed to have faded away. Aside from feeling a bit lightheaded from expending all of his mental strength yesterday, his body seemed to be in fairly good shape. The solid realm of demonic magic was a process of reforming the practitioner's body. Ascension beyond the solid realm was marked by erasure of all the scars on the practitioner's body and vastly increased bodily strength and resilience. Either Bok or Lisa would suffer a quick loss if they tried to beat up Han Shuo with skeletal warriors then. Han Shuo remained deep in thought as he washed up and watched the necromancy students hurry to class again. He grabbed his tools as well before running to dust off the statues of Babylon Academy notables. Athena, I went to the restroom before the sun rose today and saw a small skeleton carrying 2 bags of trash. It was walking slowly towards the trash dump. What an odd sight. Magic apprentice Amy chatted with Athena as they walked towards the Department of Dark Magic's classroom building. Weirdo, who would be so bored as to summon a skeleton to pick up trash? Doesn't that half-mad, half-village idiot Brian do all that? It's true, I really saw a very small skeleton carrying 2 garbage bags. And also, I feel so bad for Brian. It was bad enough for him already, now he's suffering from Lisa's after effects and gets beaten up by Bok every day. You must have been half asleep and saw incorrectly. Brian is an errand boy, and a slave in fact. It's good enough that he can survive. You're way too kind-hearted, worrying about Brian. The two girls had walked far enough and Han Shuo could no longer hear their conversation. Jack swung back after a while and dusted the same statue with Han Shuo. After Jack had busily wiped for a while, he looked at Han Shuo a bit dazedly. Han Shuo, I think you've gained a bit of weight. And didn't Bok beat you up yesterday? Your face was still bruised yesterday, why does it look fine now? Bok must have over-exercised recently. You can see that dull look in his eyes and how weak he looks. He doesn't have any strength. At this rate, he won't be able to beat me up anymore. Han Shuo felt that his stomach was particularly empty after that declaration and said to Jack, My appetite is bigger these days, give me some more of that food that you're hiding. Eh? How did you know I was hiding bread on me? The entire Major's errand boys know about your habit of hiding food. You're the only one who thinks it's still a secret. Quit wasting time and give me some bread. I'll return it to you in the future. Jack reluctantly took out a piece of bread after listening to Han Shuo, took a careful look, and broke off a piece for Han Shuo. As Han Shuo sat aside his work and hungrily devoured the bread, Jack suddenly said, "Sh. Bok's coming, et. Lisa's with him." Bok held two exquisite, white boxes in his hand and was following behind Lisa with a fawning smile on his face. He kept trying to win her over. "Lisa, these are special snacks from my family and they are fabulously delicious. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Please have some." When Bok was beating Han Shuo up yesterday, Bok's face accidentally connected with the latter's fist. Even now there was some bruising on his right cheek, with it spasming every time he tried to smile, turning the grin into a grimace. "Humph! I'm not hungry. Don't you try that act with me. I hate people like you people who flatter me to my face and then talk trash about me behind my back." Lisa stalked off without even glancing at Bok. When she passed Brian and Jack, she glared coldly at Brian. "Brian, I'll come find you for target practice again in a month when the agony of the soul ends." It wasn't until Lisa brought this up that Han Shuo remembered that he hadn't suffered from the agony of the soul since this morning. He guessed that the magic from the agony of the soul had been cancelled out when he successfully cultivated mental strength last night, otherwise he should have suffered an attack by now. Lisa was about to walk away, while Bok, on the other hand, exclaimed in surprise after he saw it. "Brian, eh? How is that possible? I remember I pounded tons of bruises into your face yesterday, why is that there are none there today? Damn it, you remember that well." Han Shuo looked at Bok stupidly and then gave a mad giggle. "Hee, I have a good skincare routine." Lisa gave a small splutter of laughter when she heard Han Shuo's words and halted her footsteps, not in a hurry to leave any more. Her beautiful eyes creased into half-moons with her smile. It was quite adorable actually. That idiot Brian had gotten much more interesting after he went mad, Lisa thought. He doesn't just stand there in silence anymore. Jack knew Han Shuo wasn't crazy, and that he'd said that to make fun of Bok. He tried to hold in his laughter, but just couldn't and gave a light, "Ha-ha." By the time he realized he did something wrong, it was already too late. Bok was already pissed off, thinking the bruise on my right cheek hasn't healed, but that idiot's has already faded. He hadn't dare say anything when Lisa laughed, but Jack's laughter completely triggered Bok. He sprinted towards Jack and cussed loudly, "You pathetic servant, how dare you laugh at me? I'll beat you to death." Jack knew things were bad, but he didn't dare run away. He could only stand there limply as Bok rushed over and waited for a beating. It was then that Han Shuo suddenly clutched his head and yelled, "It hurts," and lumbered over in front of Jack. When Bok saw that the person in front of him had changed to Han Shuo, he mentally shrugged as it didn't make a difference to him who he beat up, and swung his fist straight towards Han Shuo's face. Dawn sounded out as Han Shuo took a fist to the face, but Bok's fist didn't seem to hurt as much as it had yesterday. Han Shuo even managed to keep his frail little body from swaying back and forth in response. But he still continued to howl in pain, "That hurts," and wildly flailed his arms in front of him as if he'd gone into a mad fit. Pili Pala rang out as Bok took 3 hits in a row, and his left eye immediately blackened into a bruise. He clutched his stomach with both hands and jumped up and down, "Worthless slave, how dare you hit me? I'm going to kill you with necromancy today, even if that's the last thing I do." "Bok, you're picking on Brian again. It's class time, hurry up and go back to the classroom." Suddenly, a gentle voice admonished sweetly from afar as a tall, lithe beauty with a head full of light purple, wavy hair came sashaying into view. She looked to be 24 or 25, had a firm nose, an oval face, and sexy red lips. Her lightly tanned skin looked very healthy, and she wore a slightly form-fitting master's robe trimmed with gold. The tight master's robe perfectly showed off her well-rounded chest and long legs. She was talking to Brian as she held several books of magic in her left hand and a stylish emerald staff in her right. Master Fanny, you forgot your glasses again. You're pointing at Brian." Lisa's lip curled and she spoke with some resignation. "Glasses are the kiss of death for a beautiful woman, I'm not wearing those things every day." Fanny smiled in return and finally located Bok, using the staff in her right hand to make a motion as if she'd tapped him on the head. She said sternly, "Go back to class immediately, or you'll face the consequences." After Fanny had spoken to Bok in a bit of a temper, a mellow smile found its way to her face again and she smiled at Lisa. "Lisa, you need to hurry to class too. Frequent tardiness does not a good student make. I need to prepare for today's lesson, I'll see you later." Fanny turned her head to glare at Bok once more, then glided forward with her lean legs, striding with a grace unmatched by thousands. Her full butt swayed as she walked, creating an alluring silhouette. "Master Fanny, that's not the classroom building, you're walking in the wrong direction." "Oh gosh, put your glasses on." Lisa called out lightly and paused when she was about to leave. She turned back and raked a cold gaze across Bok, sneering contemptuously, "What a worthless guy, you can't even beat up an errand boy." Lisa glanced at Han Shuo again and hurried off in pursuit of Fanny. Bok was ablaze with anger and pointed venomously at Han Shuo and Jack, "Just you wait, you pathetic wretches, you'll get what's coming to you." It would seem that Fanny's threat had a great effect on him as he ran off to class in a great hurry. Han Shuo gazed lecherously in direction that Fanny had departed in, watching until she was out of sight. He paid no mind to Bok's threat, and muttered to himself after she had completely disappeared, that Master Fanny is something else all right. No wonder that silly kid Brian had a crush on her. Brian's taste in girls is actually quite similar to mine. Brian, stop looking. I know you've liked Master Fanny for a long time, and she's also stopped some students from bullying you, but, you're only an errand boy, and she's a highly ranked adept mage in the academy. Do you know how powerful adepts are? Although Master Fanny is nearsighted, there are way too many people who have a crush on her in the academy. Wake up already." Jack waved 2 plump hands in front of Han Shuo as he reminded the latter to wake up and face reality. "I'm already drunk, I can't wake up," Han Shuo said with a leer. He paused and added, "I'll get her one day." Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Using Methods Used to Refine Demonic Treasures to Refine Skeletons. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Brian, I didn't believe them when they said you were crazy, but now, even I am a believer. You are seriously crazy. Jack twisted his fat neck, shook his head, and sighed as he saw Han Shuo wearing a zealous expression and declare his desire to get Fanny. Those are the snacks that Bok was using to fawn on Lisa. Haha, what a stroke of luck. I've never tried the delicacies that nobles always snack on. Han Shuo spied the snacks that Bok had forgotten in his hurry to leave and immediately sprinted over. He picked up the intricately designed snack box without saying another word and started munching on the contents without even thinking twice. He tutted in surprise as he ate. Tisk tisk. These are delicious. That fight wasn't for nothing. Here, I borrowed half a piece of bread earlier, and now I'm returning a box of exquisite snacks. You made out like a bandit. But this is box? I beat up that punk, so now it's mine. Jack. Han Chuo also felt a bit odd about this development as well. He felt that since he'd arrived on the profound continent and started training his magical strength, his appetite had grown larger and his personality had also become bolder. He was doing things he hadn't dared to do before, and his desires were actually growing as well. Brian and Jack. You guys should be cleaning up the labs right now, but you haven't even finished cleaning the statues. If you get us in trouble, you're in for it as well. As Han Chuo and Jack were cooing over the wonderful taste of the exquisite snacks, two older errand boys walked up from behind them. The two of them were holding mops in their hands and began badgering Han Chuo and Jack, admonishing them to hurry to the labs and start cleaning. These two errands boys were around 20 years old and were over 170 centimeters in height. They were called Borg and Carrie, and had gotten into the habit of bullying Han Chuo and Jack in recent years because the older boys were stronger. They even went so far as to shift some of their own duties onto Brian and Jack. Case in point? Cleaning up the labs. Not going. Han Xiao paid them no heed since he'd wanted to get out of that for the longest time. He felt stronger now and his confidence had skyrocketed since he hadn't lost any ground in his fight with Bok. He was actually thinking that he felt a bit too full, and another fight was just the thing to aid digestion if the two kept this act up. Ha, not going? Brian, you've really gone crazy, daring to talk back to me, the mighty Borg. Do you want me to beat some sense into you? Borg clenched his right hand into a fist and gave a cold laugh while staring at Han Chuo. Ah, my head hurts. Han Chuo's body shook as he crouched on the ground, clutching his head. Jack had been about to head off to the labs to start cleaning, but paused and stood there unmoving when he saw Han Chuo pull the same trick again. He looked at Han Chuo expectantly. I don't care if you're real crazy or fake crazy, I'm going to beat you until you obey. Carrie had an even worse temper. He took 3 large steps forward and kicked in Han Chuo's direction. It was then that Han Chuo gave a great "Aya," as he suddenly jumped up, meeting Carrie's right foot with his chest. Han Chuo gave a great cry of pain and wrapped his hands around Carrie's foot, lifting it up and to the side. It was Carrie's turn to yell in pain as he stumbled to the side. His lips parted in a silent howl as he smashed into a statue. Borg smiled faintly when he saw Carrie rush towards Han Chuo, thinking Han Chuo was in for it now. Who knew that although Han Chuo had taken a foot to the chest, Carrie seemed even worse for the wear. Yet? How dare you fight back, Brian? Borg, let's get him together, we'll teach him a lesson today. Carrie climbed up, in quite some pain, as he rushed towards Han Chuo again, and called for Borg to join him. Han Chuo continued to clutch his head and cry out in pain as he thought, I dared to hit even Bok, much less than you two idiots. He flailed his arms and legs around wildly, and even though he took a few hits, Carrie and Borg weren't much better off. Han Chuo was already used to being beaten and had been improving his body by circulating the magical yuan according to the laws of the solid realm. He had no problem taking on Carrie and Borg's fists at all. On the other hand, Carrie and Borg's faces were already bruising up in some places. They looked worse off, in part due to Han Chuo's improved strength. The 3 errand boys were fighting fiercely and wildly on the side of the road. Carrie and Borg's bodies started to hurt more as the fight progressed, and their strength slowly waned, whereas Han Chuo only suffered from a minor bit of pain, and actually felt quite at ease. It was as if he had endless strength and he even started fighting more smoothly. In the end, it was Han Chuo who chased after Carrie and Borg, pelting them with blows as they ran away with their tails between their legs. Ha! What a sweet fight! Jack, we're not doing Carrie and Borg's duties anymore. Come tell me if they pick on you again, I'll use them as a punching bag. Little Fatty Jack was looking at Han Shuo in admiration as he tugged on Han Shuo's arm. Jack laughed loudly and said, "Brian, you're amazing. You beat Carrie and Borg by yourself, how did you do it?" Han Shuo pointed to himself and said cockily, "I have a brave heart." Han Shuo's head did not hurt even once in the next few days. For reasons unknown, Bok did not immediately seek revenge on Han Shuo either. Han Shuo and Jack refused to do Carrie and Borg's work, but the two had nothing to say as they couldn't even win a fight, in which the numbers were in their favor. They silently completed the duties that they were supposed to do. Now that the little skeleton was taking out the trash in the morning, and the lack of a need to pick up Carrie and Borg's duties, Han Shuo suddenly had a lot more free time on his hands. He didn't ask Jack to borrow more books of magic during this time, but turned his attention to thoroughly studying the foundations of necromancy in order to build a firm base of knowledge. Han Shuo came to understand that his mental power was quite weak after extended studying of the foundations of necromancy. He began to concentrate and meditate every night after he returned to the warehouse. The little skeleton was the weakest, dark creature from the other dimension, and its intelligence was so low, that it could only function according to the summoner's commands. Han Shuo had given it the command to stay in the warehouse during the day and only dispose of trash late at night. Han Shuo was just about to settle into his regular meditation that night when he suddenly recalled the memories that the old fart, Chu Kin Lang, had left in his mind. There were some related to mysterious records of refining demonic treasures. Han Shuo thought that although the demon magic he was training in was from a different world than the necromancy he was learning now, they were both dark magics and seemed to have quite a lot in common. Would it be possible to fuse the two? As Han Shuo furrowed his brow and started to seriously rummage through the memories, he discovered that although Chu Qinglan had left behind a trove of memories, quite a few of them were misty and vague. It was like viewing things through a thin piece of marbled paper and not everything was clear. After a while of recollection, he suddenly remembered a method to refine demonic treasures. Han Shuo could only summon a weak skeleton due to his short period of study in necromancy. Since that was the case, he decided to experiment on the little skeleton. Refining materials were first needed for refining demonic treasure. Since he was just experimenting for fun, Han Shuo decided to use the little skeleton as the main ingredient. There was some worthless fresh blood from low-level magic creatures in the warehouse, along with other trash, such as bone powder, salamander tails, etc. They all became auxiliary materials for the demonic treasure. Some unique demonic treasures required very complex materials that necessitated arduous trials to obtain them. It wasn't even a certain thing that they existed in this world. Han Shuo ignored all of that and instead grabbed random items to fulfill his sudden impulse. He returned to the lab to grab a small bucket that no one was using, as well as various necromancy ingredients that were left over from student use. He had no idea what they were. Han Shuo stealthily crept back to the warehouse under the cover of night and carefully closed the door. He first put the skeleton into the bucket, and then just randomly dumped in all the low-level monster blood, bone powder, salamander tail, and other materials, following it up with a solid bucket of water. There was now an ugly riot of colors in a bucket filled with an assortment of things. Only the skeleton's head showed above the water level. It was completely unaware of what was happening. Han Shuo thought for a moment as he closed his eyes and slowly ran through Chu Qinglan's knowledge of refining demonic treasure. Apart from requiring a variety of ingredients, refining demonic treasure required setting up a specialized matrix. The practitioner also needed to train his magical yuan according to special method for several days or months. Some particularly strong demonic treasures even required training for a few years. Of course, the current Han Shuo could accomplish none of this. He identified the easiest refinement method and dug out 7 starkly white bone spurs from who knew what kind of magical creature. He stuck the spurs according to the instructions denoted by the magical yin concentration matrix. The magical yin concentration matrix was a type of demon refining matrix in Chu Qinglan's memories. The proper method was to first refine 7 natal yin demons, and to use the 7 yin demons in forming the matrix. Once the refiner poured in his own magical yuan, the 7 yin demons would concentrate the magical yuan in the matrix according to the matrix instructions. The refining ingredients would slowly dissolve and seep into the main ingredient. The demonic treasure would finally be complete after 36 days of refining with the magical yuan. In order to refine a yin demon, one must first have a ghoul. A ghoul was an innocent who died wrongly and was subsequently buried in a forsaken piece of land. Only if the soul was unwilling to depart was there a possibility of a ghoul forming. Special methods were needed to refine ghouls into yin demons, and it was naturally something that Han Chuo could not accomplish at the moment. He stuck the 7 bone spurs into the bucket as a substitute for the yin demons, and then squatted beside the bucket to attempt circulating magical yuan to his right middle fingertip. He then swiftly stuck his finger in the middle of the 7 erected bone spurs. Although the bone spurs were a poor substitute, they were arranged correctly and thus could absorb a bit of magical yuan. After who knew how long, 7 small swirls abruptly formed on the surface of the water, with the 7 bone spurs as the center. Han Chuo relaxed inwardly when he saw the 7 swirls form. He knew that despite randomly mucking around, he had somehow succeeded. Although he couldn't fathom what the little skeleton would ultimately turn into, he was at ease and drifted off into a deep sleep after a bit of meditation. Chapter 8 Chapter 8, The Infallible 7-Winged Skeleton. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The next day, Han Chuo was still quite drowsy and not fully awake when the warehouse door exploded open. Little Fatty Jack rushed in and started shaking Han Chuo awake, exclaiming in excitement, "Brian, get up! You have to see this!" Han Chuo was bleary-eyed. He'd just been dreaming about commanding the small skeleton to beat up Lisa. He'd been woken up before he could finish the dream, and complained with dissatisfaction, "What's going on this early in the morning?" Jack's eyes were the size of yellow beans and excitement twinkled in them. He laughed heartily. "I'm not sure what Lisa did, but she summoned a weird skeleton that doesn't obey her commands. No one knows what's going on, but pili-pala sounds have been coming from her room all morning." The little skeleton then ran off towards the Department of Light Magic, with Lisa chasing it from behind. "Oh! I swear, I've never seen a small skeleton run so fast in all my years in the necromancy department. Oh yeah, it also had 7 bone spurs as wings." Han Chuo had been enjoying Jack's story until that moment. His expression changed as he suddenly thought of something, and he abruptly jerked his head towards the wooden bucket. The violently colored water had changed to an inky black at some point, and the 7 bone spurs had vanished, along with the skeleton. "No way! I started refining him only yesterday." He seemed to remember somewhat, through the fog of sleep, giving the skeleton a command to teach Lisa a lesson, but weren't there still 36 more days before refining a demonic treasure would be complete? What's going on? Was it because he had randomly used bone spurs instead of yin demons that had caused the magical yuan to prematurely run out? Han Chuo felt a foreboding chill at this thought and hastily sat up. He even ignored his morning duties of cleaning the stone statues and dashed towards the Department of Light Magic, pulling Jack along in his wake. Han Chuo's mind raced through his worries as he ran. He wasn't a necromancy student and couldn't find it within himself to be as indifferent to his summoned creatures as the students were. They didn't care whether the creature lived or died. The little skeleton had picked up trash for Han Chuo and saved him a lot of effort during this time. He had unknowingly developed feelings for the skeleton, and naturally didn't want anything to happen to it. Apart from Han Chuo and Jack, the necromancy students were also rushing to the Department of Light Magic. They had odd expressions of their faces as they chattered non-stop on the way there. "It's so weird. It was such a small skeleton, black and with 7 bone spurs on its back. I wonder how Lisa summoned it," Amy said as she speed-walked. "I know, and the weirdest thing is that the small skeleton runs so fast. Oh! Gosh! Is it because Lisa's mental strength is stronger than ours that she can summon different skeletal warriors than we can?" Athena also wore an expression of extreme surprise, and carried a loud conversation with Amy as they hurried to the Department of Light Magic. The novice mage Bella creased her brow when she heard Athena say so. She snorted, "I'm also a novice mage and I've never summoned such a strange skeleton. The weirdest thing is that this skeleton doesn't obey its summoner's commands. It doesn't make sense at all." Han Shuo and Jack eavesdropped on conversations as they ran. From what they gleaned from the students, Han Shuo understood that his refined skeleton was quite unique indeed. Inwardly fretting with worry, Han Shuo attempted to contact the skeleton with his mental strength. He found out that he could establish contact, but possibly due to the fact that it had been refined as if it was a demonic treasure, the skeleton didn't seem to receive the commands he was giving. It was still running around helter-skelter. The Department of Light Magic didn't lack students like the necromancy major did. Light Magic was a popular major at the academy, and had graduated many distinguished alumni. Light major students had always hated the dark major students, perhaps because light and dark magic directly opposed each other. Light majors hated necromancy majors the most, and light magic was an especially effective restraint against dark magic. Many light magics were particularly destructive towards the dark creatures that necromancers summoned. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that light magic was the nemesis of necromancy. Han Shuo had gained quite a bit of knowledge after returning to the necromancy major, and understood the concepts that were common knowledge to necromancy students. However, knowing all this made his heart grow heavy with worry. Han Shuo practically flew down the road as he dragged Jack along. His speed was such that his frail body even passed by a few necromancy students. The ones left in his wake gaped in surprise, thinking, when did this idiot get so strong after he went crazy? When Han Shuo had dragged Jack all the way to the Department of Light Magic, Jack was utterly exhausted. He planted his butt firmly on the ground and panted heavily, complaining continuously, "Brian, you run so fast. You almost dragged me to death, and you're not even sweating." As Han Shuo's attention was completely preoccupied by the little skeleton scampering up and down all over the Department of Light Magic buildings, he completely ignored Jack's complaints. A short skeleton, with a body as black as ink, 7 bone spurs stuck in its spine, and wielding a faintly glowing bone dagger, was dashing to and fro in the middle of the courtyard. The black skeleton emanated a faint glow thanks to Han Shuo's refinement. The bone spurs had stuck on its back, melding completely with the spine, as if they had always belonged there. 2 leg bones extended like springs when it moved, and the 7 bone spurs would flap busily, aiding its movement. Although they weren't enough to help it fly, they raised its speed so that the skeleton was very nimble. Even Lisa, following in hot pursuit, missed several necromancy spells. Numerous light major students and stone pillars decorated with intricate reliefs stood in the courtyard. The little skeleton adroitly weaved in and out between students and pillars with an eerily agile body, leaving Lisa helpless. Han Shuo was also dazed upon seeing the little skeleton's speed, and then quickly gathered his concentration to order the skeleton back to the warehouse. Unfortunately, it seemed that the little skeleton was unable to receive his commands and continued to flash between students and pillars, making the light major students run around in utter disarray. It was sheer pandemonium in the courtyard. "Lisa, you necromancy students are becoming more and more presumptuous. How dare you lose this filthy dark creature into the midst of the Department of Light Magic? Are you still smarting over last time's loss against me and wanted to show off how good your skeletal warrior is?" Novice Light Mage Irene said coldly, staring at Lisa with provocation. Irene was 17 and had a bob of light blue, slightly messy locks. She had beautiful bangs resting against her forehead, and sky blue eyes that were akin to 2 brilliant sapphires. She wore the hallowed robe of light magic and had set a diamond-shaped sapphire in the collar. It sparkled with a misty blue light that matched and brought out her eyes, making her appear even more beautiful. Another young beauty, Han Shuo glanced at Irene and started mentally comparing her against Lisa. Irene matched up to Lisa in every way, and showed a burgeoning bosom, that was much fuller than Lisa's. "Irene, keep your nose out of my business. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you come from the Camplin family. Lisa paused from chasing the little skeleton and sneered right back at Irene. Humph! Filthy dark creatures are forbidden from sullying the Department of Light Magic. If you're unable to take it away and dismiss it, then let me give you a hand. Irene raised her hands with a noble expression and slowly started chanting, "Razors of light, become a sword that purifies evil, cleave this pathetic life radiant slash." A long sword, made entirely of blinding light, appeared after Irene had finished her incantation. It swiftly flew towards the skeleton under Irene's command. Han Chuo's skeleton had been playing hide and seek, and stopped dumbly when Lisa had stopped. It didn't seem to react when Irene's light sword rushed towards it, and the sword stabbed solidly into its ribcage. The softly glowing black skeleton suddenly flared faintly when the long sword connected, and the long sword disappeared. A bit of smoke rose from its chest as the skeleton swayed a bit from the hit. When it regained its footing, it clutched the dagger and glanced around, as if trying to see who had hit him. Who? That dark creature didn't immediately fall to pieces when the holy light of light magic hit it. Yet, this is so weird. Light magic is the nemesis of dark creatures. Its frame should have turned to dust under the holy light. What is going on? Ah, is it possible that the necromancy major has researched a way to make dark creatures immune to the holy light of light magic? How is that possible? If this is the case, then necromancy's dark creatures will be ridiculously strong. Han Chuo looked around and saw that the light major students around him all wore expressions of fright. They stared incredulously at the little skeleton that was peering around. Necromancy's dark creatures not only took normal damage from light magic, but additional injury would be inflicted as well. Higher-level dark creatures would start to rot, but something as low-leveled as a skeletal warrior should have turned into ashes immediately. But the little skeleton that Han Chuo had refined, according to the rules of refining demonic treasures, upended the normal laws of magic, and proved an impossibly incredible thing to light and necromancy major students. Exclamations of shock and bewilderment poured out of the light major students. Even Lisa stood there dumbly, unnerved by this infallible skeleton. But just as everyone was reacting in surprise, the little skeleton had finally found out who had hit him after a few moments of looking around. It rushed towards Irene with its 5 bone fingers clutched firmly around the coldly glowing bone dagger, and the 7 bone spurs flapped furiously to again give it speed beyond a normal skeletal warrior's. It arrived in front of Irene, grasped the dagger in its palm, and fiercely stabbed towards the dismayed Irene. Irene panicked and frantically threw herself to the left, as she knew she had no time to chant again, seeing that the skeleton had already arrived in front of her. A tearing noise sounded as Irene squealed in fright. The little skeleton didn't successfully stab Irene thanks to her quick dodge. However, it had torn the robe from right shoulder down to her chest, revealing dewy, creamy skin. There was even a small piece of snow-white undergarments dangling on the tip of the bone dagger. The skeleton stood there dumbly again and didn't follow up on the attack. Damn, well done. Slash you with a light sword, hey. Slash all her clothes to ribbons in return. Han Chuo exulted inwardly. Han Chuo suddenly felt his mental strength sharpen along with those thoughts. He saw the little skeleton snap to attention, grasp the dagger again and spring towards an embarrassed Irene desperately trying to cover herself up. It was obvious to see that it wanted to execute Han Chuo's order slash all her clothes to ribbons. Ha, now it receives its commands, that lecherous skeleton. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, he's really screwed this time. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Irene's shirt had been sliced open, revealing snow-white skin, and even a hint of the top curve of her right breast. She was embarrassed and panicked, and was squealing in fright. The white expanse drew the rapturous glances of all the surrounding male, light major students. Irene was a finely featured girl to begin with. Her beauty was further enhanced by a subtle, regal bearing that projected an awe-inspiring and inviolable feeling. The male, light major students standing closest to her happened to be going through the stage of life in which they were insatiably curious about girls, and thus forgot to put themselves forward to help her. When everyone realized that the little skeleton was making a move again, it was too late to prevent it. The little skeleton had already raised the glowing, black, bone dagger towards Irene. No one dared to make a move for fear of hurting Irene with their light magic. A feeling of despair and helplessness arose in Irene's heart when she looked into the skeleton's grey, hollow eye sockets. She seemed to be frozen in place with fright as she sat there, unmoving. Irene watched the little skeleton close the distance with an upraised glowing dagger with a sad expression on her face. Who would have thought that her end would come at the hands of a despised, dark creature, and one of the weakest ones to boot? It was really quite pathetic. Slash. Irene felt a cool draft on her right waist and thought she had been stabbed, but as she looked down, she realized that she hadn't been hurt. Rather, the magic robe had been slashed open from right waist to calf, revealing even more skin. A firm and smooth waist, supple and glistening strong legs, were all revealed this time. Even the teensiest bit of light green, silk undergarments could be glimpsed through the cut. Irene could hear some of the surrounding male students swallow loudly, as well as chatter from the female students. Ah! Although it would be a terrible thing if the skeleton killed her with one strike, it was worse than death to be stripped of her clothes under the hungry eyes of her peers. A piercing scream rang out from Irene's mouth as she scrambled away directionless, desperately trying to cover herself up. What's wrong with this skeleton? Why is it focused on destroying Irene's clothes? Stop staring. Hurry up and destroy it. The light major students finally regained their senses in the midst of the crowd's conversations and began to raise their arms, ready to chant spells to attack the little skeleton. The skeleton stood there dumbly again after that attack, as if it required continuous commands from Hanchuo to know what to do. Hanchuo started to inwardly stress out as he saw the skeleton just standing there. He didn't know what to do. Lisa, standing to the side, had been about to say something, but said nothing after she hesitated upon seeing such a large portion of Irene's robe destroyed. Damned dark creature, how dare you attack the beautiful Miss Irene? Receive your punishment from me, the Sergeant Knight Claude. It was at this moment that a figure ran in from afar. Because his speed was so fast, Claude had already appeared next to the little skeleton immediately after he finished speaking. Claude shot agilely towards the little skeleton as soon as he had arrived. A beam of pale green light shot out with his right fist and landed solidly on the unsuspecting skeleton. The skeleton flew up and out, landing with a clatter on the ground after taking this blow. Beautiful Miss Irene, you have suffered because I arrived late. Claude spoke humbly and executed an urbane bow to Irene after he sent the skeleton flying. Claude was 18 and had tied his silver hair into a ponytail, allowing it to drape carelessly on his back. He wore an all-white training robe and was extraordinarily handsome. Many of the light major girls blushed upon seeing his appearance and started whispering amongst themselves. Wow! It's Claude. He's only 18, yet he's a sergeant-level knight already, and the youngest son of the Empire's Griffin Legion chief. He's so amazing. You're so boy crazy, Claude likes Irene. You come from a small family and you're not as beautiful as Irene, he'd never be interested in you. The light major girls started holding hushed conversations and sneaking sly glances at Claude, as if he was the man of their dreams, their prince on a white horse. On the other hand, the male students regarded him with looks that alternated between hate and fear. As the surrounding crowd engaged in murmured conversations, the little skeleton that been sent flying stood up shakily, his rib cage trembling along with the rest of his body. Irene was completely bedraggled and frantically protecting her upper and lower body, her face flushed bright with embarrassment. However, she heaved a sigh of relief when Claude appeared. She was about to reply to his greeting when she glanced beyond Claude's shoulder and saw the skeleton slowly clambering back up. Her haughty face instantly changed into an expression filled with panic and disgust. Irene pointed behind Claude and hurriedly said, "Claude, I'll consent to having a meal with you if you destroy that ugly, dark creature." Claude turned his head upon hearing Irene's words, and gave a quiet, of surprise. It would seem that he hadn't thought the skeleton would still survive. He turned back, flashed a small, sunny smile and bowed, "I am honored to serve you." Claude's demeanor changed abruptly when he turned away. The urbane grace he'd just displayed faded, replaced with a sharp look shooting out from his eyes. He punched out with his right fist again, and the pale green light once again rapidly shot towards the little skeleton. Who knew that a thin, frail body would suddenly rush in from the left just at this moment? It happened to stop right in front of the little skeleton. The pale green light from Claude's fist landed solidly on the frail body. Bam! Sounded out, and the thin body stumbled a few steps backwards, throwing his head back, and fell to the ground. "Eh? Who's this errand boy? Why did he suddenly rush out?" Surprised cries came from all directions. "Damn it, Brian, are you crazy?" Jack was mystified and howled with a face full of tragic pain. Lisa was also extremely taken aback as she looked at Hanchuo, who had suddenly dashed out and taken the blow for the skeleton. What followed was an even more surprising turn of events. The pale green light connected squarely with Hanchuo, but he didn't cough up blood and immediately die on the spot. Rather, he too stood up shakily, like the skeleton, and wore a silly, naive expression. As for the little skeleton, it suddenly about-faced. It had been swaying back and forth, but then abruptly turned, bent its legs and sprang off towards the necromancy major's quarters before anyone could react. As for Claude, the attacker, he tripped over his feet all of a sudden and sat on the ground for no apparent reason. He panted heavily a few times before standing up, as if he had overexerted himself just now, but after he stood up, his chiseled features wore an expression of disbelief and shock. He cast an odd glance towards Hanchuo, who was still out of his mind. The person in question, Hanchuo, wasn't completely putting on an act with the confusion flitting across his face. When Claude's pale green light had passed directly through his body into his chest, Hanchuo had felt a heart-piercing pain. He almost thought he'd died. Hanchuo's mental strength had been possibly affected by the circumstances in that moment, and he successfully gave another command of retreat with all haste to the little skeleton. To avoid detection, he told the skeleton to take cover in the academy's garbage dump. But what was most incredible to Hanchuo was that he'd felt his magical yuan surround and enclose the pale green light when the latter had traveled into his body. The magical yuan completely immobilized the light, and prevented the light from wreaking havoc internally. "Brian, what are you doing here?" Lisa finally found her voice and yelled towards Hanchuo. Hanchuo had no idea what was going on in his body at the moment. He only felt a bit of heaviness weighing down his chest as magical yuan had enclosed the pale green light. After the initial pain he had felt earlier, his body hadn't actually suffered much damage. But in other people's eyes, Hanchuo was completely crazy. He couldn't even hear other people's questions. The blank expression and naive smile on his face further cemented his identity as a crazy person. Oh, it's the crazy errand slave from the necromancy major. No wonder he was such an idiot. Yes indeed, only an idiot would have rushed out in front of Claude's attack at that moment. Little Fatty Jack's legs were shaking like mad, but he eventually made his way towards Hanchuo and started dragging him away by the arm. He said, "Brian, what are you doing here? It's not fun here. Come on, let's go back." "Just a second." Claude suddenly spoke up at this moment, his eyes fixed on Hanchuo. Setting aside the fact that the little skeleton had run away for a second, he was wondering why he suddenly felt his fighting aura, TL note, mental strength equivalent for knights, disappear. What was going on? Was he mistaken? He'd only used his fighting aura in one hit, by all means he shouldn't have been tired. He'd even fallen, this really was too weird. Did this errand slave have some evil magic? No way, he was just an errand slave. That would be way too crazy beyond belief. He must be wrong. Noble and mighty Knight Claude, you wouldn't pick a fight with an errand slave, would you? Not to mention that this errand slave is crazy, this doesn't seem to reconcile with your distinguished self. Curiously enough, it was Lisa who was speaking up for Han Shuo. Claude bowed to Lisa from a distance upon hearing her words, then gave Han Shuo a deep look. He nodded, "You may leave. The two errand boys can leave, but Lisa, you summoned this dirty skeletal warrior and ruined my clothes. You owe me an explanation." Irene had found a billowy white robe at some point and had flung it over herself. She'd recovered from her panic and shock by now and leveled a cold glance at Lisa. "What does that have to do with me? I didn't summon that weird black skeleton, otherwise why would I be able to control it? It snuck into my room at night and kicked me 2 times. I'm also the victim here." Lisa gave a slight snort and also responded coldly. "How is that possible? If not you, then who? It must be someone from your necromancy major. Whoever he is, I'll find him and make him pay." Irene flew into a rage. "Who? Ah! Bok, when throw away trash, saw it run out from Bok's room." Han Shuo smiled vacantly and seemed to have trouble communicating as he stammered out a few words, but it was enough for the others to understand his meaning. "Hey! So it was him. He must be trying to get revenge for when I beat him up." Lisa's face darkened and she bit off her words. On the other side, Irene's face also wore a livid expression as she audibly ground her teeth. Bells signaling the start of class rang, just as the two were about to track down Bok and make him pay. All of the assembled gave a start when they heard the bells, with light and necromancy majors running off to their respective areas. Only Han Shuo and Jack remained, standing there dumbly. Han Shuo smiled dumbly and said to Jack, "Bok's screwed." Jack nodded his head emphatically in complete agreement, "Yeah, he's really screwed this time." Chapter 10. Chapter 10, A Demon Practitioner Does As He Wishes. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The students had gone to class, but Han Shuo and Jack had yet to begin tackling their duties for the day. After everyone had left, the two also separated to complete their respective work. Han Shuo felt the heaviness in his chest dissipate when he'd finished cleaning the statues. He found a deserted corner and undid the top of his rough, linen shirt. He looked down at his chest and saw that there was an undercurrent of pale green specks of light being expelled from his body. It seemed that Claude's pale green fighting aura was being handled in this manner under the influence of the magical Yuan. Breathing a small sigh of relief, Han Shuo laid his worries to rest and marveled at how miraculous the magical Yuan was. From the knowledge that he'd recently gained, knights were also divided into various levels. Their fighting auras would be different at each level, such as Knight Apprentice, Pale Blue, Companion at Arms, Dark Blue, Sergeant, Pale Green, Senior Knight, Dark Green, Earth Rider, White, Sky Rider, Silver, and Divine Knight, Gold. Claude's fighting aura color was pale green, indicating that he really did have the strength of a sergeant-level knight. If a sergeant-level knight gathered his fighting aura and attacked a normal person, it would have dealt a fatal blow to the target with no exceptions whatsoever. The fact that he had survived without major injury was a clear testament to the fact that he had been training his magical Yuan. Han Shuo breathed a sigh of relief upon feeling the magical Yuan firmly enclose the pale green fighting aura, but didn't dare engage in more training. He was deathly afraid that if the magical Yuan circulated to other parts of his body according to his wishes, then the pale green aura would be free of its restraints and suddenly burst into action and injure his internal organs. Thankfully, as time passed, the magical Yuan was slowly expelling the aura in the form of specks of light. This helped Han Shuo breathe a bit easier. Due to the fact that classes had already started, no one searched the trash heap that the little skeleton had taken refuge in, but this matter wasn't about to blow over that easily. Seeing as it was broad daylight, Han Shuo didn't dare command the skeleton to return to the warehouse, for fear of inopportune discovery. Late afternoon, within the Department of Dark Magic's training field. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had very extensive facilities. Each department had its own independent training field. The training fields were a place for students to test their magic. All sorts of mental testing rocks to test mental strength, and equipment to measure the strength of a magical blast could be found within. The necromancy major also had a few spacious rooms reserved specially for students to conduct magic experiments. Han Shuo happened to have a mop in hand and was cleaning the necromancy training room floors when he suddenly saw a few necromancy students walk over. One of them was someone who had not come looking for Han Shuo in quite some time. Bok. His face was mottled with bruises and he looked quite miserable. It would seem that Irene and Lisa had already found him and made him pay. Bok swiftly grew livid when he spotted Han Shuo mopping the floor. His already ugly face became even more twisted, until it was almost impossible to make out his original features. Han Shuo was gleefully jumping up and down inside, but continued to plaster a dumb, silly smile on his face. He was even humming a few light-hearted folk songs as he clutched the mop in his hands, twirling it this way and that. "You damned Brian, when did you see that little black skeleton run out from my room?" Bok's face had twisted ferociously as he roared angrily at Han Shuo. Han Shuo lifted a completely clueless face and glanced at Bok, giving him a dumb smile. He didn't answer and rapidly walked off with the mop. "Come back here, you're not getting away today." "Bok, how many times have I told you not to bully Brian? Do you ignore even my words now?" Fanny immediately stuck her hands on her waist and yelled sternly after she'd walked in through the door, and glimpsed Bok about to chase after Han Shuo. "Master Fanny, look at my face. It's all because Brian started some rumors that Lisa and Irene beat me up. Brian's the bully here." "Oh, I've heard about what happened this morning." Maybe Brian was confused and saw incorrectly. "He's already like this. Why are you creating more trouble for him?" "Humph. With your magical ability, you really don't have the ability to summon such a strange and strong skeleton." Fanny started talking to herself after this point. "Who on earth summoned it? I am very curious as well. There are rumors flying that our necromancy major has had a major breakthrough, and has discovered a way to make our dark creatures immune to light magic attacks." Han Shuo had run to the corner of the room and was gazing upon the glamorous Fanny from afar. Fanny had tied her light purple hair up into a bun today, leaving only a few purple strands resting on her forehead. This added a striking charm to her looks, causing Han Shuo to silently sigh multiple times in wonder. "Brian, your agony of the soul should be over by now and can help me practice my zombies today. Come, go to training room 3. Lisa flicked her gaze to the figure in the corner and commanded arrogantly. "Lisa, practice is fine and all, but you can't do what you did last time and directly attack him with a ghoul." Fanny rebuked gently, worried that something might happen to Han Shuo after hearing Lisa's words. "I know, Master Fanny." Lisa tossed out a careless reply and walked towards training room 3. It was the duty of the errand servants to help students practice their magic. Han Shuo also wanted to take a chance and enact some revenge, so he docilely put down the mop and walked towards the training room. Lisa closed the training room door with a loud clatter after Han Shuo had entered the area. This indicated that she wished to reserve the room for her own use today. She stood cockily in front of the door and stared Han Shuo down. "You can't run away today." She immediately raised her hands and started chanting when she had finished speaking. "Zombie warriors of the fallen, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence." A muscular zombie warrior with a dark green body, wielding a thick wooden club, materialized as soon as the incantation had finished. Zombie warriors were a level higher than skeletal warriors. They weren't necessarily rotting corpses, but rather had muscular and tough bodies. They moved faster than skeletal warriors and their strength was greater. Only novice mages were able to summon them, so therefore a mere apprentice, like Bok, would have been completely unable to do so. Summoned dark creatures could attack enemies if the summoner gave a mental command. However, low-level dark creatures usually possessed extremely low intelligence, and could only engage in the most basic attacks. A summoner would have to continuously exercise mental control if they wanted the dark creature to attack up to its full potential. Only then would the dark creature follow the summoner wishes and attack in a variety of complex ways. However, repeated practice was needed in order to become proficient and adeptly control a dark creature's attacks through mental strength. Therefore, the necromancy errand boys often became practice targets. Up until now, Lisa and Co had used skeletal warriors to practice on the errand boys. This time, however, she had summoned a zombie warrior. It was plain to see that she was up to no good. Han Shuo was dumbfounded when he saw that Lisa hadn't summoned a skeletal warrior, but a stronger, higher-level zombie warrior. He inwardly cursed Lisa's name a couple dozen times and backed up, on high alert. Hehe, I see you're running faster, Brian, and that your strength has grown. It seems to be a bit of an insult to practice skeletal warriors on you. So today, you have the honor of helping the future necromancer archmage, Lisa, learn how to better control zombie warriors. Lisa's pretty cheeks were tinged with pink and an unholy glee shone in her eyes. Under her commands, the zombie warrior had already started running towards Han Shuo, while she talked. The zombie warrior was wielding a thick wooden club and thundered towards Han Shuo, according to Lisa's instructions. Its speed was quite fast, and closed the distance quickly. The club flew directly towards Han Shuo's head. This club was thicker than Han Shuo's arms, and the zombie warrior possessed great strength. Even if he didn't die, Han Shuo would be gravely injured if he was hit. For reasons unknown, Han Shuo wasn't afraid at all as he watched the club descend. In fact, he felt a kind of bloodthirsty excitement. It was a very odd feeling, as if his body and soul craved battle. His eyes narrowed slightly as the dumb look vanished from his face, replaced with a sharp glint in his eyes. He tensed his left leg and sprang off it, shifting his body to the right by a meter. Bam went the zombie warrior's wooden club as it smacked solidly into the floor, where Han Shuo had just been standing. Eee! Lisa gave a shocked squeal from the sidelines, where she had been controlling the zombie warrior. For the briefest of moments, the feeling she normally received from Han Shuo drastically changed, causing her heart to stutter. She had never seen the expression and the look in his eyes before this moment, and so had emitted a startled sound of bewilderment. She forgot to give the zombie warrior further commands after that moment, and rubbed her eyes nervously. She stared closely at Han Shuo again. Strangely, Han Shuo was wearing a silly expression again, and seemed to be instinctively fearing the zombie warrior. He cowered and trembled as he backed up, giving off the very appearance of an idiot. I must have seen incorrectly. That damn Brian, how is it possible, how could he have, that kind of aura, that kind of gaze? Lisa thought silently and gave a cold snort. She started to gather her mental strength again and commanded the zombie warrior to chase Han Shuo. Although Han Shuo was chased every which way by the zombie warrior, he did not reveal at second time the aura and look that had surprised Lisa, but he always managed to avoid the zombie warrior's club at very last second. This piqued Lisa's curiosity and competitive spirit, and so she fully concentrated on manipulating the zombie warrior as she thought, Brian's actually gotten a lot faster and stronger since he's gone crazy. As the widely pursued target, Han Shuo started developing a strong desire for vengeance on Lisa at some point. Even though Han Shuo tried to reason that he couldn't and shouldn't pursue vengeance, and tried to stop the thought in its tracks, he just couldn't turn it off entirely. And as the zombie warrior became more and more agile, and chasing after him with greater speed, Han Shuo's thirst for revenge became stronger as well. A demon practitioner does as he wishes. A demon practitioner does as he wishes, a memory suddenly resurfaced in Han Shuo's mind. He seemed to spontaneously understand the true meaning behind demonic magic, and the sentence "a demon practitioner does as he wishes" seemed to coalesce into a voice that echoed endlessly in his mind. Finally, Han Shuo gave a low roar as he bent his head and arched his body. He changed his body's trajectory from avoidance and made straight for Lisa's direction. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, this time, it's a club. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Lisa was fully concentrating on manipulating the zombie warrior at this moment, and was stunned into dumbly standing there when Han Shuo suddenly changed direction and directly charged at her. She shook off her inaction in a panic, and hastily ordered the zombie warrior to follow Han Shuo, while she exhaled lightly and dodged to the side. Lisa couldn't make out Han Shuo's expression as he had lowered his head and arched his back, but an aura, as sharp as keen as a sword's edge, emanated from him as he charged. This was completely unlike anything that Han Shuo had ever displayed before, and thus the source of Lisa's consternation. Because the zombie warrior had been a step behind, its speed could not catch up to Han Shuo and thus could not help Lisa in the short run. It was hard for Lisa to maintain her previous unflappable calm, and she ran madly to and fro, terror written on her face. And so, a strange scene appeared in the training room. The zombie warrior chased after Han Shuo, whilst wielding a wooden club, whereas the latter said not a word and charged towards Lisa with his head lowered, while Lisa ran a wild, avoidance pattern around the room. She even forgot to team up with the zombie warrior and fight Han Shuo together. "Brian, are you crazy? How dare you chase me?" Lisa yelled as she ran, alarm evident in her voice. As the one doing the chasing, Han Shuo's mind was foggy and not too clear at the moment. Only the voice of a demon practitioner does as he wishes, reverberated on and off in his mind. Han Shuo knew that he had to avoid a confrontation with Lisa at all costs. Otherwise, not only would the academy punish him, but even Lisa's family would be out for blood. No matter who it was, either one would be enough to make him suffer greatly, as he was only an errand boy. However, reason was reason, and logic was logic. Even though he knew he shouldn't, it was as if Han Shuo had taken the wrong medicine. He pursued Lisa relentlessly, the complete embodiment of a demon practitioner does as he wishes. All at once, Lisa gave a quiet "ah," as she slipped while running and fell heavily. Han Shuo had already been close behind Lisa, and took advantage of this opportunity to close the distance in one giant step. "Ah! Brian, what are you doing? I'll definitely kill you if you dare bully me." Lisa saw that Han Shuo was already standing next to her before she was able to pull herself up. She frantically blurted out a threat when she saw that he was raising his left foot, readied himself to kick her. Han Shuo wore a very odd expression on his face at this time. He frowned fiercely, as if struggling with indecision. Reason wanted to prevent him from kicking Lisa, but after that sentence of "I'll kill you," a hint of cruelty appeared on his face. The hovering foot descended and made straight for Lisa's pert, round butt. "Bam" sounded it as the foot connected solidly with its target. Han Shuo felt like his left leg was kicking a smooth, rubber ball due to a feeling of soft buoyancy. "Ah!" Lisa gave an uncontrolled scream, like a pig being slaughtered, as she cursed vehemently. At the same time, the magical yuan, that had been enclosing Claude's pale green fighting aura in Han Shuo's chest, suddenly churned madly like a whirlpool. He could clearly feel that Claude's fighting aura was being dissolved bit by bit into the whirlpool by the magical yuan's high speed. The pale green fighting aura that had lingered in Han Shuo's body for the greater part of the day had vanished without a trace in the span of a moment. The magical yuan in Han Shuo's body felt noticeably stronger. He felt that the pale green aura had been completely digested by the magical yuan. And at that moment, the magical yuan in Han Shuo's chest started circulating aimlessly throughout his body again, but he could feel the energy, that he had just expended, come back. Even his mental state was in the best shape, as if he had just taken some highly potent elixir. It was then that Han Shuo fully understood the meaning of "a demon practitioner does as he wishes." It appeared that the magical yuan would spin faster if he followed his internal desires, and could even absorb and transmute fighting aura to become nutrition for the magical yuan. A demon practitioner does as he wishes, and benefits himself at the expense of others. So even training should be done this way. Han Shuo's facial expressions flickered oddly as he thought to himself. "Wah, that hurts so much. Damn you, Brian, I'm going to kill you. You hurt me." Lisa clutched the butt, that was still under Han Shuo's foot, as she loudly gave voice to threats. There were already hints of tears forming in her eyes. It would seem that Han Shuo had delivered quite a strong kick just now. His thoughts interrupted, Han Shuo gave a silent cry of dismay inside when he looked at Lisa. He was well acquainted with Lisa's temper. She was well known for getting revenge. She would not easily let him go after what he'd just done to her. Particularly as Lisa had actually cried. It would seem that her butt had suffered more than a small injury. All would be over for Han Shuo if the school found out about this. The club-wielding zombie had arrived in front of Han Shuo at that moment, and brought its club crashing down on his head, according to Lisa's orders. Han Shuo's heart gave a great leap as he turned around to see the club descending, but at the same time, he suddenly felt that the club was falling rather slowly. He picked up his feet, and somehow easily avoided the attack. Han Shuo gave a light as he was slightly astonished, and once again dodged easily when he saw the club descending a second time. It was then that he realized that it wasn't the zombie warrior that had gotten slower, it was that his speed and reflexes that had improved. He still didn't get me. He gave a weird cackle as he laid his worries to rest. He continued to evade all of the zombie warrior's attacks. As he moved, he could feel his body become more and more agile, and even had the spare time to verbally ridicule Lisa. Lisa had wanted to use the zombie warrior to get revenge for her, but who knew that the damned Brian would suddenly become as limber as a monkey. He avoided the zombie warrior's club attacks with a hop here, and a jump there, and even catcalled shamelessly, as if mocking her incompetence. "Damned Brian, you're not going to get off this easily." Lisa grew a bit distracted thanks to the pain coming from her butt. Upon seeing that the zombie warrior not able to get a beat on Han Shuo, she made a shrill threat, and dismissed the zombie warrior back to another dimension. She tried to get up from the floor at the same time, but her butt was in too much pain after Han Shuo's kick, and she cried out "Ayo!" as her legs gave way and she collapsed into a sitting position on the floor again. Han Shuo was under no more pressure now that the zombie warrior had disappeared, but rather smiled foolishly and made his way to Lisa's side. He dumbly extended a malnourished hand and said, "Let me take you to the infirmary." "None of your business, you damned idiot." Tear tracks still streaked her face as she replied viciously to Han Shuo. She could still feel the pain radiating from her butt. Han Shuo seemed to be flabbergasted after hearing her words, and a mischievous, evil glint slowly blossomed in his eyes. He extended his left hand and made as if to touch Lisa's smooth, pert butt and said dumbly, "Then, let me rub it for you." Although Lisa had a vile temper, she was still a beauty. Although her chest wasn't fully rounded out, her butt was uncommonly perky. His heart lurched immediately when he touched her butt. It felt exceedingly tender, yet firm, and was a delightful handful. "Ah, go to hell, Brian. Don't come near me." Tears still sparkling on Lisa's face, she immediately lost her head and screamed loudly when she felt her butt being touched by Han Shuo. She found strength from somewhere and Pili-Pala beat Han Shuo with both arms and legs. One of her feet in particular connected solidly with Han Shuo's ankle. He lost his balance and came crashing down on Lisa, with his left hand still on her butt. A delicate fragrance from Lisa wafted into his nose, and his heart lurched again. Lisa's body felt soft beneath him, and his left hand was still cushioned by her butt. He could clearly feel how soft it was. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck Lisa in that moment, and she froze there dumbly, staring back at Han Shuo. But it lasted only a moment, and she didn't continue to scream, but rather lifted both hands and started chanting with a cold face, "O endless darkness, turn into destructive bone arrows, and destroy according to my will." Han Shuo was horrified and agitated as he knew that that was the beginning of the necromancy spell bone arrow chant. He would be completely unable to dodge if the bone arrows shot at him from such close quarters. Perhaps even some parts of his body would be impaled by the bone arrows. That would not be fun, to say the least. And given that Lisa's expression was icily cold, it was obvious that she wasn't kidding. She really did want to kill Han Shuo. A thought flashed like lightning through his mind as he decided to not wait for Lisa to finish the chant. He abruptly shot out his arms, pinned down Lisa's slender arms and held her tightly. He followed that up with moving his face close to her, and frantically smashing his open mouth against her cherry-red lips. Destroy the MMPH. Lisa's incantation was thus halted and wasn't completed. The two mouths met and a smooth, wet feeling flowed into Han Shuo's heart. His entire mind felt out of it, as if he had ascended to the clouds in a split second. His entire being was drifting away, and he had no idea what was going on. Even before he had landed in Brian's body, Han Shuo had never kissed a girl before. The feeling of kissing a girl had only existed in his theoretical musings before. Now that it had happened, his immediate reaction was to be dazed with astoundment. He only thought, this feeling was much more wondrous than he had imagined. Lisa's face blushed hotly red as her breath came out unevenly. Her eyes were a haze of confusion and she was just as dazed as Han Shuo. She had no realization that she was being violated by Han Shuo at that very moment. Lisa forcefully pushed Han Shuo away after a while and suddenly pointed at him, her little face flaming red. Stupid Brian, why do you always carry a bunch of weird things in your pants? Last time it was rocks, this time it's a club. Han Shuo. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Poking one's nose into other people's business. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. I. Han Shuo opened his mouth, but didn't have the time to get a word out before Lisa landed a pili-pala wave of hits with her girly fists. She cursed as she hit him, damn you Brian, how dare you kiss me? My first kiss was taken from me by a crazy person. Oh my gosh, this is too scary. I'm going to kill you. Han Shuo's mind was also in a jumble in the heat of the moment, since he'd just kissed Lisa. It was Lisa's first time, who's to say it wasn't also Han Shuo's first time as well? Fear showed on Lisa's face, and her butt was injured, so there was no strength at all behind her girly fists. Han Shuo did not feel any pain, and wasn't even tickled by her hits. He didn't resist, and furiously racked his brain for a way to prevent Lisa from further pursuing this matter. Lisa seemed to grow tired from hitting him after a while. Her eyes were a bit red and puffy, and she glared viciously at Han Shuo. After she'd stared at him for a moment, Lisa frowned and said coldly, Brian, I will let you go if you tell me just one thing. Momentarily stunned, Han Shuo asked dumbly, tell you what? Why has your strength grown during this period? You couldn't avoid even skeletal warriors before, but now, even zombie warriors can't catch up to you. Even that idiot Bok suffered a beating at your hands last time. Claude's fighting aura obviously entered your body this morning, but why didn't you die immediately? Why is all this? Lisa stared at Han Shuo closely during her interrogation. Han Shuo inwardly thought, oh, as his heart lurched. His body had indeed become stronger thanks to training his magical yuan, but who would have thought that Lisa would pick up on it so quickly? He hurriedly considered a few options and then dumbly replied with a silly smile, I don't know. Just that I've eaten a few things recently that have made me feel stronger. Lisa's eyes flashed noticeably after Han Shuo had finished speaking, and she put her face next to his with every bit of interest. She focused her eyes on him and said, what did you eat? I won't pursue the matters of today as long as you tell me. Use magical reagents to mix lizard tail and aardwolf teeth, submerge it in warm water for a day and then drink both of them down. That will improve your strength. Han Shuo contracted his eyebrows and thought deeply for a moment, then delivered those lines with a naive smile. Lisa's face wore a serious expression and concentrated wholly on Han Shuo's words. She repeated his words and then murmured to herself. These disgusting things have this effect when mixed together. Han Shuo did not respond and only looked at Lisa with a dumb smile. Humph. I'll let you go today, and will come grab you for magic practice next time. Lisa thought for a moment, and picked herself up from the ground to leave, but then went AO, and cursed angrily, damned Brian, your kick was too strong. Why am I always so unlucky around you? Lisa left the training room madly cursing, with one hand rubbing her butt. Han Shuo swiftly followed as soon as she'd left, quickly making his getaway as well, before anyone noticed. Later that evening, Han Chuo stealthily crept over to the trash dump in the middle of the night. He first tried to use mental strength to command the small skeleton to show itself, but couldn't reach the skeleton again. He unwillingly bore the stench of trash and rifled through the entire trash dump, finally finding the skeleton at the bottom of all the trash. The little skeleton had crumpled underneath the trash as if it was asleep, with no outward sign of life. Several bones were scattered from his rib cage, and he appeared to be heavily injured. Due to his connection with the skeleton, Han Chuo knew that the little skeleton had not been junked. Han Chuo felt a wave of pity and guilt looking at the skeleton's condition, knowing that it had ended up this way because it had received his command to get revenge on Lisa. "Claude, oh Claude, just you wait. I'll get my revenge on you someday." He grabbed the skeleton and cradled it, once more sneaking back to the warehouse under the cover of night. The skeleton's loose rib cage bones clattered against each other as he ran, making his heart ring in pity again. Han Chuo carefully closed the door when they were back in the warehouse, and thought for a moment. He placed the little skeleton in the wooden bucket again and found 7 pieces of broken bone after some scavenging. He stuck them in the bucket, and channeled his magical yuan into them, reforming the magical yin concentration matrix. He was attempting to fix the small skeleton's body with the method used to repair demonic treasures. In contrast to last time's severe weakness, Han Chuo felt much better off this time after he had injected his magical yuan into the bucket. It would seem that the magical yuan had increased in amount after digesting Claude's fighting aura that morning. This set off another line of reasoning in Han Chuo's mind. He securely put aside the skeleton and brought out the foundations of magic from beneath his bed for further study. He had maintained his nightly studies these days, and not even thunder or lightning could sway him from his reading. Even though this was just a foundations book, and had no record of any major necromancy magics within its pages, for a complete magical rookie like Han Chuo, this book was still much too complex for him. Tonight, he cross-referenced the foundations of magic alongside the A Magical Dictionary, and gradually lost himself in the books. However, despite the aid of a magical dictionary in this process, he was still unable to understand some of the technical terms within their covers. He gave a long sigh and put down the 2 books in his hand, thinking to himself that he'd only started building his understanding of magic over the past 10 days. If he could fully comprehend all the material in the books, then there was no point in the continued existence of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. After some thought, he decided to take full advantage of the convenience of his position and eavesdrop on the necromancy classrooms that were currently in session. Han Chuo settled back into meditation after he had calmed and cleared his mind. He wanted to make the best use of any scrap of spare time to meditate and increase his mental strength. Before he knew it, he had meditated well into the night and then went to sleep peacefully. Han Chuo was full of vitality when he got up the next day at daybreak, as if his body was full of boundless energy. The little skeleton in the wooden tub next to his bed was still and showed no signs of life. There were 7 small swirls next to the 7 broken pieces of bone, with subtle hints of black light flowing in the water. Upon closer inspection, he saw that unbeknownst to anyone, the scattered rib cage bones had reordered themselves. The skeleton's 2 empty eye hollows also seemed to have black light sparkling in them and appeared quite eerie. Han Chuo contacted the skeleton with his magical yuan and immediately sensed that the skeleton seemed to be delighting in its newfound life. Also feeling the same, Han Chuo gave a slight smile and said to himself, "Oh little skeleton, you're extremely lucky to be following me. I can keep refining you as long as I have enough magical yuan, and you'll become stronger as a result. One of these days, that Claude will get what's coming to him." Because the little skeleton was still being refined in the wooden bucket, Han Chuo had to get up himself and dispose of yesterday's trash. Once he had washed his face with briskly cold water, Han Chuo vigorously dusted off all the statues. He completed his duties afterwards, received a piece of black bread, and ran off towards the necromancy classrooms in high spirits, a broom in hand. In order to perfectly release magic, both incantations and hand seals are key. If the chant is incorrect, or the gesture incorrect, then you will be unable to perform magic. Magic is a mysterious power, the art of borrowing strength from the elements found on earth and in the heavens by employing mental strength, along with mysterious incantations. Magic then finds its target through hand seals. The necromancy students were either attentively or lackadaisically listening to Master Jean. A few windows down, Han Shuo listened with all his concentration and unconsciously waved the broom in his hand. Jean was the same as Fanny, a necromancy adept mage, as well as a teacher for the major. Jean mainly instructed the basics and foundations of magic, and was in charge of helping students through the more difficult parts of the material. Fanny, on the other hand, taught students how to supplement attacks with necromancy magics and led the students in experimenting with necromancy magic. For all the other majors at the academy, not only did they have adept mages for teachers, but they also had even more knowledgeable, more powerful magi, plural of magus, holding down the fort. But due to the lack of students in the necromancy major, Jean and Fanny were the only two teachers, and only adept class at that. On one hand, it was true that there was no need to dedicate too many resources to the tiny necromancy major, but on the other, it was also due to the fact that necromancy had become unpopular, resulting in a corresponding decrease in the number of necromancy magi. At the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, students could graduate as long as they passed through a gauntlet of exams. Of course, if students wanted to continue their journey with the academy, they were free to stay and study within the school grounds. Many majors would separate students according to apprentice, novice, and journeyman classes, but because there were too few necromancy students, all the students were lumped into one class. At this moment, Han Shuo was concentrating with all his might, and a trace of joyous glee could be seen in the smile on his lowered head. It had been just a few moments, but Han Shuo had already thought through some of the theories that had perplexed him endlessly, thanks to Jean's explanations. His tepid, old-fashioned tone was the soothing music of angels to Han Shuo's ears, and he lost himself in it. Bam sounded out as a student, wearing magician's robes, suddenly fell down in front of Han Shuo. His butt stuck up in the air as his face became intimately acquainted with the white marble floors. He grimaced in pain as he picked himself up, turned to glare at Han Shuo, and said angrily, "Brian, how dare you trip me with the broom handle?" "Ah! I was only sweeping." Han Shuo immediately responded with a panicked, appraised voice when he saw that the person was Fitch. Fitch was 176 centimeters tall and had light blue hair. His thin frame combined with a billowy magician's robe, made him look like a wrapped-up wooden stick. He was a journeyman mage in the necromancy major, and had long wanted to pass the tests to be promoted to adept mage. Unfortunately, he had failed multiple times, and rumor had it that he'd made another attempt. It would seem that he'd just returned. Han Shuo had been enthralled by Jean's lecture on foundational magic and had paid no heed to the broom in his hand. No wonder Fitch had been tripped. "Eh? Fitch has come back. Ha, did you fail again? Looks like you need to try much harder if you want to become an adept mage. I welcome your return. Brian must not have done it on purpose just now, don't mind him." Jean have a light laugh in the classroom, and spoke with concealed banter. Han Shuo was not in the least grateful for Jean speaking up for him, but rather cursed him for poking his nose in other people's business. Fitch had a bad temper to begin with, but wasn't really a bad sort. Even though he had failed on countless occasions to pass the adept mage exams, he still experimented tirelessly due to his great love for necromancy. Fitch was the leader of Bach and a few others, but normally wouldn't pick on Brian and other errand boys. However, both Fitch and Jean had a crush on Fanny. Fitch tried so hard to advance to adept class in large part due to something Fanny had said before, "I will only consider you if you become an adept mage." Because of this teacher and student pair disliked each other intensely. If it wasn't for Jean's words, Han Shuo might have escaped further retribution, but now that Jean had spoken, it was bound to have the opposite effect. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Mystical Glacial Spell Fire. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Indeed, Fitch's face twisted sinisterly as soon as Jean had finished speaking, almost as if someone had stepped on his face with a dirty shoe. He quickly glanced at the dumbly smiling Han Shuo, but proceeded to speak to Jean. Master Jean, this outrageous errand slave dared to trip me. How can I not teach him a lesson? Fitch rolled up his sleeves as he spoke, and hit Han Shuo on the head with his grey magic staff. Han Shuo actually breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Fitch wasn't using magic, but merely his staff instead. Although Fitch was tall, he didn't have much strength. Han Shuo saw that the blow was descending without too much force, and decided to ignore it entirely. He stood there and made no attempt to dodge, just continued to smile in a silly, honest way. Pow! Han Shuo suddenly experienced acute pain when the magic staff knocked against his forehead. He gave a blood-curdling AO, and grimaced in pain from the magic staff in Fitch's hands. Who would have thought that although the staff looked like it was made of wood, it had the heft and hardness of metal? Han Shuo could only feel that his brain was buzzing with agony, and that a huge lump had already formed on his forehead. Damn it, why is this magic staff so hard and so heavy? I've miscalculated this time. Han Shuo thought as his forehead was bashed again, before his brain had had a chance to recover from the first hit. He felt his head grow heavy, and he stiffly fainted dead away onto the ground. When Han Shuo came to, he found himself on a large, soft bed. Faint medicinal scents floated in the air. He noticed that the two big lumps on his head had already faded, and there seemed to be some type of ointment applied to them. It had a cooling effect and felt very comfortable. You're awake. A face suddenly came near him. Light purple, wavy, long hair, sparkling clear eyes, fresh white teeth, and sexy red lips blew out a breath of slight fragrance onto Han Shuo's face. Fan. Master Fanny. Han Shuo's gave a soft gasp at the sight of the pretty face in front him, and his heart began pounding. He pulled himself up into a sitting position on the bed and glanced around, taking in his surroundings. The room was 20 square meters, and a large upright drawer was nearby. It contained a variety of medicinal vials, as well as some bones from magical creatures on the side. The walls were filled with magical drawings and text. In the middle was a pedestal made of darkly colored rocks, with a simple magic matrix formed on top of it. One glance was enough to tell Han Shuo that this was Fanny's laboratory. As Han Shuo was observing his surroundings, Fanny was also scrutinizing him with a great deal of surprise. It wasn't until Han Shuo's sight had made a full circle and looked towards her, that Fanny extended a slender finger and lightly tapped his forehead. A small exclamation of bewilderment followed shortly thereafter. The bumps went down so quickly? There wasn't even any bleeding under such a heavy staff thumping. How is this possible? Han Shuo's heart lurched when Fanny's finger touched him, and his nose greedily took in a deep breath. His lips curved up slightly in satisfaction as a whiff of fragrance drifted towards him. Fanny, on the other hand, was stunned by Han Shuo's behavior. His actions just now bore a few obvious hints of wanton seduction, and was a marked difference from Brian's typical timid and cowardly behavior. This made her pause in incomprehension, but a low sigh of understanding followed thereafter. She murmured lightly, I didn't believe them before, but it does seem that Brian has gone a little crazy. I can't believe an agony of the soul has turned him into this. Sigh. Although Fanny had murmured in an exceedingly low voice, Han Shuo clearly heard everything. He laughed wryly inside, and thought that here was yet another person who truly believed that he had gone mad. Suddenly, an expression of heightened curiosity appeared on Fanny's face and she said earnestly, Brian, the bruises and bumps on your forehead healed so quickly, there's nothing there now. Is this an after effect of the agony of the soul? Yeah, this is really too incredible. I have something to research further again. Necromancy magic is truly wondrous indeed. Han Shuo could only smile wryly with some resignation, as he watched Fanny Pili Pala rifle wildly through her things with great excitement. Han Shuo was just a crazy person to her right now. He naturally couldn't explain that training magical Yuan was the reason behind his body's oddities. Fanny was not wearing her glasses again today, and was exuberantly rummaging through magical items on all sides. After a while, she sashayed towards Han Shuo, holding a light green ball the size of her palm. The light green ball lit up with a soft, green glow, and after she abruptly said an incantation, she placed the ball on top of Han Shuo's forehead. Strong magical undulations rippled out from the ball. It was like a magnet, firmly glued to Han Shuo's forehead as the light green ball sucked out the last bit of mental strength from his mind. The light green ball suddenly flickered like a broken green light bulb. Oh, this is too inconceivable. Brian, you have mental strength in your mind. Oh my gosh, what's going on? Can it be that the agony of the soul has the ability to bestow ordinary people with mental strength, after they have been baptized by magic? This is too unbelievable. Fanny suddenly hollered, astonishment and fright written all over her face. It seemed that discovering that Han Shuo's mind had mental strength was more than a small shock to her. I've decided, this will be my future research topic. If the agony of the soul doesn't turn someone crazy and can leave traces mental strength within a body, then even an ordinary person can become a mage. Oh, this is too unimaginable. Gurgle. It was at this moment that Han Shuo's stomach protested with hunger. The excitement still had not receded from Fanny's face as she breathlessly to Han Shuo. It's getting late today, go back and rest first. I'll come find you often in the future. I'll go discuss with the school authorities to lighten your workload appropriately and increase your rations, until I've finished studying this topic. Joy blossomed in Han Shuo's heart as he heard Fanny's words. Evil thoughts kept crossing his mind as he watched the glamorous Fanny. He thought that good luck was unstoppable when it came. Not only did his workload suddenly lighten and food rations increase, but he had an excuse to get closer to Fanny. It looked like Fitch had actually helped him a great deal with this beating. When he left Fanny's lab, Han Shuo lifted his head and saw that it was dusk when he noticed the fading light in the sky. He rubbed his forehead and discovered that apart from a bit of light pain, there wasn't much else wrong with him now. He completed his afternoon duties with lightning speed, and bumped into Jack at the place where bread was given out. Jack was extremely surprised to see Han Shuo, and cast weird glances at him. He asked doubtfully, Brian, I heard that you had 2 huge bumps on your head and fainted because of Fitch's magic staff? How come there isn't a trace of that now? Master Fanny smeared magical reagents on me, the bumps naturally faded away quite quickly. Heh, Master Fanny is beautiful and gentle. Han Shuo laughed happily at Jack. Brian, this is your food for the day. A voice called out from the dining hall window. Han Shuo swiftly ran over and received a piece of white bread, a small cup of milk and a fried egg. Brother Gotha, did you make a mistake? Brian should get the same food as us, and even a smaller piece of bread than mine. The boy who Han Shuo had beaten up last time waved a piece of black bread in his hand and yelled loudly at the fatty who was in charge of dispensing errand boy rations. Gotha. Gotha cast a cold glance at Carrie and lightly snorted, this is correct, it came straight from the school authorities. This will also be Brian's rations in the future. Go talk to the school authorities if you have opinions about it. Humph. But you're just a small errand boy, you'd be making life difficult for yourself if you said anything. Han Shuo gave a large shout of laughter as he saw Carrie and Borg's angry expressions while holding his white bread, milk, and egg. He purposely smacked his lips loudly when eating the bread, and kept up a long litany of praises. This white bread definitely tastes different from black bread. Ah, there's even milk and eggs. Oh goodness, this is such a happy day. Brian, can I drink some milk? That milk looks so delicious. Little fatty Jack licked his lips and looked enviously at Han Shuo. There's still half a cup left, take it. Han Shuo generously passed it to Jack and pulled him away, smiling merrily as the two walked away, leaving Carrie and Borg behind casting disgruntled looks. Han Shuo took a look at the small skeleton later that night, back at the warehouse. He noticed that the small skeleton was still laying in the wooden bucket, but that the 7 swirls in the bucket had stopped moving. He understood with a glance that this was because the magical yuan had run out, and extended a hand to coalesce more magical yuan into the 7 bone fragments. It was only when the 7 swirls had reformed around the bone fragments that he stopped and went to bed. The yin magical concentration matrix was just one method in refining demonic treasures. According to instructions, 1 infusion of magical yuan should have been enough to maintain the matrix for a full 36 days. However, this expected result hadn't been achieved partially due to the weaknesses of Han Shuo's magical yuan, and also because he had randomly scavenged various ingredients together. Han Shuo felt that the magical yuan within his body had become much stronger after a bit of meditation and training on the bed. A sudden thought struck him, and he wondered if he could use the magical yuan to practice the combative magics that Chu Qinglan had left behind in his mind. Han Shuo's eyebrows knit together in deep thought as he started down this path of thought. He could vaguely feel that there were numerous training methods in his mind, but that many of these secret demonic techniques were a bit fuzzy, as if a thin layer of opaque paper prevented clear understanding. His brows furrowed as he slowly searched through his memories. He realized that the memories in his mind seemed to be in great disarray, and that he could not fully recall all of them. He could only fully remember 3 topics, one of which was the basics of training magical yuan, and the other was the yin magical concentration matrix for refining demonic treasures. Apart from this too, there was another cantrap called the mystical glacial spell fire. The mystical glacial spell fire was a way of using magical yuan, and its power would increase according to the practitioner's level. The practitioner would be able to create red and purple spell fire on his palm if he circulated his magical yuan in a particular fashion amongst the meridians. The red flame was searingly hot, and the purple glacially cold. If the magical yuan and practitioner level was high enough, then he would be able to coalesce his magical yuan into 2 huge red and purple spell fires on his palms. This attack would be both searingly hot and glacially cold. It was as if Han Shuo had received a precious treasure after he had fully understood all this. He decided to ignore all the indeterminate, obstructed memories and started circulating his magical yuan according to the mystical glacial spell fire method. He slowly concentrated his magical yuan into his right hand, but his right hand meridian felt like it was on fire as the magical yuan flowed through it during this process. His right arm became sore, numb, and stiff as that thin, wispy meridian felt like it had been electrocuted. The magical yuan would be able to easily and quickly flow to the hand if he hadn't been circulating it according to the mystical glacial spell fire method. But each time he circulated the magical yuan according to the spell fire's instructions, it was as if the magical yuan had met significant obstacles. Each tiny bit of progress was accompanied by almost unbearable pain and discomfort. It wasn't until midnight that Han Shuo was able to finally circulate some magical yuan from shoulder into wrist, but his entire arm prickled in pain and was useless. He understood that only by guiding all the magical yuan into his palm and fingertips would he be able to truly make use of the mystical glacial spell fire method. It hurt so much now because he was clearing minuscule meridians, acclimating them to magical yuan. Short-term pain was inevitable, and it would all go away once all the meridians were cleared. Han Shuo's eyelids grew heavy, as he was uncommonly tired, and he decided to flop onto the bed and sleep when he thought about his duties tomorrow. He wouldn't be able to finish magic training in one night either. Han Shao had a strange dream that night, one in which the little skeleton obeyed his commands, and beat up that Fitch who had knocked him on his forehead, getting revenge for Han Shuo. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, took care of it in advance. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The next day, Han Shuo was rudely awakened by a heavy trash bag being dumped on him. He had been sweetly dreaming when he felt a heavy mountain toppling down on him. He alertly scrambled up from the bed, and rubbed his eyes to see that there was an extra heavy bag of trash on the bed. He immediately understood that someone must have thrown their trash in through the warehouse window. He nagged and cursed randomly, kicking the bag of trash off the bed. The bag landed with a thump and rolled towards the door. Han Shuo was about to go back to sleep, when he realized that the time must have been late if someone had thrown a bag of trash in. The sun had indeed risen high into the sky when Han Shuo pushed open the windows to take in the view. He sighed in turn, thinking that he had overexerted himself with training last night. He had definitely overslept today, and was about to hurry out the door, when he suddenly recalled last night's dream. He seemed to remember that the little skeleton had gotten revenge on Fitch for him. Han Shuo's heart leapt in fright when he remembered that last time he had a similar dream, the events had actually happened. His gaze quickly searched towards the wooden bucket. He was greeted with the sight of the skeleton resting two bony, black hands on the sides of the bucket, and its left leg bone crossed on top of its right leg bone, swinging lazily to and fro, as if it was enjoying a sauna. It looked very comfortable and looked every bit a dapper rogue. Han Shuo breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it still in the wooden bucket and mused silently for a moment. He got up and shoved the bucket underneath the bed, and only left the warehouse to tackle his day's duties after he'd grabbed a trash bag to plug the space underneath the bed. "Hi Brian, what took you so long today?" Jack was dusting off the statues as he greeted Han Shuo from afar with a smile. Han Shuo glanced around him and knew that he was late because no students were passing by on this path. Classes must already be in session. "Oh, my mind's groggy after Fitch's 2 taps yesterday. That's why I overslept." Heh. Jack suddenly gave a light, gloating laugh and put his head confidentially next to Han Shuo's. He said lowly, "Brian, you don't need to be mad. I heard the students talking on the way to class today. That the black, 7-winged skeleton, that appeared last time, beat Fitch up last night. His face is bruised and puffy." Han Shuo. So the dream really had taken place, with a few marked differences from what he'd imagined. This time, the little skeleton was noticeably much faster and had already finished executing its commands. No wonder the little skeleton had been lying in the bucket in a different position from the night when he checked the bucket this morning. Brian. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you too happy?" "Haha, that must be the case. That black skeleton is really something." When Fitch had been beaten awake, he only saw the flapping of the 7 wings. The skeleton leapt straight down from the window and escaped that way. "Oh. Fitch lives on the 4th floor. It's amazing that the skeleton didn't land in pieces of broken bones." Han Shuo gave 2 dry coughs and was feeling quite gratified. He glossed over the topic and said, "Well done. I wonder who summoned that little skeleton and got revenge for me. I've been so lucky lately." No more unlucky things happened to Han Shuo in the next few days, and no one came looking for him to practice magic. In these days, Han Shuo took advantage of the rare quiet to stand outside the necromancy classrooms early in the morning, and eavesdrop on Jean's lectures with a broom in hand. Maybe it was due to his beating at the hands of the skeleton, but Fitch didn't show up to class in those few days. Han Shuo eavesdropped on Jean's explanations of magical knowledge every day, and was enlightened on many theories that he simply did not understand prior. At night, Han Shuo practiced the mystical glacial spell fire, and bit by bit, circulated the magical yuan towards his right palm and fingertips according to the spellfire's prescribed method. It burned with pain each time, but over the course of these few days, Han Shuo had almost circulated the magical yuan to his wrist. He continued to study the foundations of necromancy, and would mentally note the portions he didn't understand to see if Jean, by chance, mentioned any of those topics when Han Shuo was eavesdropping on his classes. Now that Han Shuo's rations had increased and his body was receiving more nutrition, not to mention him training his magical yuan, Han Shuo's originally delicate body unconsciously underwent some fundamental changes. He started to form muscles, and even seemed to grow a bit taller, while his temperament changed as well. The necromancy students all relegated Han Shuo's changes as the aftermath of him going crazy. Han Shuo basked in the ease of no one paying him much attention, and continued to work and covertly practice magic. He was happy to witness the changes in his body. "O endless darkness, turn into destructive bone arrows, and destroy according to my will, bone arrows." A length of cuttingly sharp bone arrow materialized out of thin air when the incantation was completed, and flew towards a straw figure in front of Han Chuo with a flick of his finger. However, it suddenly shuddered halfway through. Pa! The bone arrow suddenly exploded halfway to its target, and from the look of its direction, it had veered greatly off course. It wasn't aimed towards the straw-stuffed figure at all. Han Chuo gave a low sigh as he shook his head, thinking that understanding theory was one matter, actually using it was another. Han Chuo had been practicing this lowest-level bone arrow magic near the cemetery these days, and he'd never been able to successfully cast it. Either he wasn't able to summon the arrow, or its direction was greatly off course and would explode mid-flight. Han Chuo understood that repeated practice was necessary in order to successfully cast necromancy magic. Only through constant practice would he be able to fully grasp the particulars of a spell, and be able to successfully cast it without any errors or flaws. These days, Han Chuo would always train his magical yuan for a while whenever night fell, then sneak over to the cemetery, where he had once been dumped as a corpse, to practice necromancy in the dead of night. The little skeleton would stand there unmoving once it had hauled over 2 bags of trash and thrown them away. Just as Han Chuo was reflecting on the incantation and hand seals he had used just now, and was trying to figure out where he had gone wrong with employing his mental strength, he suddenly heard rushed footsteps in the distance. He started and quickly hid in the randomly scattered rock outcroppings next to the cemetery. The cemetery was expansive and completely quiet at night. Few visited apart from Han Chuo stopping by to throw away discarded magical ingredients. He furtively practiced magic here because he didn't want to be discovered, and naturally hid out of sight when he heard footsteps sound. After a while, a tall, solidly built, blue-haired, middle-aged man, with his clothes dyed crimson from blood and bloody froth at his mouth, came into Han Chuo's line of sight. He wielded a broadsword and staggered forward with an anxious look. He stumbled directionless, and kept checking behind his back. His body shuddered when he reached the area where Han Chuo had been practicing before, and his footsteps swayed as he fell to the ground. He fished out a grey handbag from an inner chest pocket, randomly pawed at the earth twice and stuck the bag into the dirt. He got up and continued running after he had smoothed it over the earth. "Dylan, where can you run to now?" A benevolent voice carried from afar as a black light flashed and materialized into a thin, frail, old man behind the middle-aged man. He wore a compassionate smile on his face and his master's robes were rimmed with gold. He carried an obviously precious staff that was embedded with a ruby, sapphire, and topaz. A ball of dark green light swiftly flew in from afar after the frail, old kindly mage had appeared. When it reached the clearing, the dark green light abruptly disappeared and a strongly built, muscular-looking swordsman equipped with a long sword appeared. "Master Duke, how should we handle Dylan?" The swordsman stood politely next to the mage and asked humbly after he had arrived. The compassionate old mage, Duke, wrinkled his sparse eyebrows and looked at the figure collapsed on the ground with blood coming out of his mouth. "Poor Dylan, he's probably at the end of his tether. He should not suffer this kind of pain. Eric, send him on his way. The master is too kind." Swordsman Eric praised with an odd expression on his face, and suddenly flashed like lightning towards the still-running Dylan. Han Chuo caught a fleeting glance of a ball of dark green light as blood splattered from Dylan's back, and he finally fell to the ground, unmoving. Eric sheathed his long sword and immediately bent down to search Dylan's body. His facial expression became uglier and uglier. He finally stood up and said resignedly, "Master Duke, it isn't on him." "How is that possible?" Duke was shocked and his expression shifted. He summoned Dylan's corpse with a wave of his staff, chanted a wind magic incantation, and several sharp blades of wind appeared to shred the corpse's clothing to pieces. Han Shao clearly saw it all while hiding behind the outcrop of rock. The dark green light blossoming from Eric's longsword indicated that he was a senior knight. That such a senior knight was so respectful to that duke meant that the identity, or ability of this person, was even higher. It was the first time that Han Chuo had seen a murder committed, and his heart pounded as it raced with panic. It really isn't on him. Duke muttered to himself and tossed Dylan's naked body to the ground like trash with another wave of his staff. Duke shook his staff again, and a strong pulse of mental strength gushed towards Hanchuo. Hanchuo's body flew up against his will and landed in front of Duke. How did you know I was there? Not only was Hanchuo panicking internally, but his mouth was panicking as well. He flailed around with his limbs in mid-air and yelled with disbelief. What a cute, innocent little fellow. Judging from your clothes, you're from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Duke gazed kindly upon Hanchuo and dumped him on the ground after delivering these lines. Yeah, I'm an errand boy from the Babylon Academy. I was here to throw away magical trash. I didn't see anything just now. It's getting late. You guys keep chatting, I'm going back now. Hanchuo stood up from the ground and responded with a face full of naivete. He took 2 measured steps towards the academy's grounds, then increased his speed and ran away with all his might. These 2 weird guys might do something detrimental to me, best get away as soon as possible. This fellow is a bit shrewd. Eric, why don't you send him on his way? Duke spoke benevolently and laughed lightly behind Hanchuo's back. Hanchuo felt a strong current of air rapidly approach as soon as Duke had finished speaking. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, I'm rich, I'm rich. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Hanchuo understood that Eric must have increased his speed and was rushing towards him to kill him, just like Eric had killed Dylan, because he could feel the killing intent gradually approaching from behind. At this time, Hanchuo concentrated his focus for the first time in his life. Maybe it was because he had been training, but Hanchuo, now, not only had an extremely agile body, but was also much more bold than before. There would have been nothing but fear left in his heart right now if he was still his old self. The magical yuan within Hanchuo's body was swirling much faster than normal at this very moment. As he was running, he felt that his body had inexhaustible energy. Add to the fact that he was exceedingly familiar with the terrain, he actually widened the gap between him and Eric as he darted left and right while running. Eric was surprised as he hadn't counted on Hanchuo being able to run so fast. Not only was he a fast runner, but his direction kept changing without warning. Eric's face grew hard as Hanchuo was about to disappear from sight, and the long sword in his hand began to glow with a dark green sheen. He forcefully plucked up some large rocks that were nearby. As Hanchuo ran further away, he felt that he was sprinting smoothly and in fine shape. When he realized that he was leaving Eric's aura behind him, the joy of surviving a cataclysm rose in his heart. It was at that moment that 2 sound waves boomed in the air. Hanchuo only knew that his 2 legs were heavily hit a few times. He immediately sank to his knees and fell flat on his face while he was running away. His face became intimately associated with the dirt, and his entire body fell to the floor. Little fella, sorry about this. Eric lightly called apologetically as he flicked the long sword in his hand. A ball of dark green light materialized and swiftly flew towards Hanchuo. His mind clearer than ever before, Hanchuo felt the magical yuan within his body churning madly. His legs, that had been sore beyond belief moments ago, no longer ached as badly. As he faced the lethal blow, Hanchuo pushed off from the ground with both hands and feet and rolled to the left. Clang! The ball of dark green light from Eric's long sword landed where Hanchuo had been laying on the ground. Multiple fractures crisscrossed over the hard ground like a chessboard. Each crack was several meters deep. If Hanchuo had still been there, he would have likely been torn to pieces. I really didn't see anything, don't kill me. Hanchuo was scared witless after he dodged that blow and took in the ground's condition. He spoke with twisted expression as he hurriedly scrambled up, preparing to run for his life again. Little fella, you're quite nimble for someone so skinny, but you saw something today that you shouldn't have seen. My apologies, I have to kill you. Eric shrugged his shoulder and smiled with resignation. A few rocks, the size of a person's head, flew up as he flicked his sword, and came hurtling towards Hanchuo. Hanchuo freaked out a bit, and anxiously dodged from side to side. As he was dodging, Eric soundlessly appeared behind Hanchuo, and a ball of dark green light sank into his body with a flick of Eric's long sword. All of a sudden, Hanchuo flew out and once again kissed the ground, with all his limbs flung out. The pain from his spine was intensely bone-deep, and the magical yuan within his body furiously congregated in his back, firmly enclosing the dark green aura that had landed in Hanchuo's body. Why do I feel like I've lost a bit of fighting aura? This is a bit strange. Have I overexerted myself? Yes, that must be it. This kid runs fast, good thing it's finally taken care of. Hanchuo had been ready to run again when he heard Eric mutter to himself. Hanchuo's current body condition was the same as the time when Claude's fighting aura had attacked his body, but the only difference was, Eric's dark green aura was even stronger. The magical yuan couldn't fully enclose it, so Hanchuo's back was a mess of blood and flesh, and looked quite terrifying. Hanchuo held his breath as a thought struck him, and lay there, afraid to move a single muscle. But at this time, the little skeleton seemed to sense Hanchuo's danger and seemed to be on its way to defend its master. Maybe due to the extraordinary amount of pain he was in, Hanchuo's mental strength seemed to be more concentrated than it had ever been, and so he gave an order in the nick of time for the little skeleton to remain where it was. The tomb that the little skeleton was in was a bit far from Duke. But if it crawled out of the tomb to hurry here, Duke would definitely discover it. Although he didn't know Duke's rank, Hanchuo could tell from previous events that he was extremely powerful, and didn't want the little skeleton to come rushing to its death. Eric panted a few times, muttered to himself a bit more, then picked Hanchuo up by the collar and brought him to a crumbling tomb nearby. He didn't bother to check Hanchuo's condition as he confidently threw his body down into the tomb, behaving as if Hanchuo had naturally died already. That was understandable, given that Hanchuo was just an ordinary errand boy. He would naturally be dead after taking a hit from a senior knight, how could there be any exceptions? Eric did not tarry after he threw Hanchuo into the tomb, and immediately followed his original route back. There was no more movement in this area after a while. Hanchuo's back hurt like hell and he was busy mentally cursing all of Eric and Duke's families. He didn't dare climb out of the tomb until an hour later, when he gritted his teeth against the pain from his back and slowly, arduously crawled out of the tomb. He expended some effort in touching his back and felt that it was a bit sticky. When he saw the blood on his hand, he silently noted this incident. If there was a chance in the future, he would pay it all back with interest. Grimacing against the pain, he cautiously walked towards the previous clearing. He crept surreptitiously the whole way, deeply afraid that the two would still be there. Hanchuo discovered that even Dylan's corpse had disappeared when he finally made it back. Looks like they've randomly thrown it into one of the tombs nearby. He summoned the little skeleton out from its hiding place and left, cursing loudly as he did. He kept thinking, damn, I'm unlucky. Looks like I should avoid practicing here for the next few days. He suddenly stopped upon reaching a certain place, and glanced at the dirt beneath his feet. Hanchuo remembered that Dylan had fallen here when he was running for his life, and buried a grey bag beneath his feet. Duke and Eric seemed to have discussed searching Dylan for something. Could it be the bag that Dylan had just buried? He clenched his teeth with pain and bent down, carefully pawing away the soft dirt on the ground and picked up the grey handbag. It weighed heavily in the hand, and clinked when shook. The material and style of this bag was so much better than the one he was using. He yanked at the drawstrings, shoved his hand inside and brought out a few silver coins. I'm rich, I'm rich. Hanchuo knew that silver coins were the currency of this world. Brian had never even held a single silver coin in his years as an errand slave. Now looking at the coins in his hand, Hanchuo couldn't hold back his laughter. Even the pain from his back wasn't as severe as before. Swoosh! He dumped out the contents of the bag onto the ground, revealing a dark green jade box the size of a palm. It was quite heavy and cool to the touch. There was a depression that seemed to be a keyhole, and actually a green key next to the box as well. However, this wasn't the center of Han Chuo's attention. His eyes were glued to the coins in front of him and he smiled dumbly and repeated, "I'm rich, rich. 3 gold coins, 12 silver coins and 56 bronze coins." That was the money contents of the bag. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin for 100 bronze coins. Even with Han Chuo's improved rations, a day's worth of bread, milk, and fried eggs were less than 10 silvers. If this money was exchanged for food, it would be enough for 2 years of his rations. Brian had originally been sold for 5 golds to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The money here was enough for half of his life. After a bout of extreme joy, Han Chuo was all smiles as he put the money back into the bag. His eyes then landed on the dark green jade box and green key. He frowned as he recalled Duke and Eric's clothing. It was apparent that the two were persons of some stature. Duke's robes and staff were in particular priceless items. Although these coins were a great fortune to him, they would be nothing to Duke. They wouldn't have hunted Dylan for this money, and to kill even Han Chuo over it. Were they after the contents of this jade box? Han Chuo's gaze focused on the dark green jade box sitting still on the ground as his thoughts traveled down this path. Under the moonbeams, the jade box sparkled with a faint green glow indiscernible to a careless eye. The hazy green glow was extremely faint, and had an unearthly beauty to it. As Han Chuo was silently gazing upon the jade box, concentrating his mental strength with unusual clarity, he suddenly felt a sinisterly cold presence emanate from the box. The box flowed up Han Chuo's mental strength and almost traveled right into his bones. Han Chuo shuddered uncontrollably and closed his eyes tightly. This box was a bit strange. He took a deep breath in, calmed himself, and then looked around in paranoia. He swiftly stashed the jade box and key back into the grey handbag, and staggered back to the warehouse. Back in the warehouse, Han Chuo did not study the jade box further, and even temporarily left the money alone. He hid the handbag underneath the bed with a bit of a fear, commanded the little skeleton to wash and dress his back, then sank into a deep sleep. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, A lot of people are hitting me. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Noon, the training fields for the necromancy major. Han Chuo was absent-mindedly cleaning as he ran through Master Jean's morning lecture in his mind. Han Chuo's eyebrows were slightly as he was deep in thought. A fat figure sprinted in from the door and came to a stop in front of Han Chuo. Jack panted heavily as he said hurriedly, "Bad news, Brian. Carrie and Borg are coming to get revenge on you." Han Shao was a bit unhappy that his thoughts had been interrupted. He frowned upon seeing Jack's panicked face and asked, "What going on? Didn't I beat up those 2 idiots last time? What do they want with me again?" "I don't know, I'm not sure either. I only heard that they're in pain because they ate something this morning. Their faces are all green. They're yelling about getting revenge on you, even Lisa's looking for you." Han Chuo still felt a bit of pain when he touched his back, but it felt a lot better than it had last night. The magical Yuan had eventually fully enclosed the dark green fighting aura within his spine, and seemed to be shrinking slowly. This gave Han Chuo a small bit of comfort. "Don't blame me since you've come looking for death." Han Chuo coldly snorted and tightly grasped the broom in his hand as he looked towards the door. Jack still wore an anxious expression on his face as he wringed his hands. "Brian, it's different this time. Carrie and Borg got a few helpers and they don't seem to be errand boys from the necromancy major. They're all really tall and strong. Hurry and run. Damned Brian, how dare you plot against us? I'll make you pay today." Carrie's voice had already traveled in from outside as Jack was urgently trying to convince Han Chuo to run. A crowd of people had already blocked the training field doors by the time he'd finished speaking. Carrie and Borg really did have green faces, and Borg yelped as soon as they had walked in through the doors. He clutched his stomach and his body spasmed for a while. He vomited a black and gooey liquid, and his breath immediately smelled of a bitter sourness. Carrie's already green face looked even worse after seeing Borg spit something out. His stomach also seemed to be in pain as he coughed into his hand, but couldn't vomit anything despite wanting to. "Brian, what did you tell Lisa to refine? She fed it to us and we're like this now. It's my death or yours today." He clutched his stomach with one hand and pointed an accusing finger with the other as he spoke bitterly. Borg's body felt a bit weak after vomiting, and leaned on the door to keep himself upright. He smiled inwardly as Han Shuo felt silly. He had randomly made up some disgusting things to fob off Lisa last time she'd asked him why he suddenly became so agile and vigorous, but who knew that she'd take it for real and actually refine the revolting things. It looks like she'd experimented on Borg and Carrie, no wonder the two looked worse than death. No, I didn't." Han Shuo shook his head and said with an expression of ignorance. He looked dumb and quite innocent. "Lisa told us everything. How dare you still say you didn't? I'm not leaving until I teach you a lesson today." Carrie bellowed angrily and made a gesture at those he'd brought with him. There were 6 errand boys, including Borg. They rolled up their sleeves and walked menacingly towards Han Shuo. Apart from Carrie and Borg, the other errand boys were from the Department of Dark Magic, but they didn't quite measure up to Jack's description of being tall and strong. They were tall all right, but the tall ones were stick-thin. There were strong ones all right, but they weren't as tall as Han Shuo. On a whole, the tall ones weren't strong, and the strong ones weren't tall. Their fighting ability probably didn't amount to much. He flexed his hands, but still wore a dull expression on his face. An uncontrollable desire to rage and vent grew in his heart, and seemed that it would only be appeased by beating all of these people into the ground. This desire came swiftly and unexpectedly, and it filled Han Shuo's mind within the blink of an eye, like an incantation spurring him to action. Han Shuo's personality had always been rather passive, and very rarely took the initiative to offend someone. He hadn't dared get into trouble by being too cocky, but with his strength and speed now, it was very likely that the fallout would be severe if they fought. Han Shuo wasn't willing for such a development to occur, but he didn't seem to have rational control over his faculties at the moment. This feeling was the same as the situation when he'd faced Lisa in the training fields last time. All rational thoughts had been abandoned, and he took action according to his heart's inner desires. It was then that Claude's fighting aura had finally been digested by the magical Yuan. The situation was the same today. The magical Yuan had enclosed Claude's fighting aura, and his inner desires were strong beyond belief. He turned to see a cowering and shaking Jack. There were no more traces of honest dumbness on Han Shuo's face, the look from his eyes was as sharp as twin knives, with the streak of a gambler's fervor. He handed Jack the broom handle and said coldly, "Hold this. Stick anyone who dares hit you." He paused, pointed towards the sharp end of the metal broom, and said lightly, "Use the sharp edge." Jack was frightened by Han Shuo's current attitude, and stared at him dully with both legs trembling. The current Han Shuo of now was cool, calm, and collected, without a single trace of Brian's cowardice and timidness. Han Shuo shoved the broom handle into Jack's hands and turned with the familiar honest, silly look on his face. He instinctively cowered and wailed, "No, don't hit me. We're going to do just that." The 6 people all rushed in together, punching, and kicking with force, attacking Han Shuo's entire body. He held his head with both hands and backed up fearfully at first. When he had taken 3 steps backwards and arrived next to Jack, it was as if he'd suddenly lost his mind and he barked out a few howls. He rushed towards the 6 people, like a bull gone wild. Carrie was out in front, and his upraised right foot halted in midair as he didn't dare complete his stomp. His heart skipped a beat as he was reminded of what had happened the last time Han Shuo lost his mind. Although, just because Carrie didn't kick him didn't mean that Han Shuo would let him off that easily. Han Shuo felt the magical Yuan churn with increased speed as he ran. It looked like the same thing was happening again, as the magical Yuan started to digest the dark green fighting aura that Eric had left behind. At that moment, Han Xiao only had one uncontained thought, and that was to mercilessly beat everyone in front of him into the ground regardless if they were still breathing or not. He spread both hands and caught Carrie's upraised foot like lightning. He lifted it up and sent Carrie flipping backwards, landing with a huge thump and grimace of pain. His teeth made close contact with the ground and blood was already forming at the edges of his mouth. The four who had come to help Carrie and Borg were dumbfounded by Han Chuo's about-face. Their leering faces froze, and their expressions became a bit odd. "Don't be afraid, he's just one person. We've got 6 on our side and can beat him to death, even if we hit him randomly." Borg lifted his chin and said suddenly as he brought a wooden stool out of nowhere. He gave a great yell and came crashing towards Han Chuo. The four's flagging confidence was renewed upon hearing Borg's words, and their expressions shifted back again. They slowly took out short wooden staves from behind them and followed Borg's lead in rushing towards Han Chuo's head. They'd even prepared weapons. Han Chuo narrowed his eyes, sprang off both legs and dodged to the side as he saw that Borg's stool was about to hit him. Crash! The stool hit the stone floor and its legs wobbled from the impact. It didn't look that sturdy anymore. Borg gave a light as a shocked expression made its way onto his face. He hadn't anticipated that Han Chuo would be able to dodge and make his strike land on empty air. Pow! A quick fist smashed into the bridge of Borg's nose and a bloody flower formed. Borg's head drooped as he staggered backwards, the stool slipping from his limp hands in his pain. His head lowered with a low laugh. Han Chuo grabbed the stool that Borg had dropped and turned to be ambushed by a short and stocky red-haired boy. The wooden stave whistled through the air, and the wooden stool was suddenly raised to catch the stave, just as it was about to hit Han Chuo's head. One stool leg in each hand, Han Chuo felt the magical yuan in his spine churn increasingly faster. He could clearly feel the enclosed fighting aura continue to disappear, resulting in limitless strength entering his hands. He grasped the stool legs firmly and all of a sudden tore it apart. The entire stool was torn into half, and Han Chuo kicked out with his right foot as he held the two halves in his hands. He connected solidly with the guy's lower abdomen, with the latter's face immediately turning white as he stooped on the ground in pain. Han Chuo wasn't about to let him off that easily. The former was reveling in his bloodthirsty feelings and only wanted to full vent it out. Both of his hands started working at the same time, crashing the halves of the stool down onto the red-haired guy's face. Blood splurted out from his forehead at once as it dyed the stool halves red. "Hurry and stop him! That damned crazy kid will kill Alva!" Borg screamed in terror as blood streamed out from his nose, like 2 worms, thanks to being flattened by Han Chuo's fist. Even Carrie was struggling to pull himself up. Despite being struck with terror, he still shakily raised the pre-concealed wooden stave and rushed towards Han Chuo with the others. Pili Pala! A violent series of collisions rang out. Watching from the sidelines with bent legs quivering in fear, Jack watched Han Chuo incredulously. He only saw Han Chuo raise the halves of the stool and bring them down on people's noses. Blood trickled down their faces and the tops of their heads after only a moment. At this moment, Jack was stunned silly, completely floored by Han Chuo's coldly cruel methods. He never would have thought that the typically timid and accepting Brian would one day display such a violent and savage side of himself. Just as Jack was stupefied, Eric's fighting aura had finally been digested by the magical yuan during the fight, in which Han Chuo had indulged his every whim. It was then that Han Chuo came to himself and abruptly realized what he was doing. He couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. "There's sounds of fighting, what's going on? Go check out the training fields." Han Chuo suddenly heard Fanny's voice sound from afar, with rapidly approaching footsteps following her words. He turned back to see Carrie, Borg and Ko look at him with faces full of fear and dismay, each scared out of their minds. They all wielded wooden staves, but not one dared take one step closer. Han Chuo knew that things were grave indeed, and madly ran through different scenarios in his mind. A sudden thought struck him, and he unexpectedly ran towards the training field doors. He smeared the blood from the stool onto his face and head as he ran, then threw the 2 blood-stained halves away. He grabbed his back, where Eric's sword had injured him, and gave a mighty yank along with a great roar of pain. The injury hadn't fully scabbed over yet and it ripped open immediately, fresh blood staining his back red. At the door, Han Shuo abruptly switched from a sprint to a full stop and fell to the ground, arduously crawling towards the door. He stuck out two blood-stained hands when he saw that Fanny and Co had appeared, and said with a face full of terror and blood, a lot of people are hitting me. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, An Evil, Honest Grin. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Fanny panicked upon seeing Han Shuo's pathetic condition, and her beautiful, athletic, long legs quickly sprinted towards Han Shuo. Ah! Han Shuo gave an anguished cry as the blood drained out of his face. He stared at Fanny and stammered with pain, "Master Fanny, you're stepping on my hand." Fanny was nearsighted to begin with, and had run too quickly in her haste, without paying attention to what was underfoot. Add to that, Han Shuo's outstretched hands were on the ground in his desire to present a convincing front, and it all resulted in this current situation. Fanny was wearing knee-high boots with skinny, high stiletto heels. She had been sprinting with a certain rush of speed when she stepped firmly on Han Shuo's left hand. The pain on his face was not feigned in the slightest, it truly was pain that cut deep into the bone marrow. Han Shuo hadn't suffered any major injuries in his prolonged fight with Carrie and Co, but now he was suffering from agony deep within his bones. "Ooh, sorry Brian, I didn't see that your hand was stretched out this far." Fanny was horrified and hastily apologized. The boot, that had been stepping on Han Shuo's left hand, was swiftly retracted in shock, and rapidly shunted to the left, but Han Shuo's outstretched right hand was precisely where her foot would land. Han Shuo was scared out of his mind upon seeing that the sharp spike was about to wreak havoc on his right hand. He withdrew his hand with lightning-like speed and wiped at the blood traces on his face. He pointed at the gobsmacked crew behind him and sent up a wail proclaiming his grievances, They hit me." Fanny's face darkened as soon as she heard these words. Although there were multiple injuries to Carrie and Co.'s faces, they had long since wiped off all traces of blood when they heard someone approaching. They were afraid of being questioned, and in the confusion wiped off all the blood on the weapons that they then carelessly discarded. They had been planning to keep their mouths shut and just chalk the afternoon's events up to bad luck. Who knew that Han Shuo would be so evil as to pin the blame on them after he'd beaten them up? Fanny's beautiful eyes were astute. She threw a glance towards Carrie and Co and realized that although their clothes were in disarray, there were no traces of blood on their face. There were, however, traces of blood on some far-flung wooden staves. She had merely cast one glance, lowered her head to gaze at the blood on Han Shuo's back and face, and wisely deduced what had happened here. Carrie and Co had ganged up to beat up Han Shuo, the blood on the wooden staves was proof. "I will inform the school authorities of this matter. All of you can await your punishment. I feel disgusted by so many bullying a thin, weak Brian." Fanny looked at Carrie and Co coldly and said with a shrill voice, "Master Fanny, that's not what happened. He beat us. Jack, you saw it all, wasn't Brian the one hitting us?" Carrie was dismayed and yelled in a panic. Little fatty Jack's legs were still trembling on the side, he had been completely frightened and was in awe of Han Shuo's actions. Jack cast a far glance upon hearing Carrie's words and discovered that Han Shuo was winking at him and gesturing with his head as he lay on the ground. His confidence bolstered, Jack stuck out his stomach and pointed a chubby hand at the group, speaking with an air of self-righteousness. "Stop lying, Carrie, I'm not afraid of you now that Master Fanny is here. You guys hit Brian and want me to lie for you. Honest Jack won't do that." Carrie and his crew still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fanny's upraised hand and cold snort. "Stop disseminating and wait to be punished." She looked at the pathetic Han Shuo as she turned, and picked him up by the collar of his shirt. She said tenderly, "Come, let me tend to your wounds. You're my research topic and I can't allow you to get injured so often." The fresh smell of her breath wafted towards Han Shuo's nose as Fanny spoke, making him suddenly feel that the part of his hand that had been stepped on wasn't in so much pain after all. His back to Fanny, Han Shuo signaled with his eyes for Jack to leave, and then smiled an honest, dumb smile at Carrie and his group. However, these guys had just been badly beaten by Han Shuo and then had all the blame pinned on them. The honest smile he was flashing them now only appeared to be the most evil, terrifying smile on this earth. 10 minutes later, Fanny's lab. Apart from Fanny, Lisa had also come to Fanny's lab under the pretext of having some questions. Along the way, her gaze when looking at Han Shuo was quite strange, making him feel ill at ease. Fanny bade Han Shuo to lie down on the bed upon reaching her lab, and found a bottle of medicinal solution. Just as she was about to apply it to Han Shuo, Lisa gave a light laugh and grabbed the bottle from her, smiling merrily, "Master Fanny, you're not wearing your glasses. Let me do it for you." Fanny didn't think too much of Lisa's words and nodded, Okay, clean his wounds while I find some gauze. I don't know where I've put it." Fanny talked to herself as she rummaged throughout the lab, whereas Lisa held the bottle in her left hand and applied the solution onto Han Shuo's back with her right. She peered closely at his body and said lowly, This injury doesn't look like it was just formed. Why has it scabbed over on the top?" Greatly startled, Han Shuo gave an internal cry of dismay. It looked like he'd underestimated the peculiarities of his own body. His body's restoration abilities had been enhanced since he'd started training his magical yuan. The injury he'd suffered at dawn had already started to scab over after a short while, to be unfortunately witnessed by Lisa. He didn't make a sound as he knew there was no point in saying anything now. He might as well pretend to be a fool to the end, as if he hadn't heard Lisa say anything. He kept making noises of pain with his mouth, as if the wound greatly pained him. It was at this moment that a surge of pain traveled from him back. He immediately howled in agony and swiftly turned his head to glare at Lisa, only to be met with the glee of uncovering a secret in her eyes. He gave a silent "uh-oh" and laughed dumbly, facing forward again after saying, "Hurts." "Brian, what's going on?" Fanny inquired after hearing his tormented scream. She was still looking for gauze on the other side. "Oh, Master Fanny. I accidentally touched his wound just now. No big deal, I'll be more careful this time." "Then be more careful." Fanny paid no attention to what was going on after her response. An alluring scent made its way to his nostrils, followed by hot air puffing by his ear. Lisa kept her voice low, "Damned Brian, do you think I don't know that you're pretending? Hey! You scared me by pretending to be dead, and then gave me the wrong method for refining medicine. If I hadn't been smart enough to experiment on Carrie and Borg, I would have suffered to death because of you. I'll be frank, I got to the lab before Carrie and heard your conversation with Jack through a ghoul. I even saw the entire process of you beating up Carrie. You're really something now, aren't you? You even know how to scheme against others. Hee, not bad, not bad." Lisa continued to apply the solution as she spoke, but obviously wanted to get some revenge as she frequently pressed down hard on Han Shuo's wound. Han Shao had been made by Lisa and his heart was feeling topsy-turvy. He had no idea what Lisa was planning, so even though the injury hurt like hell, he didn't dare complain loudly. He could only grind his teeth in pain as he muffled his cries. With her plump lips lowered to his ears and fragrance wafting over Han Shuo's face, Lisa saw that he refused to make a sound. She said fiercely, "Last time at the training fields, damn, you even kissed me. And touched me there. I'm not letting you off that easily. I'll be waiting for you at the fake mountains behind the classroom building tonight. You're a dead man if you don't show up." She pressed down hard one last time on his wound after delivering her lines, smiling in proud vindication when Han Shuo grimaced with a low moan of pain. She then walked to Fanny and handed over the bottle of solution, saying, "Master Fanny, I've finished applying the solution to him. I've suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'm going to go now. I'll ask you that question tomorrow." "Oh, sure, go ahead." Fanny responded diffidently, then exclaimed in astonishment. I've finally found it, so this is where I put it. Fanny's beautiful legs walked her over to Han Chuo after her surprise, and was about to dress his wounds when she took a closer look. She wondered in bemusement, how come the outside of the wound has scabbed over? Han Chuo's head was facing down into the bed and was worrying over Lisa's actions. He didn't know how to face her that night. His heart leapt in shock again when he heard Fanny's words, thinking that not Fanny too. Fanny frowned but then quickly smoothed her brow, sighing in knowing wonder, the bruise on your head faded quickly when Fitch hit you last time. Is this all because you were hit with the agony of the soul? Oh, this is simply too amazing. Han Chuo was speechless at the sight of Fanny's self-satisfying thoughts. How can her imagination be so creative as to find a reasonable explanation for something obviously incredibly odd? Fanny became absorbed in a round of wonder and thought for a while, then started dressing Han Chuo's wounds. Her movements were extremely gentle, as if afraid of hurting Han Chuo. Han Chuo reflected that Fanny's movements were so much better than Lisa's, and was about to turn his head to thank Fanny when he noticed something by the opened lab door behind Fanny. He glimpsed a tall, thin figure staring at him enviously. It disappeared upon realizing that his attentions had been noticed. Fitch. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Please let us off the hook. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Fanny did not intend to run Han Chuo through a gauntlet, due to his injuries. She let him go back after she'd cleaned, dressed his wounds, and saw that he wasn't suffering anywhere else. Han Chuo's walk back was filled with silent frustrations and worry. He hadn't thought that Lisa would cotton on to him playing the fool that quickly. He'd played quite a few nasty tricks on her recently, and she'd originally let it all go because she thought he was crazy, but now that she knew it was all an act, she was bound to be out for his blood. He'd unknowingly made it back to his warehouse, while deep in the midst of furrowed, scattered thought. Just as he was about to open the door and step inside, he discovered the two cowering figures of Carrie and Borg by his doorway. Han Chuo had beaten these two the most at the training fields earlier because they were the ringleaders. Their faces were now bruised and battered, and the sides of their faces were even a bit misshapen. Han Chuo's thoughts churned as he saw the two of them waiting there. He cautiously checked his surroundings, wondering how many more they had hidden on the sides waiting to ambush him, since they were already here to exact revenge. He surveyed the vicinity and squinted, staring at the two of them without saying a word. He walked slowly to the side, where he usually washed and scrubbed things, and chose a hard rock. He smiled dumbly and said, "Do you still want to fight?" Carrie and Borg both shuddered when they saw Han Chuo come back with a rock. Carrie hastily said, "Brian, please let us off the hook. It was our fault for offending you before, we'll never do it again. Please forgive us." On the side, Borg was also staring at Han Chuo, with a face full of fear, as he shakily fumbled out 2 silver coins from his pocket. He cowered in front of Han Chuo and offered them to him. "Brian, this is a token of our sincerity. Can you please talk to Master Fanny for us? Otherwise the Academy will fire both of us. Our families are poor and completely depend on the silvers we earn from doing errands at the Academy. Please let us off the hook." So, they'd come to beg and plead. Han Chuo threw the rock, that was in his hand, to the side. The honest, dumb look in his eyes faded away as he rested his 2 hands on his shoulders, lazily sizing up the 2. Han Chuo smiled after a moment. "I don't want those 2 silvers." Borg and Carrie eyed each other, then looked at the completely unruffled Han Chuo. They both bent down, putting one knee on the ground and implored, "Brian, please forgive us. We won't dare do anything again. Stand up and talk, stand up and talk." Han Chuo hurriedly raised the 2 from the ground while smiling. He then responded, "I don't want your silver, but I'll talk to Master Fanny and leave you 2 alone in the future if you agree on one condition." At this point, how could Borg and Carrie not know that Han Chuo had always been putting on an act? Han Shuo's coldly cruel methods in the training fields had stunned and frightened all thoughts of revenge out of their heads. The current Han Shuo had completely exceeded all of their expectations. "We agree to whatever condition you want," Borg speedily replied, fervently looking at Han Shuo. Han Shuo looked at the two in a measured, unflappable manner and nodded. He said, "In the future, the two of you need to hop to it on all my errand duties, and finish them quickly. I'll talk to Master Fanny, as long as you two agree to this." "No problem, Brian, we've got this. We know what to do, we'll carry out your work in the future." Carrie almost tripped over his words in rapid agreement, as if he was afraid that Han Shuo would regret his words. There were 4 errand boys in the necromancy major. If the school authorities really did sweep Carrie and Borg out the door, they wouldn't be able to immediately find replacements. This way, the two's original jobs would undoubtedly fall onto Han Shuo and Jack's shoulders. Han Shuo would no longer have any free time, and was naturally something he didn't want to see. Now that Carrie and Borg had agreed to handle Han Shuo's business for him, he would have a lot more energy to do other things. What a change in fortunes! It used to be that Brian was the one receiving a whole heck of extra work from these guys, now the situation was reversed, and he had indirectly gotten revenge for that unlucky Brian. He noted that the sky was darkening, and remembered that the proposed time with Lisa was quickly approaching. He said with some degree of impatience, all right. I need to make a trip to behind the classroom building. You should go back if there's nothing else. Be careful in the future, keep pretending that I'm that crazy village idiot. If you dare breathe a word of what happened today, I'll beat you two so badly that you wouldn't even recognize each other if you stood face to face." Carrie and Borg cravenly nodded in quick agreement upon hearing Han Shuo's chilly threat. Han Shuo's brutally cold-blooded methods in the training fields had branded a deep mark on their hearts. They didn't dare think of revenge even deep within their hearts. Just as Han Shuo was about to leave, Borg suddenly thought of something and called out, "Brian, don't walk towards the back of the classroom building from the direction of the fake mountains. Lisa just directed Carrie and I to set up 3 holes with nets and tripwires. She said she wanted to test the intelligence of summoned creatures. Don't walk into them by accident." Han Shuo was taken aback, but quickly marshaled his thoughts in understanding. It looked like Lisa had made her preparations early. "What intelligence testing of summoned creatures? It's just something she's prepared for me. Where did you set up the traps? Tell me in detail, otherwise I just may fall into them in the dark." Han Shuo frowned as he asked Borg and Carrie. There was no way those two could have known that Lisa had set those traps in order to deal with Han Shuo. Add to that their current need for a favor from Han Shuo, and their genuine fear of him, the two quickly elaborated on the locations of the 3 traps in great detail. "Okay. See you tomorrow. Remember to thoroughly wipe and dust off the statues on the path to the classroom buildings. I'm going to sleep in tomorrow." Han Shuo showily gave an order to the two and walked off without a care in the world, towards the fake mountains behind the classroom building. Department of Dark Magic Classroom Building, around a bend in one of the fake mountains. Lisa was hidden behind the fake mountain, a corner of her mouth lifted into a snicker with evil intent. Her 2 eyes sparkled with life as she eagerly peered at Han Shuo slowly emerging in the distance. "Damned Brian, how dare you pretend to be crazy and embarrass me? Not only did you scare me by pretending to be a corpse, but you kicked my butt in the training field and you gave me a disgusting refining recipe. See if I don't torment you to death." Lisa thought viciously and her fingers tightened on the rope wrapped around her hand. The other end of the rope was wrapped in a circular loop, laid on the path that Han Shuo would have to take on his way to the fake mountain. Lisa would give a mighty pull as soon as he set both feet into the loop, immediately tripping him to the ground. A big, outstretched net had already been laid out on a protruding rock further up ahead, just waiting to entangle Han Shuo as soon as his legs were tied up. Lisa laughed a silent, cruel laugh as she watched the unassuming Han Shuo approach. She observed him looking all around, calling out as he slowly shuffled forward, "Lisa, where are you? Come on out." "I'm here, Come over here. I have something to tell you. You're dead if you don't come over here. Lisa snorted lightly as she stayed behind the fake mountain. Han Shuo glanced to his left and right again and walked towards the area with the rope lying in wait, as if he was completely oblivious. Lisa's heart swelled in joy and she flexed her hands around the rope in her hands, focusing her concentration on the second that both of Han Shuo's legs stepped into the trap. Just as one of his feet landed in the trap, Han Shuo's body suddenly froze as he called out again, "Lisa, where are you hiding?" The loop was just a few inches in front of Han Shuo's foot. Lisa had almost lost control and sprang the trap when she saw that Han Shuo was about to fall right into it. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw that she'd miscalculated. Just as Lisa relaxed and was about to respond, Han Shuo's still body quickly strode out, evading the trap in the blink of an eye. He continued walking, murmuring in confusion, "Lisa, what game are you trying to play?" Thus, Lisa's carefully laid out rope loop and net trap was seemingly carelessly dodged by Han Shuo with his sudden stop and start. A wave of dejection rose in Lisa's heart and she cursed in a low voice, hating Han Shuo for his good luck, but never once thinking it was because he was keenly aware of what was going on. "I'm here, what took you so long?" Lisa was gritting her teeth in complaint, as her lithe body emerged from a crevice in the fake mountain. "Oh, nothing much. Just that my back was still hurting so I went back and rested for a bit. Thanks for dressing my wounds today," Han Shuo said without expression and walked towards Lisa. A sudden crack rang out, as if fragile wooden raft had been snapped. Han Shuo's body vanished from where he stood, accompanied with his panicked yell. Agony-filled moans followed shortly thereafter from a deep hole that had suddenly appeared. "Haha, damned Brian, you finally fell for it. See if I won't torment you to death today. How dare you play a fool and embarrass the future archmage of necromancy." Lisa's woebegone expression just a split second ago, was replaced a wave of hysterical joy from her heart when she saw Han Shuo fall into the trap. She hollered excitedly and quickly ran out from behind the fake mountain and made straight for the trap that Han Shuo had triggered. Lisa laughed in proud, high-pitched laughter as she walked to the edge of the trap. She brought out a stone as she cussed loudly at Han Shuo, intending to stone him where he'd fallen to take revenge for her latest humiliation at his hands. All of a sudden, a hand wrapped around Lisa's right ankle. Scared witless, she looked down and finally noticed that Han Shuo's left hand was grasping the edge of the trap, while his right hand was latched onto her ankle. He hadn't fallen into the hole at all, and was in fact looking at her with an evil grin on his face. "Come on down." He guffawed evilly and yanked with his hand, taking advantage of Lisa's consternation. The carefully scheming Lisa pitched forward, flailing her limbs wildly, while screaming in sheer terror, as she shot straight down into the hole. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, I Like You. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Lisa wildly reached out in her panic, and by sheer coincidence, grabbed Han Shuo's pant leg, while falling through the air. She immediately gave a strong tug, violently swinging Han Shuo's body, causing him to fall down into the depths of the trap with her. Han Shuo had already quickly checked out the bottom of the trap earlier. Thanks to the moonlight, he could see that there weren't any sharp knives planted at the bottom of the trap, just a few protruding rocks, but those protruding rocks would still cause great discomfort if one fell onto them. Han Shuo's heart was curiously calm with the sounds of Lisa's screams filling his ears. He didn't know if it was because he'd been training his magical yuan, but recently whenever he'd faced danger, Han Shuo's first reaction was not to panic. Rather, he swiftly thought about how to resolve the crisis he was in, and this time was no exception. The trap had been hastily laid, and thus was only 3 meters deep, but during the split seconds of the fall, Han Shuo surprisingly still had the mental capacity to think of other things. While listening to Lisa's screams, Han Shuo circulated the magical yuan that had just digested the fighting aura at a speed many times faster than normal. Han Shuo made his move just as the two were about to violently crash into the protruding rocks. He snatched Lisa out of thin air, catching the girl who had completely lost her head and was screaming every which way, around the waist. He whirled himself around and sacrificed his butt and back, smashing right onto the protruding rocks at the bottom of the pit. Ayo! Han Shuo grimaced in pain as the wound, that had been dressed not too long ago, split open again. Fresh blood oozed out instantaneously. As the primary point of contact, his buttocks also hurt tremendously. Lisa hadn't suffered too much damage while being cradled in Han Shuo's arms. Seeing that she was unharmed and listening to Han Shuo's distressed moans, she started raking a suspicious glance over Han Shuo's body, asking in extreme surprise, "Why did you save me?" Han Shuo's anguished cries were silenced by Lisa's question. His face wore a sudden expression of dejection as he shook his head with a low sigh, "Because I like you." It was as if lightning had struck Lisa as soon as she heard those words. She stared at Han Shuo dumbly, completed shell-shocked. It took her a long while to react as she pointed at Han Shuo and stammered, You. What did you say?" "I said I like you, Lisa." Han Shuo gazed upon Lisa with a face full of sincerity, speaking wholeheartedly, "I've actually liked you all these years, and so have never begrudged you for experimenting on me. Even when you almost tormented me to death with the agony of the soul, I still never hated you. Except, I understand that I'm just an errand slave. There's too much of a gap between my status and yours, so I just bury these thoughts deep in my heart and never dare to express them. I could only act crazy in hopes of soliciting more attention from you. Lisa, was I a fool to do so? I am so mean, such an asshole." Han Shuo sprouted off lies with an earnest face on one hand, and with the other inwardly marveled that he could use such low methods after arriving in a strange world. He didn't know whether it was due to training his magical yuan, or the fact that he had been evil to begin with and it had only begun to show itself after shrugging off all constraints in this strange world. Lisa was completely dumbfounded by Han Shuo, staring at him dumbly and forgetting to speak. She only shook off her stupor and hurriedly stood up when her agitated hands randomly roamed over a strip of naked thigh. When she looked at Han Shuo, an astounding blush actually stole across her face for the first time. She seemed to be a bit embarrassed. Han Shuo started and then lowered his head for a look. That was when he noticed that Lisa had ripped his pants when they landed. Apart from his boxers, his entire lower body was completely exposed. Lisa had actually been sitting on his naked lap just now. Frantically whipping her head to the side, Lisa's voice heaved as she pouted, "I don't care if you're speaking the truth or not, there's no way that I could like you. You're just an errand slave for the necromancy major. I will never have anything to do with you." "I understand, Lisa, I just hope to stay in the necromancy major and gaze upon you from afar. I won't have any other fancies. Now that I've said all the words I've held in for years, I feel much more at ease." Han Shuo said with a low voice and a face full of genuity. I'm leaving. We can forget about what happened before, I won't pursue it further, but don't you dare daydream. You're only an errand slave, the two of us being together is impossible." Lisa turned her back against Han Shuo and hurriedly responded as she listened to his heartfelt confession. She immediately started an incantation and summoned a skeletal warrior, commanding it to throw down the rope that she had planned to use on Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that once girls knew that someone had a secret crush on them, they would be unable to do anything to that person, no matter how much they had hated the person before. Lisa was the same. Lisa wouldn't like Han Shuo just because of his words, but would forgive Han Shuo for his past deeds because of them. She would even help him in the future, because she thought that Han Shuo liked her. Even if she never liked Han Shuo, she would be touched and thus her future actions and judgment would be affected. Seeing that Lisa was about to leave, Han Shuo turned his back on Lisa and smiled an evil smile of a plot succeeding. He then lowered his voice, "Lisa, I can do anything for you. I have done everything possible to learn that if you want your breasts to develop fully, then you must drink lots of papaya milk and do lots of swimming. When showering after swimming, you should massage the sides of your breasts. They say that doing this will ensure that breasts develop fully. Damned Brian, where did you hear all this? Lisa kept her head averted, throwing down a huffy response as she grasped the rope. After a pause, Lisa spoke again, what's papaya milk? Milk will do. 2 cups a day. Han Shuo suddenly remembered that this world didn't seem to have papayas and hurriedly explained. Swiftly turning her head, Lisa flung a fierce gaze at Han Shuo, speaking angrily, shut up. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, and don't tell others that you like me, or I'll kill you. After delivering this line, she issued an order to the skeletal warrior waiting above ground and it pulled her up. Some scuffling noises traveled down afterwards, and all became peaceful again. Han Shuo lightly laughed heartily after exhaling a breath, thinking that he was really become more and more evil to lie so seamlessly and flawlessly. Now that Lisa had easily let him off the hook, it testified to how wondrously effective this method had been. He snickered as he walked forward, seeing that the rope that Lisa had left behind was still there. He tugged on it and realized that the other end was most likely fastened to the fake mountain. Overjoyed, he understood that Lisa must have given him a hand out of convenience before she left. Han Shuo pulled himself up the rope and swaggered back to his warehouse. Han Shuo practiced magic after commanding the little skeleton to redress the wounds on his back. He felt that not only had the magical yuan grown a tad bit bigger, but it spun at a higher speed than before. The mystical glacial spell fire that he had been practicing for a while had finally progressed to circulating the magical yuan to his wrist. This pleased him greatly. Was it because the magical yuan had digested Eric's fighting aura? Han Shuo creased his brow in silent thought, thinking back to resulting circumstances after Claude's fighting aura had been absorbed last time. Han Shuo was starting to slowly suspect that the magical yuan within his body could strengthen itself through assimilating fighting aura. Why did training his magical yuan have such a peculiar effect? Han Shuo thought for a while to no avail and did not continue his musings. He started meditating to train his mental strength. His mind empty and clear, Han Shuo suddenly felt distracted as he was training his mental strength. He was unable to immediately settle into his meditation as he usually did, as if something was disturbing his meditation by calling out to him. It was a bizarre feeling, and Han Shuo had ignored it at first. It was only after his meditations had been interrupted a few times that he started paying attention to this phenomenon. As Han Shuo calmed his mind and started extending his senses, he promptly sensed that the thing interrupting his meditations was underneath the bed. The only thing underneath the bed was the handbag that had belonged to Dylan. A thought struck him as Han Shuo reached for the bag. He withdrew the uncanny, dark green, jade box, perceiving the sinister, cold air within the box. Han Shuo shuddered involuntarily and began to carefully inspect the green, jade box. The culprit that had repeatedly disturbed Han Shuo's meditations was the dark green, jade box in front of him. To this day, he still didn't know what was inside. He hadn't been interested before, but now he had no choice but to appraise the jade box if he wanted to successfully meditate again. He picked up the green key and stuck it into the indentation on the jade box. He felt that it was unable to turn, and an expression of bafflement appeared on his face after jiggling the key back and forth a few times. The key can't open the jade box. Han Shuo was startled and began to grow mystified. He recalled last time's circumstances in great detail, and thought of something. He concentrated his mental strength, slowly focusing it on the jade box. Suddenly, a breath of sinister aura emanated from the box and intruded into Han Shuo's mind, hurting his mind. Fighting back against the pain, Han Shuo concentrated his mental strength as he never had before. Even the magical yuan within his body spun much faster than usual. Bearing up against the invasion of the sinister aura from the jade box, Han Shuo tried a hard twist of the key again. The key turned to the right with an audible click, as the jade box abruptly sprang open, revealing the contents inside. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Don't touch the teacher's butt. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. A chilly wave of aura first spilled out when the jade box was opened. The temperature in the warehouse decreased rapidly, causing Han Chuo to shudder involuntarily again. He quickly refocused his concentration on the item within the green jade box. It was a verdant ball. Its surface like an emerald, winking with ephemeral green light. There was a red dot inside, like a drop of roiling blood, oscillating randomly within the ball. His mind suddenly hurting, Han Chuo only felt that his mental strength started draining expeditiously towards the ball. It felt a bit like when he was using necromancy magic. With the injection of Han Chuo's mental strength, the surface of the ball shone with even more green, and the blood-red dot in the center abruptly let out a small strand of red light. Pain! A keenly honed dagger savagely stirred up Han Chuo's brains. With the loss of his mental strength, Han Chuo's mind hurt like a living hell. He had never endured such cruel agony in all his years of life. In the midst of this extreme pain, Han Chuo should have fainted dead away, but the eerie thing was that Han Chuo's mind was clearer than it ever been. Han Chuo even felt that because his mind was more awake than ever, it was exacerbating and infinitely magnifying the agony. Both of his hands clutching his head, Han Chuo was like a wild beast being slowly cut by 1,000,000,000 knives. He emitted a raspy, low roar that didn't sound like it could come from a human. Han Chuo's mental strength continued to slowly flow towards the round ball, along with the continuation of the inhumane pain. At this moment, the tendons stood out on Han Chuo's forehead, neck, and exposed arms, like multiple worms wriggling in his body. His body had started filling out a bit, and his muscles were now tensed with explosive power. As Han Chuo felt that his mental strength was about to be completely drained, the magical yuan within his body flowed from his neck to his brain. As the magical yuan entered his brain, that was already splitting open from pain, the soul-searing agony seemed to increase 10 times in intensity. The mental strength that had vanished with fleeting speed into the ball, came crashing back like a huge wave rolling onto shore, drowning Han Chuo in an instant. He could finally endure it no more and fainted. He felt the weariness of a 10,000-kilometer march after he slowly woke up, but his brain was abnormally awake. When his eyes refocused, he took a look around and discovered that even the grain in the wooden door in front of him seemed quite clear. He gave a light as the changes within him stopped him in his tracks. The last time he had felt this way was when he gained mental strength after a series of coincidences. He had also felt that his senses were heightened then, and hastened to concentrate his mental strength again upon noting that this feeling had returned in force. Exuberant joy immediately blossomed on his face, as he thought, the saying of what doesn't kill you makes you strong is true. Even that amount of danger hadn't been enough to end me just now, and now I've mysteriously benefited from that disaster. He could feel that his mental strength had increased in spades, and was much more potent than the amount of mental strength he'd labored to increase over the past 2 months. These mystifying things had truly happened, shocking Han Chuo beyond belief as his gaze fell once more onto the dark green ball. The faint green luster on its surface seemed to have dimmed somewhat, but the drop of red within it was even more vibrant. He frowned as he backed a few inches away, and made a close observation of the verdant ball. He suddenly felt that this ball was very similar to something. After a few moments of thought, he started in fright and made a sudden inspection of the ball. It was very much like an eyeball, and the more he looked at it, the more it seemed to be one. The dot of red within the verdant ball seemed to be an eye sizing Han Chuo up, giving him an exceedingly creeped-out feeling. He shuddered rather violently as he closed the jade box with all the hair on his neck raised. A sharp click rang out as the jade box locked itself again, and the key, that had been stuck in the indentation, automatically bounced out. Han Chuo shook his head as he banished the association between ball and eyeball from his mind. The more he contemplated the matter, the more he thought there was something strange about this ball. If it wasn't for the magical yuan circulating to his brain today, his mental strength would have surely been sucked dry by the ball, and he would have broken underneath the inhumane pain. He would have been truly driven mad and become an idiot. But when the magical yuan had made its way to his brain, the depleted mental strength had come rushing back like a river running upstream, and had even been greatly improved and increased. This made Han Shuo feel that the ball was even more uncanny and unpredictable. He could vaguely feel that this ball was no ordinary object, otherwise Duke would have hardly killed Dylan for the jade box. As for the verdant ball within the jade box, Han Shuo could not fathom what its purpose was, but because the ball had almost turned him into a real idiot, his heart still jumped with fear when thinking about it. He stored the jade box underneath the bed again, planning to experiment with the item inside once he had figured out what it was. The next day, Han Shuo woke up feeling that his body was in much better condition than it had been the day before. He caught a glimpse of Carrie and Borg from afar when washing up. The two were cleaning the statues on the way to class. They seemed to have woken up a lot earlier than usual, as they kept yawning, even at this time of day. Carrie and Borg flashed eager smiles and greetings from a long ways away when they sighted Han Shuo, also reminding him to speak to Master Fanny as early as possible. After downing his breakfast and listening to another lecture from Master Jean on the foundations of magic as he swept the hallway for the necromancy classrooms, Han Shuo walked directly towards the training fields. Brian, Fitch is in the training field asking Master Fanny some questions regarding magical knowledge. Please speak to her soon, or the two of us are really screwed. Han Shuo bumped into Carrie and Borg at the door. The two had just finished cleaning the training fields, and pleaded with Han Shuo as soon as they saw him. Han Shuo nodded as he said lazily, all right, I'll go find Master Fanny now. Fitch had some bad blood with Jean, not to mention that Fitch was already a journeyman mage. Therefore he naturally had no need to continue to listen to Jean's foundational knowledge classes. Fitch was gazing at Fanny on the side, completely mesmerized. Love, desire, and the light of greed mixed together and sparkled in his eyes. His eyes kept roaming over Fanny's beautiful body, and he didn't even notice Han Shuo's arrival. Fitch, watch this. Even with my eyes covered, I can still command dark creatures to seek out the correct target based on previous memory. Fanny's eyes were covered as a few zombies bypassed several obstacles, using the clubs in their hands to land hard hits onto wooden targets as she spoke. Focused on teaching, Fanny naturally had no idea that Fitch was not paying any attention to her words. Fitch's attention was purely concentrated on her beautiful curves. Upon seeing that Fitch completely ignoring Fanny's explanation, and that his gaze was continuously combing over her body, Han Shuo thought silently that no wonder this kid has failed to advance to adept class even after multiple tries. Judging from the situation, Fitch must have used additional tutoring as an excuse for some alone time with Fanny. Fanny's covered eyes must have something to do with instructing Fitch on how to use his heart to command dark creature attacks. Han Shuo noted quite a few obstacles in the surroundings as he walked over, carefully avoiding all of them as he moved towards Fitch and Fanny. Just as he was about to reach Fanny and Fitch, Fitch suddenly awoke from his idiotic stupor and turned his head slightly. When he saw that it was Han Shuo, a hint of unconcealed disgust appeared in Fitch's eyes. Fitch followed that up with a movement of his staff, and 2 lines of an incantation in a low voice. Some of the obstacles on the ground suddenly seemed to be alive, as some withered, broken, white bones came hurtling towards Han Shuo's butt. Some ropes also tightened onto the bones and came flying with them, seeking to entangle Han Shuo like a snake. Han Shuo's body was a bit weaker than normal after the events of last night. His panicked dance of evasion was a bit messy, was finally tripped by a rope that suddenly appeared and stumbled towards Fitch and Fanny. At this moment, Fanny was still concentrating her mental strength on directing the dark creature's attacks, and her mouth kept summarizing her actions. Although her ears caught a few sounds, she paid them no heed. Seeing that he was about to fall onto Fitch and Fanny, Han Shuo still reached out wildly for something to stabilize himself even though his heart was calm, but at this moment, a trace of a cold smile tugged at Fitch's lips. He raised his staff slightly and aimed it towards the falling Han Shuo, obviously up to no good. Panicking inside now as well, Han Shuo forcefully twisted his body to the left in mid-air, trying to avoid Fitch's attack. When his body started falling towards Fanny, the results of Han Shuo's magic training came to bear as his body miraculously stopped after sucking in his waist and pushing out with his stomach. But, Han Chuo didn't manage to retract his randomly flailing right arm in time, and it landed on Fanny's pert, well-rounded butt. The ecstasy of supple, tender, well-filled-out curve immediately traveled the point of contact between Han Chuo and Fanny, back to his brain. In curious coincidence, Han Chuo actually gave a light pinch, before realizing what he was doing and backing up violently. He understood the insanity of his actions just now and was extremely frightened, thinking that there was no way Fanny would forgive him. Why had he pinched her butt cheek even though it had felt wondrous? As he practically flew in retreat, Han Chuo looked at Fitch, who glaring back at Han Chuo with eyes spitting fire and a body trembling in rage. It was as if Han Chuo had committed something terrible such as murdering Fitch's entire family. Fanny also exclaimed in shock and immediately ripped off the black cloth covering her eyes. Fanny is never going to forgive me now. Shit. Shit. Han Chuo thought. Papa. 2 slaps. Fitch had been furiously staring at Han Chuo when 2 red palm prints appeared on his face. Fanny was enraged, and stared at Fitch with killing intent, her lofty breasts heaving, and she raged, "Damned Fitch, how dare you take advantage and violate me?" Chapter 21. Chapter 21, It really wasn't me. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. I didn't. It was Brian. Fitch was aghast and loudly protested his innocence. Papa. Another 2 slaps, Fitch's cheeks were now puffed up. Fanny stared at Fitch in a towering rage as she bit off her words, "How dare you make excuses? Brian is such an honest person, how could he have committed such a foul act? It must have been you." Brian was at a loss for words as he gloated inwardly. He hastily painted a picture of honest, dumb innocence on his face as he looked at Fitch and Fanny. He smiled dully, "What's wrong? Master Fanny, it really wasn't me." Fitch was suddenly the most wronged man in the world as he clutched his cheeks and protested loudly. "Stop lying! Get out! Now!" Fanny wore an expression of exasperation that iron wouldn't improve and become steel, Chinese expression of wishing someone would improve, and replied heatedly. Fitch's face was sore and saw that Fanny was ready to erupt with rage at any moment. He knew that any explanation would be of no use, and was deathly afraid that Fanny would strike out again if he sent her up a wall. He smiled bitterly and nodded, heading outside the training fields with a face full of dejection. When he passed by Brian, Fitch paused and glared at Han Chuo viciously for a few moments, gritting his teeth and saying softly, "Bastard." Han Chuo pretended complete innocence of Fitch's hate and even smiled honestly at him in a friendly, kind gesture. How come you suddenly got fat?" Fitch was infuriated and he turned his face away in resentment, after glaring at Han Chuo one more time. He quickly bypassed the obstacles in his way and disappeared outside the door in a blink of an eye. "Brian, what are you doing here?" Master Fanny's anger abated as soon as Fitch left, and she posed a question to Han Chuo. "Cleaning." Han Chuo went to do his own thing in the corner of the training field. He picked up a broom and prepared to clean up the area a bit to get it ready for a subsequent round of necromancy students. "Oh, I see. Oh right, how's your back feeling? When your injuries have healed, I want to take a close look at what's going on with you. It's incredible that an agony of the soul magic could allow you to gain mental strength." Fanny was quite affable when faced with Han Chuo, conversing with him peacefully and helping him clean up the obstacles on the ground with no haughty attitude at all. Much better. "Oh right, Master Fanny, can you not tell the school authorities what happened last night?" Han Chuo absent-mindedly swept up broken bones and dust, and took a sniff of the right hand that had touched Fanny's butt when he had a moment. A faint, delicate fragrance emanated from the fingers of his right hand, making his heart lurch. His eyes immediately gazed strangely at Fanny's pert butt, which happened to be not too far away. Fanny's back arched slightly when she bent down to clear the obstacles, further accentuating the mesmerizing curve of her butt. It was as if it contained a hypnotizing power of temptation. Fanny was a bit startled by Han Shuo's words and quickly straightened her lithe body. She turned to look at Han Shuo and asked in astonishment. Why? Brian, you're not concentrating, you're stepping on the broom. He hadn't expected Fanny to abruptly turn around. Han Shuo had a guilty conscience and hastily moved his foot off the broom, smiling dumbly afterwards. Carrie and Borg are actually good people. If you tell the school authorities what happened, they'll be fired. Life will be difficult if their families don't have the silver they earn anymore. Fanny gazed at Han Shuo in amazement and slightly crooked a dainty eyebrow. She smiled after a moment and said, Brian, you're always so kind. You speak on their behalf even after they've bullied you. All right, I'll forget it, since even you, the victim, pleads so. I won't put them in a difficult place. You are the key to my experiments, remember to tell me if anyone bullies you in the future. Kind. Han Shuo was at a loss of words internally. Sure, what he was doing now was kind, otherwise he wouldn't have the opportunity to blackmail Carrie and Borg into doing his duties. If the two of them left, then everything would fall on him and Jack's shoulders. Who would give a crap about what happened to the latter? As Han Shuo was thinking his random thoughts, Fanny looked at Han Shuo suspiciously and spoke again. Brian, I don't think you're that crazy. Otherwise, how could you say what you've just said? Momentarily dumbfounded, Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He hastily scratched his head and replied with some embarrassment, I sometimes feel like my mind is dull and foggy. I don't know what I do after that. I see. Looks like there are some negative after effects of the agony of the soul on your body. Don't worry. I'll give you a close inspection when your back heals. I'll definitely cure all your weird ailments. It's almost time for me to lead students in the next round of experiments. I'm going to get back and get ready. You can clean up the rest. Fanny chanted an incantation after speaking to Han Shuo, sending the zombie warriors in the training field back to the other dimension, and then left in a whirl. Soon after Fanny had left, Han Shuo left the ruins in the training field and left to find Carrie and Borg as well. He dictated arrogantly to them, Don't worry, I've already taken care of your business. The two of you can now go clean up the training field. Carrie and Borg was happily astonished, and ran off willy-nilly with mops and brooms, overjoyed to mop up behind Han Shuo after showering a round of gratitude on him. Han Shuo had no pressing things to do after leaving the training field. He became curious about the contents of the jade box after recalling the events of yesterday, and truly wanted to learn what the ball was. There was no way that he could ask anyone else about this, and thus decided to head to the Dark Major Library to see if there were any records of the ball. Each major had its own individual library within the Babylon Academy of Magic. The range of topics contained within the books of each library were exceedingly diverse, and held all the wisdom and descriptions of the major's collective knowledge bank. Generally speaking, libraries were not open to the public, and there were strict regulations regarding access for students from other majors. Using Jack's cleaning duties as an excuse, Han Shuo swaggered into the Dark Major Library with a brush in hand. Brian, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be cleaning the training field at this time? Little Fatty Jack was putting books away and was startled into a soft question when he saw Han Shuo walk in with a brush. Carrie and Borg, those two idiots, will be the ones cleaning up the training field in the future. I'm here on serious business today. Han Shuo smiled and picked up a random book in a relaxed manner. He glanced at it and put it back after realizing that it was a book on the foundational basics of dark magic. Carrie and Borg are cleaning the training field for you. How is that possible? Is it because they're scared of you after the beating in the training field yesterday? Little Fatty Jack had an expression of astonishment, but then remembered Han Shuo's performance yesterday and looked at him with a bit of fear. Oh right Brian, what happened to you yesterday? You seemed like a different person. Even though we're really close, even I was really afraid of you yesterday. Han Shuo laughed lightly as he put one hand on Jack's shoulder. That depends on who. If someone is making life difficult for me, I won't let him have an easy one either. Heh, with our relationship, there's no way that I would beat you up. Oh right Jack, where are the books regarding magical items in the Dark Major Library? Second bookcase in the back. Why do you ask? Jack pointed behind Han Shuo and asked in confusion. Nothing much, helping you clean. Han Shuo smiled and walked towards the bookcase of magical item references. But Brian, I've already dusted off that bookcase. Then I'll dust it off again for you. When he reached the appropriate bookcase, Han Shuo started from the last row and started flipping through a book, carelessly throwing his brush to the side. When he had been observing the jade box last night, Han Shuo's mental strength flowed curiously to the ball inside. This allowed him to vaguely sense the magical currents within the ball. The Han Shuo of now wasn't a complete rookie when it came to magical knowledge, and naturally understood that magical currents indicated that the ball was some kind of magical object. This was why he came searching for the ball's origins within the library. Unfortunately, Han Shuo realized after perusing most of the books on magical items that these contained only simple descriptions of ordinary magical staffs, robes and jewelry. It wasn't what he wanted. He cleaned up the bookcase with some dejection and resignation, no longer holding out hope for answers here. He then moved to the bookcases holding books on necromancy. Since he had made his way to the library, he couldn't very well leave empty-handed. He should bring at least one book back for further study, Han Shuo mused as he started browsing through the books. The books at the top of the bookcases dealt with higher-level magic. He wouldn't understand them even he took them home. Therefore, he turned his attention to the lower level. A book of the description of dark creatures caught his eye. He flipped through a few pages and discovered that it recorded some of the particulars of summoning dark creatures. Happy at heart, Han Shuo immediately went to find Jack and waved the description of dark creatures at Jack. He chuckled, "Jack, I'm taking this book back for further study. Cover for me, don't let other people find out." He didn't wait for Jack to respond and happily stuffed the book into his clothes, grabbed the brush he'd discarded earlier, and left the library. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Earn some spending money. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Time flew. Half a month had passed by in a blink of an eye. This half of a month was one of the most relaxing periods of time that Han Shuo had ever had. The cleaning duties that had originally belonged to him were taken care of by Borg and Carrie. And because Han Shuo's back was injured, Fanny didn't come looking for him to conduct more research. Han Shuo learned from Jeff that even Fitch had gone in again to give the Adept Mage qualification trials another go. Therefore, this major enemy was temporarily not a threat. Ever since Han Shuo's shameless confession of love at the bottom of the trap, Lisa's attitude towards Han Shuo had undergone a drastic change. Not only did she not pick on Han Shuo anymore, but she often protected him, forbidding other students to practice necromancy magic on him. Given the situation, apart from eating, sleeping, drinking and showering, Han Shuo spent all the rest of his free time on practicing magic and studying the foundations of necromancy and the descriptions of dark creatures. To be honest, the injuries on Han Shuo's back had long since healed, thanks to him practicing magic. There wasn't even a scar left anymore. The current Han Shuo had grown another 2 centimeters, and was now 170 centimeters. Thanks to practicing magic and sufficient nutrition from rations, his previous weak beyond belief body had started to slowly firm up and increase in strength. There were even muscles forming on his chest and arms. Unbeknownst to anyone else, Han Shuo's body and strength had slowly changed without anyone knowing. He had also progressed to the crucial point of training for the mystical glacial spell fire. When Han Shuo circulated his magical yuan, he could proceed according to the spell's instructions, and bring his magical yuan to the palms of his hands. Whenever Han Shuo started up the mystical glacial spell fire and circulated his magical yuan to his left and right palm, he could feel that the center of his palms respectively turned glacially cold and searingly hot. The surface of his skin would be tinged faint purple and red, causing the center of his hands to look quite odd. Han Shuo didn't dare do anything rash with the weird jade box in the meantime. He was deathly afraid that last time's situation would happen again. He was temporarily unwilling to take that kind of risk again before he got a handle on what the round ball was and its purpose. Thanks to studying the descriptions of dark creatures over the past 2 weeks, Han Shuo had a much clearer understanding of the particulars of summoning specific dark creatures. He also understood how to communicate with them, and how to send them back to the other dimension. However, even though the incantation for sending a summoned dark creature back to the other dimension was recorded in the description of dark creatures, and Han Shuo believed that he was absolutely capable of doing so with his current level of mental strength, he didn't dare take action. This was because he wasn't sure if he could summon the little skeleton again if he sent it back to the other dimension. The black skeleton with 7 bone spurs was the result of Han Shuo's painstaking refinement according to the methods of refining a demonic treasure. Not only was it superior in all aspects to ordinary skeletons, but it had a scary immunity to light magic. Han Shuo had spent his days and nights with the little skeleton during this time. It had also helped Han Shuo greatly, causing Han Shuo to grow attached to it. He was worried that if he sent it to the other dimension, he would lose it forever if he was unable to summon it next time. It was because of this concern that although Han Shuo was confident he would be able to send it back to the other dimension, he still hesitated to do so. He'd rather have the little skeleton live under his bed, resolutely keeping it even when that meant running the risk of discovery by others. The little black skeleton was lazily lying in a wooden bucket, its bones as black as ink and glowing with a faint haze. In the past 2 weeks, Han Shuo had often injected magical yuan into the bucket, continuing to refine it according to the magical yin concentration matrix. Under Han Shuo's continual refinement, the little skeleton's body became more and more agile and strong. Its bone dagger was actually even stronger than ordinary knives and swords. Han Shuo had once experimented with a piece of broken bone, and discovered that the broken bone had been immediately cut in half when the bone dagger had sliced down. As the little skeleton underwent changes, so did Han Shuo benefit from training in the solid realm. His body also received a mysterious makeover. The only thing was, Han Shuo had still been unable to break through this demonic realm level. He carefully went through old Fart Chu Kinglan's memories, adding some of his reflections on what had happened recently, and came to one conclusion: if he wanted to quickly reach perfection in the solid realm, breaking things was the most effective and efficient way. Whenever Han Shuo had been severely beaten, or suffered injuries on his body would quickly repair itself through magic training. And every time after recovery, his body would be more stronger than before. His skin and bones would be more resilient. It was only after damage and injury that his progress in the solid realm would pick up. When he thought through this point, Han Shuo gave an involuntary ironic smile. This kind of magic training was death by masochism. But since he had started on this path, he had to find a way to quickly break through the solid realm in order to gain more strength and power. On this day, Han Shuo's figure appeared at the doors of the martial arts school of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. After a few days of gathering information, Han Shuo understood that a place for cultivating warriors and knights existed within this school. However, the warriors and knights were trained separately. The ranks of the warrior students were mostly filled with commoners. Their training mostly consisted of practicing their fighting aura and being instilled with notions of loyalty to their liege. The students within the school of knights mostly came from noble families, and was a training field for the powerful families and military forces, as well as the royal sons of the empire. These students hailed from uncommon origins and had varying degrees of influence within their families. Not only did they practice their fighting aura, but they were also here to learn the manners and graces of the nobility, strategies of war and art of command. These students absorbed a variety of knowledge within the school of knights, all for the purpose of obtaining a good opportunity in the future, whether in their family or within the empire. The families of these knight students were all rather wealthy, and on the path of becoming a senior knight, did not bat an eye spending money to hire a few commoners for use in practicing battle and martial arts techniques. A few commoners who felt they possessed tough bodies would take the pummeling in return for money and rich rewards. Even a few warrior students would become willing human targets in return for money. However, it wasn't an easy task to earn this money. Knight students would sometimes miscalculate and even beat a few human targets to death. But because this was a mutually agreed, both sides willing transaction that the knight students had paid for, no one cared if the human targets were beaten to death. They were asking for it, after all. Han Shuo had come here to become one of the human targets. But he wasn't in it for the money, he wanted to temper his body in order to break through the solid realm. Numerous human targets stood within a spacious lobby. Each was strong and fit, all wearing the grubby clothing of poor commoners. Han Shuo concentrated his attention for a moment and discovered some warrior students mixed into the crowd. Some had been drawn in by the academy's reputation, and some were students from the warrior school. You're an errand boy for the academy. But your body isn't very strong, and you're not a warrior. You're asking for death coming here. Little fellow, let me advise you to avoid pursuing this pay, otherwise you could really be beaten to death. A thin old man said to Han Shuo as he looked over from the doors at the front of the lobby. Old man Jeff was 50-some years old, and in the same occupation as Han Shuo. He wore an errand boy's clothes and was in charge of registering the human targets. He had some misgivings about the frailty of Han Shuo's body and so tried to persuade Han Shuo out of kindness. No worries, Mr. Jeff, please register me. I'd like to try. Han Shuo looked at Jeff and spoke sincerely. Since you insist, I'll register you. AI. Do you think this is easy money? If you really are beaten to death, don't blame me for not warning you. Upon seeing Han Shuo was still insistent after a few attempts, and that others behind in the line were impatiently calling out, Jeff gave up trying to convince Han Shuo and agreed, putting down Brian in the register. A few other human targets looked at him oddly when Han Shuo walked in through the doors. The eyes of most were filled with disdain, and the kind-hearted few wore expressions of pity and regret, even trying to convince Han Shuo not to try. Although Han Shuo's body was a bit stronger than before due to practicing magic, he was still quite a ways off from the burly men whose arms were thicker than his thighs. Brian had been all skin and bones like a skinny monkey, and Han Shuo was only marginally stronger in comparison. Listen to me, leave while you still can, otherwise you'll surely be beaten to death. As Han Shuo took in his surroundings, a thin, 20-some-year-old youth walked over to Han Shuo and tried to persuade him. This youth wore the clothes of a warrior student. Even though his body didn't look too well built either, he was undoubtedly much stronger than those who looked strong on the outside, but hadn't practiced any martial arts techniques simply because he was a warrior student. Thank you, I want to try. Han Shuo flashed a friendly smile and spoke lightly as he nodded at the youth. I'm called Cal, and I come here often to earn some extra money. Even though I'm a sergeant knight, I've still suffered serious injuries before. I've seen too many who were beaten to death because they wanted to earn some money, so I hope you can take my advice. Leave while you still can, otherwise you'll truly regret it. Cal looked at Han Shuo with sincerity, dissuading Han Shuo with a face of genuity. Han Shuo smiled and shook his head. I'm called Brian. Very nice to meet you, Cal. I'm grateful for your good intentions, but I must try. Cal gave an involuntary sigh upon seeing Han Shuo's determination, and shook his head without saying anything. Cal's gaze, however, was full of pity, as if he felt that Han Shuo was surely dead without a doubt. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, This kid's a bit strong. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Alright, our noble future knights are coming this way. Good luck. Jeff suddenly yelled loudly as Han Shuo and Cal were talking. More than 10 colorfully dressed knight students wearing exquisite swords walked in through the lobby doors following Jeff's announcement. Most of them were teenage boys, with an exceedingly few amount of young girls. They cast arrogant looks in judgment, sizing up the human targets in the lobby. The warriors in the lobby were the first to be noticed. These guys had much more strength than the average person, and would be the most beneficial in terms of real combat experience. They were thus naturally the first to draw attention. The group of warriors that Cal headed up were the first to be targeted by the students. As the crowd of students haggled over an acceptable price, the group of warriors were led away for practice at the training field. Cal was one of them, and he cast a regretful glance from afar at Han Chuo as he left. Warriors were the strongest out of all the human targets, and the most useful for knight students in terms of actual combat practice. If knight students wished to hire them, then the amount they would have to pay would naturally be far above that of ordinary, burly commoner. After the warrior human targets, who had been mixed throughout the lobby, had been hired away as first pick, those remaining were all commoners. Of those, the ones who were brawny and stocky became the first to be selected. Some flexed their huge muscles, showing off bodybuilding poses that screamed, "I am so strong, my muscles are awesome." They wore fawning smiles as they looked at the future knights, hoping to be selected and receive rich compensation in return. Han Chuo's body was unremarkable to begin with, and being completely obscured by a crowd of tall and strong muscle men, he was taken even less seriously. Han Chuo started to become secretly anxious as he saw the knight students pick their targets and leave one by one. The three muscle men next to him were standing in three different directions, almost completely covering him. The knight students probably couldn't even see him. As Han Chuo fretted, he also tried to find a way to stand out. "Hi, big guy, excuse me." Han Chuo patted the 2-meter mountain of flesh ahead of him and flashed a friendly smile. The brawny man's skin was copper-colored, and his back was a sturdy frame. Muscles rippled through his 2-meter-tall height, like a bodybuilder who Han Chuo had seen before. When he heard Han Chuo speak, the man turned around and glared at Han Chuo with a vicious look. His right bicep muscle abruptly curled and tensed, forming a small mountain of flesh. He then laughed coldly in pride, and turned his head without another word. So what if you have big muscles?" Han Chuo also gave a cold laugh internally and reached out with his left hand. He placed it on the man's waist, and suddenly pushed forward hard. "Don don don." The big muscle man stumbled and staggered forward 3 steps following the inrush of the force from Han Chuo's strong push. The lobby was already extremely crowded thanks to the presence of many mountains of flesh. People around him were shoved against their will when this person suddenly came crashing in. The area in front of Han Chuo immediately became quite chaotic. "Damn it, Daniel, do you want to break the rules?" The other mountains of flesh, that had been body slammed by the mountain of flesh called Daniel, roared furiously after steadying himself. "It wasn't me. It was the kid behind me." Daniel protested his innocence to the burly man beside him, and immediately glared at Han Chuo ferociously, saying coldly, "Kid, do you want to die early?" At this moment, Han Chuo had already taken advantage of the situation to slip out and occupy one of the better positions on the other side of the lobby. Upon hearing Daniel's words, Han Chuo gave a cold laugh and also stretched out his right hand, making the same bodybuilding pose that Daniel had just made. He flexed his biceps and made an "I am so strong" gesture, cocking an eyebrow and gazing at Daniel provocatively. A few additional knight students walked in suddenly and was about to pick the human targets in the back. They all halted their motions of hiring and looked over in interest, when they realized that there seemed to be something interesting going on. Han Chuo had arrogantly struck such an outrageous pose because he had seen these new knight students walk in. Based on Han Chuo's body condition, it would be a bit difficult to be chosen out of the crowd. Trying to gain attention with his body and self-boasting would also most likely not amount to much. The fastest shortcut was to use tyrannical strength to rout a mountain of flesh. Only then would the knight students change their minds about him. Except, even though Han Chuo had struck a cocky, provocative pose, he was still an idiot in the eyes of others. If a mountain of flesh like Daniel had made such a gesture, it would have naturally been quite intimidating. But, when a 170 centimeters tall and thin Han Chuo strutted arrogantly amongst so many mountains of flesh, one could only say ridiculous, courting death. Ha, kid, since you seek death, I'll send you on your way. Daniel did not immediately erupt into a full-blown rage when faced with Han Shuo's provocation, but was rather delighted. He laughed loudly, raised an arm thicker than Han Shuo's thigh and grabbed for Han Shuo. In the lobby, fights often broke out between human targets seeking to distinguish themselves and attract the attentions of a rich and powerful knight student. This was a common sight. Daniel was naturally happy instead of angry when he saw that Han Shuo's reckless provocation was playing right into his plans. He would be able to use this kid to prove his aggressiveness and ferocity in front of the knight students. Except, muscular and fierce people were usually all brawn and no brains. Daniel had given no thought to how much strength Han Shuo would have needed, with his body condition, in order to push Daniel forcefully from the piles of flesh and even cause those he'd crashed into to stagger as well. The errand boy in charge of registering names, Jeff, couldn't bear to see Daniel reach towards Han Shuo and called out involuntarily, "Daniel, he's an errand boy for the students. You can't harm him seriously." "I will." Daniel smiled in response and didn't slow his right hand, still going towards Han Shuo. A few human targets with good intentions and some of the kinder knight students winced in anticipation. Some of the young female knight students even screamed in fear. Just as Daniel's meaty hand was about to fall upon Han Shuo's head, Han Shuo's body suddenly shifted from the position he had been standing in, causing Daniel's incoming hand to grasp at this air. Han Shuo also laughed weirdly at this moment, as if mocking Daniel's incompetence. He stuck out his left arm again, and curled his left bicep with the same posture. His right finger pointed at the small muscle that had flexed on his bicep and nodded towards Daniel. His meaning was apparently even though he hadn't said a word. "See, I'm strong. Ah, this kid is really cocky. Provocation, absolute provocation. Ha, interesting fellow." A stream of exclamations came out of mouths of the human targets and knight students. When they saw that Han Shuo hadn't been caught, they took things one step further and struck ridiculous poses themselves, further heightening general interest. Even a few knight students, who had been negotiating prices with some other human targets, temporarily halted their conversations and focused their attention on Han Shuo. "Kid, how dare you insult me? I'm gonna get you today." Daniel's face burned bright red, like a spontaneously enraged bull. The knight students standing around him were his sources of fortune. Daniel's fury was utterly inflamed by such naked humiliation. Judging from the way he looked, he had most likely long forgotten Jeff's words of caution. As Daniel spoke, his eyes spat out fire and his hands formed fists of iron as he glared vehemently at Han Shuo. He brought them crashing down towards Han Shuo, wanting to violently damage Han Shuo's body instead of grabbing him. To outsiders, this punch was worlds apart from Daniel's previous action, whether in terms of speed or strength. This indicated that Daniel was truly furious this time. If Han Shuo was really hit, he would be gravely injured, if not dead outright. Those who had previously paid attention to the proceedings out of the kindness of their heart started to worry for Han Shuo again. Seeing that the attack was about to reach him, Han Shuo pushed off his heels and twisted his body, somehow miraculously dodging Daniel's iron fist's attack. When Daniel struck empty air, his body followed through the action and stumbled forward a good distance. The human targets in his path, who had been watching the show, all scrambled backwards in panic, fearful of being embroiled in the mess. Han Shuo on the other hand had created circles in front of his chest with his two arms, pointing his fists upwards and puffing out his chest. With a trace of a disdainful smile at the corner of his lips, he had once again struck a provocative bodybuilder pose. A string of astounded noises suddenly emitted from the onlookers. The knight students originally had the attitude of watching a good show started unconsciously treating Han Shuo seriously. The first evasion could perhaps be explained as a fluke, but Han Shuo still successfully dodged Daniel's attacks after the latter had increased the speed and strength of his iron fists. This could no longer be explained by luck. As everyone was marveling in astonishment, Daniel was like a crazy violent beast. His eyes bloodshot, his body shot forward again, like the wind accompanied by a roar of rage, reaching out with both hands and seeking to smash Han Shuo into pulp. Miracles kept materializing as Han Shuo kept avoiding Daniel's attacks. He was as cunning as a fish, and his speed exceedingly swift as well. He even had the breathing space to continuously strike all sorts of bizarre and unique bodybuilding poses. Han Shuo's actions were absolutely a naked provocation, an outrageous flaunting. Wow, he's so strong. Those insulting poses never repeat, I've never seen anything like it. A female knight exclaimed in surprise. This kid's a bit strong. A male knight student exclaimed in surprise. Daniel's in a spot of trouble this time. A mountain of flesh exclaimed in surprise. The entire lobby was in an uproar. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, First Bucket of Gold. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Damnit, I'm going to kill you. Daniel roared explosively. He was thoroughly crazed, and began to attack Han Shuo fiercely, as if he was going to drag Han Shuo down to hell with him. But Han Shuo was like a sturdy canoe in the middle of a furious ocean. It seemed like it would capsize at any moment, but it somehow resolutely clung on unharmed. By now, everyone fully acknowledged Han Shuo's evasion speed. No one thought that Han Shuo's previous dodges had been out of luck now. Those who had been worried about him now wore carefree smiles. Even Jeff crossed his arms and was laughing merrily as he looked over. Finally, Daniel ran out of energy and stopped automatically, panting heavily. He angrily glared at Han Shuo, with sweat dripping down like rain, roaring, "Kid, take one of my hits if you have the guts to. What's the use in only dodging?" Daniel had only meant to vent an angry complaint, even he didn't think that Han Shuo would take a hit, but surprisingly, Han Shuo stopped his various bodybuilding poses and had the presence of mind to nod at Daniel, smiling, "No problem." Everyone revisited their opinions of Han Shuo after this response, with many displaying perplexed expressions. Han Shuo's body was thin and small, so it was understandable that he was nimble and agile, but no one believed that the frail Han Shuo, with no fighting aura, could hold his own in terms of strength against Daniel, an obvious muscle man. Even Daniel himself was gobsmacked by Han Shuo's response. He swiftly recovered and laughed wildly, "Good, good. You're the one who wants to die. You can't blame me." Daniel had always been proud of his strong body and ferocious strength. This had formed the basis of his earned power. Although it rankled his pride, Daniel could grudgingly accept that his speed and nimbleness didn't measure up to Han Shuo's. Now that a chance to display his awesome strength was in front of him, it was up to him to see if he could wipe away the previous humiliation with one blow. Daniel was naturally going to take full advantage of this opportunity. Gathering up his strength, Daniel propelled his right fist forward. The veins on his arm popped out as he increased his speed and strength to the limit, bring his fist crashing down on Han Shuo. Han Shuo squinted his eyes a bit, a sinister coldness sparkling in their depths. They were like those of a viper, lying in wait for its prey, giving the feeling of poised cruelness. As Daniel's fist came flying towards his face, Han Shuo concentrated his magical yuan into his tightly clenched right fist and punched outwards in a head-on collision course with Daniel's iron fist. "Pa!" Daniel emitted a devastating scream, like a pig being slaughtered, as a crisp sound rang out. His entire right arm drooped, and the right fist, that had been tightly clenched moments earlier, was now curled in the shape of a chicken's claw, shaking madly with his right arm. The severeness within Han Shuo's eyes faded away, and a harmless smile reappeared on his face. He retracted the right fist that he'd just thrust out and shook his right arm slightly, looking at his fist in shock. He muttered to himself, "Eh? I really took the hit." Daniel had put all his strength into that hit despite seeing Han Shuo's weak body. This wasn't simply teaching Han Shuo a lesson, but wanting to give him a death sentence, but the current Han Shuo was no longer a timid coward who dumbly accepted everything that flew his way. Although he sometimes played dumb, he naturally wouldn't be kind to someone who wanted to actually kill him. The bizarre outcome of their two fists meeting had completely stunned the lobby full of night students and human targets. A few of the nearby commoner human targets looked at Han Shuo now with just a trace of fear in their gazes. The people next to him automatically shied away, leaving the prime spot for him. All the night students were extremely excited and put their heads together in discussion. Some even suspected that Han Shuo was one of the rare barbarians on the continent, or an orc that had taken human form. Daniel was still wailing in pain as his right arm trembled continuously. Everyone understood what that crisp crack just now had meant. Daniel's right arm was most likely destroyed and useless. The old errand boy Jeff looked at Daniel regretfully and spoke soft words of comfort. "Daniel, I'm sorry that this happened, but I'm afraid that your current body condition has disqualified you from staying here." Daniel involuntarily looked at Han Shuo in resentment upon hearing Jeff's words. He then brushed past Han Shuo and walked out of the lobby. Too many previous injuries had resulted from fights, thus a few rules had been laid down. Daniel understood his place and position. Add to that his clear understanding that he was no match for Han Shuo, his only option was to leave early. When Daniel had left, Jeff gave a great yell. All right, everyone can continue your negotiations." Multiple night students walked towards Han Shuo as soon as Jeff called out. All of them had fixed their gazes on him and were shouting, "1 gold coin! 2 gold coins! 3 gold coins!" Under normal circumstances, according to their respective strength, a commoner human target could be hired for student practice for 10 to 50 silvers. Warriors with high potential could be hired for 1 to 5 gold coins depending on their level. The 2 or 3 gold coins that these people were offering were amazingly high amounts. Although Han Shuo had displayed his power just now, he still wasn't a warrior. A stronger warrior would have been able to use his fighting aura to deal a single, fatal blow to Daniel in the fight just now. Therefore, a price of 2 or 3 golds was an incredible price for a commoner human target. Han Shuo had been ready to accept when the first student had called out 1 gold coin, but when the subsequent price of 2 gold coins had appeared, Han Shuo shut his mouth with an audible click and awaited higher offers. Although he wasn't here for money, Han Shuo fully understood that money was just as important in this world as it was on Earth. He would definitely not settle for earning only 1 gold coin when he could earn 2. The night students all walked up to Han Shuo and called out increasingly higher bids. However, Han Shuo was still a commoner and not a warrior with surpassing strength. Therefore, these people mostly stopped after 2 or 3 gold coins. 5 gold coins. Han Shuo's patience had won a large sum for him. A handsome sergeant knight with golden curls, one who looked kind and humble, offered a price higher than the others. Most stopped bidding as soon as his offer of 5 gold coins appeared. They looked at him askance, and one of them said, "Lawrence, a sergeant warrior is only worth 5 gold coins. Although this kid's a bit strong, he's definitely not worth 5 gold. Isn't your price a bit high?" Lawrence smiled and said placidly, "It's a bit high, but we've come a bit late and all of the good warriors have been hired anyway. There aren't many left, so we can only choose him." The others agreed as they pondered his words. Out of all the human targets left in the lobby, Han Shuo's strength was most likely the highest. If the warriors who had been here earlier were still here, then perhaps Han Shuo wouldn't have been worth this much, but now that he was the strongest here, the night students didn't have much choice. People were also impatient to find a sparring partner, thus further increasing Han Shuo's worth. "How does 5 gold coins sound to this amazing friend?" Lawrence smiled at Han Shuo and asked peacefully. Han Shuo realized that no one would continue to bid higher after looking around, and then proceeded to size up Lawrence as the strongest out of those present. He nodded, "I accept. My name is Lawrence and here's 5 gold coins. I hope you can help me in our training later." Lawrence walked towards Han Shuo and took 5 gold coins out of a colorful pouch. Han Shuo was a bit emotional as he accepted the 5 gold coins. Brian had been sold to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force for 5 gold coins back in the day. These 5 gold coins he'd earned for sparring with a night student were enough to buy back Brian's life. 5 gold coins was a heavenly price for Han Shuo's current position, it was enough for his freedom. I'm called Brian, nice to meet you. Han Shuo smiled urbanely at his fortune god Lawrence after he'd put the gold coins into his own ragged money pouch. Come with me and let me see if you're worth those 5 gold coins. Lawrence walked out decisively with Han Shuo following close behind. The training fields of the School of Martial Arts were quite similar to those of the School of Magic. However, the corners were filled with obstacles instead of magical items. There was only Han Shuo and Lawrence in the spacious training field. The ground was tiled with rough, hard rock and the surface was extremely hard to the touch. Lawrence changed into an athletic, white training uniform after entering the venue. He disarmed his sword, placing it to the side. Only then did he look at Han Shuo with some interest, smiling, those 5 gold coins aren't earned easily. Are you ready? Han Shuo inwardly thought that his body was worlds apart in toughness and strength from the original Brian, thanks to the forging from the magical Yuan. Add to that the magical Yuan's curious negating effect against fighting aura, and he wasn't that afraid of Lawrence damaging his body with fighting aura. There wasn't much to prepare, so he nodded at Lawrence. Remember, you're sparring and thus can only dodge or block, but cannot attack. It seemed that Lawrence could tell that Han Shuo was new at this, and issued some reminders before beginning. He only started slowly walking towards Han Shuo when he was satisfied that Han Shuo understood. Just as Lawrence was about to reach Han Shuo's side, his speed suddenly increased like lightning. His empty left hand was like a sharp sword being unsheathed, and it came rushing towards Han Shuo's chest. His fingers were arranged together and pointed towards Han Shuo. Due to training his fighting aura, a knight's strength and speed were completely beyond the realm of an ordinary burly commoner if he activated his fighting aura. Lawrence's onrushing hand was more than 10 times the speed and strength of Claude's from earlier. Han Shuo's eyes lost focus as he saw that Lawrence's hand was already near his chest. His heart spasmed in fright as his magical Yuan started churning quickly. Han Shuo abruptly twisted his body and dodged to the side. Lawrence slashed open the front of Han Shuo's shirt with a clear ripping sound. Han Shuo felt a cold draft on his chest and saw his shirt flying away in the breeze. He felt relieved that he had managed to dodge in time. However, a large amount of force surged into his lower abdomen while Han Shuo was still inwardly celebrating. His body involuntarily staggered backwards as he sat down on the hard rock. His intestines and stomach felt like they'd been smashed together and it hurt quite a bit. He lifted his head to see that Lawrence's extended foot was still halted in midair. The student was looking at Han Shuo with a bantering look. Brian, I pulled my punches this time, and didn't keep attacking. I won't be as kind next time. Lawrence's kick just now had been infused with fighting aura. However, Lawrence had only employed his fighting aura to increase his body and attack speed, and had kept it contained within his body. He hadn't projected the fighting aura into Han Shuo's body for further damage. And it was because of this that the magical Yuan within Han Shuo's body hadn't reacted. His physical body had taken the collision that had been filled with a crazy amount of strength. Even his improved body had taken damage. He nodded with his brows drawn tightly together. Han Shuo gritted his teeth against the pain from his stomach and stood up from the ground. He looked at Lawrence coldly. I'll be more careful from now on. Again. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Pain and Happiness. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Lawrence looked at Han Shuo with some surprise, then smiled and said, very good. His body abruptly moved again, and he appeared in front of Han Shuo in the blink of an eye. He violently kicked out with his foot using lightning-like speed, still aiming for Han Shuo's stomach. Han Shuo had already taken a hefty kick to the stomach at this point in time and was in an exceeding amount of pain. He was well aware that Sergeant Knight Lawrence's attack speed and strength was not something that he, someone who hadn't even surpassed the solid realm of demonic practice, could fully defend against. But, for some reason, Han Shuo was wholly unafraid, and even felt a bit of eager anticipation. The magical yuan within his body circulated through his abdomen a few times, and he felt a quick abatement of pain. He concentrated like he never had before, and faced Lawrence's subsequent attacks calmly. Just as Lawrence's foot came flying his way, Han Shuo's feet had already pushed off and he backed up with haste, evading Lawrence's foot like lightning. However, Lawrence wasn't surprised in the least and his body didn't hesitate. He followed his empty kick with a string of punches and kicks, following Han Shuo's retreat and ferociously continued to attack Han Shuo. Lawrence was a sergeant-level knight, and could increase his body functions beyond a typical muscle man when he circulated his fighting aura to his energy and attack power. Even with Han Shuo's current agility, he still couldn't avoid being repeatedly hit. Pili Pala sounded continuously, as Han Shuo could only fully protect his face. That left his chest, waist, stomach, arms, and legs to suffer constant hits. The pain in his body increased as he started being hit multiple times. His evasion speed became more sluggish due to his overall body condition. He was hit with more attacks this way, and towards the end his two legs were as heavy as lead, and each movement required a monumental amount of effort. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo had been constantly practicing magic and strengthening his body during this time, then based off Brian's weak and fragile body, he would have been dead within a minute of Lawrence's storm of attacks. When he'd faced Claude and Eric, both had sent their fighting aura directly into Han Shuo's body. The wild fighting aura had been enclosed by the magical yuan as soon as it entered his body, preventing Han Shuo's body from suffering from too much damage. Han Shuo hadn't been seriously injured the 2 times he'd been hit by fighting aura, causing him to slightly overlook the warriors and knight, but now that he'd been subjected to such a thorough beating by Lawrence, Han Shuo finally understood how he'd been completely wrong before. He hadn't been hurt before purely due to the wondrous effects of the magical yuan. If it wasn't for the magical yuan, then his internal organs would have most likely have been completely destroyed as soon as the fighting aura entered his body. No wonder Claude was so taken aback when Han Shuo hadn't immediately died a grisly death when Claude sent his fighting aura into Han Shuo's body. This also explained why Eric confidently thought that Han Shuo was dead without a doubt, and didn't even bother checking Han Shuo's body. Lawrence used his fighting aura in a different way and didn't send it directly into Han Shuo's body to wreak havoc on his internal organs. On the contrary, Lawrence used it to increase the speed and strength of his attacks. This prevented the wondrous effects of the magical yuan and forced Han Shuo to passively take the hits with his physical body. Pa! The same foot stomped on Han Shuo's stomach again, and Han Shuo staggered backwards in retreat. He finally couldn't handle any more and once more fell heavily to the ground. The current Han Shuo had 2 broken ribs and numerous other injuries. Apart from his unharmed face, his entire body had suffered severe hits as it never had before. Han Shuo struggled with his body and kept trying to stand up, but would wobble back to the ground every time he tried. Each twist and movement of his body brought him great pain, but Han Shuo actually felt ecstasy at this moment. He could clearly feel that the magical yuan was circulating at a speed much faster than normal, and kept flowing through all his aches and pains, creating a strange, fiery sensation where his bones had been broken and wounds had been opened. Han Shuo understood that his previous conclusion had been correct. The fastest way to break through the solid realm was to break things. The magical yuan's abnormal circulations now continually repaired his broken body, and reforged his tendons, bones, muscles, and skin over and over again, causing his physical body to become tougher. Although his body hurt beyond belief, Han Shuo was quite satisfied. He grit his teeth and yelled brokenly while laughing grimly. He finally scrambled to his feet and stared at Lawrence in the eye. "I think our partnership can be continued for a long time." Lawrence stopped and stood in front of Han Shuo, frowning as he watched the latter struggle to his feet after falling again and again. As the attacker, Lawrence was well aware of the force of his attacks just now. Even an ordinary companion at arms with the benefit of defending with fighting aura would not be able to take the hits like Han Shuo stubbornly did. What surprised Lawrence the most was that even after suffering these fierce attacks, Han Shuo could still laugh loudly in between screams of pain. Lawrence could hear from Han Chuo's laughs that the latter truly seemed to be filled with joy. Lawrence thought this was simply too incredible. When Han Chuo had mentioned a long-term partnership, Lawrence was dumbfounded at first, but then smiled lightly. "Brian, you're quite interesting, but a long-term partnership depends on your body and whether it can handle more attacks. To be honest, I haven't fully exerted myself today, nor have I used my sword. I have coins in abundance. If you still want to earn this money, you can come find me anytime. I will still offer the same price of 5 golds per session, what do you think?" Han Chuo nodded and responded, "No problem, I'll be back soon." "Good. Brian, you're a very interesting fellow, I hope you can recover quickly. My attacks next time will be even more vicious. Be prepared," Lawrence said as he changed out of his clothes, rearmed himself with his sword and left the training field. Han Chuo didn't leave immediately after Lawrence had departed. He instead sat down Indian style, and repeatedly circulated the magical yuan according to the principles of practicing magic, refreshing his severely damaged body. After a while, he felt his drained energy slowly revive after repeated circulations of the magical yuan. His legs, that felt like they weighed a ton, also gradually regained some strength. Although he still hurt all over, pain seemed to be better than the complete lifelessness he had felt earlier. He grimaced as he moved, sensing the pain he was in. Han Xiao laughed loudly, holding up underneath the unending agony. He slowly stood up, then swaggered out of the training field. "Oh, it's Brian, are you all right?" Han Chuo heard others gasp in amazement as soon as he walked out of the training field. Upon swiveling his body, he realized that it was the kind-hearted young warrior, Cal, the one who had tried to talk Han Chuo out of it in the lobby. Cal's tight robes had some dust on it, and some traces of sweat beaded his forehead, but he seemed otherwise unharmed. "No big deal." Han Chuo smiled at Cal and responded faintly while nodding his head. Cal was a seasoned warrior and could tell with one glance that Han Chuo was not as unaffected as he said he was. Cal had a great deal of experience as a human target, and naturally understood that even if nothing showed in outward appearances, that didn't necessarily mean that the body was unharmed. The way that Han Chuo was walking and his expression all indicated that his body condition was quite bad. Cal quickly walked towards Han Chuo and reached out a hand to help steady Han Chuo. Cal frowned, "What, no big deal? Your body must be in awful shape. Here, let me take you back. Good thing you walked out alive, I thought you'd be beaten to death in there." Cal meant well, but Han Chuo was an errand boy for the necromancy major, and a crazy one at that. If he were to return with Cal, it was bound to create unnecessary complications. Besides, Han Chuo didn't want to owe anyone favors. Even though he felt terrible, he had to hold it in. He would be fine if he walked slowly. Therefore, Han Chuo brushed off Cal's steadying hand and smiled, "Thank you, Cal. I'm fine, really. I can go back by myself." Han Chuo turned to leave immediately after his words, but saw a familiar figure approaching from afar. Claude. A human target followed behind Claude, and they both approached the night student training fields. It looked like he was also here to spar with human targets. Han Chuo had been prepared to bump into Claude when he came to the school for nights. The last time at the Department of Light Magic, Han Chuo's little skeleton had almost been pulverized by Claude, and he himself had suffered from Claude's fighting aura as well. If it wasn't for the magical yuan enclosing the fighting aura, he would most likely be dead by now. Claude had long since forgotten this matter, and didn't know that the Han Chuo was the master of the little skeleton, but Han Chuo had already noted this event for future revenge. Even though he was prepared to see Claude again, his body condition was at its worst at the moment and Han Chuo had no desire to go head-to-head with Claude right now. If he'd guessed wrong and Claude was still harboring a grudge from last time, death was the only possible outcome for Han Chuo if Claude took his revenge. Han Chuo's mind frantically raced through ways to avoid Claude as the latter approached with a sunny smile, turning his head to hold a spirited conversation with other night students. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Entering a Demonic Mental State. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As Claude neared him, Han Chuo grimaced and gave a low moan. He ducked his body and head and reached for his ankle, as if inspecting the injury to his ankle. Next to him, Cal frowned involuntarily as he saw Han Chuo's actions. He propped Han Chuo up with one hand and said, "Are you all right? Is your ankle injured? Let me take a look." "Nothing much, just that I twisted it a bit just now." Han Chuo responded lowly with a drooped head and a bent-over body. Claude and the other night students had arrived by this time. The others had come later and did not recognize Han Chuo. There were many present who were wounded or crippled, and so Han Chuo's performance didn't attract too much attention. Claude flicked a glance at Han Chuo and thought nothing of it, passing by Han Chuo as he chatted and laughed with his peers. Han Chuo's ankle was indeed twisted, and had swollen up by now. Cal gave a soft gasp upon seeing it. "It's swollen up so much, let me take you home." Seeing that Claude's footsteps were going further away, Han Chuo stood up straight again and wiggled his ankle, spinning off his toes. He smiled at Cal. "I suddenly feel much better." "Thank you, Cal, no worries about taking me back." Han Chuo's walking pace picked up after he finished speaking, and he quickly disappeared around the corner without a trace or making another sound. Cal shook his head, his face utterly perplexed as he watched Han Chuo suddenly become hale and hearty. What a weird person! Han Chuo dragged his battered body back to the necromancy major of the School of Magic when the sky was about to turn dark. Now that his necromancy errand duties had been taken over by Carrie and Borg, Han Chuo didn't need to expend too much effort. He lined up for his dinner after returning and went directly to the warehouse. He immediately started using the magical yuan to continually rebuild and reforge his body after he'd locked the door. There wasn't a single inch of his body that didn't cry out in pain. His skin, tendons, and bones had all suffered severe damage. The magical yuan circulated his body again and again according to the principles of practicing magic. Han Chuo could feel a bit of his strength return from the fiery mass of pain that was his current body each time the magical yuan completed a circulation. The magical yuan churned continuously throughout the process, and it seemed to have grown just a tad bigger, bringing a new surprise to Han Chuo. It looked like the time and effort spent on strengthening his body was also a process of gradual improvement for the magical yuan. He would have to endure this kind of injury in the near future in order to fortify his body. The pain in his body eased up after midnight and Han Chuo switched to practicing the mystical glacial spell fire at this time. He circulated the magical yuan to his fingertips and palms of his hands according to the instructions of the mystical glacial spell fire. Time flew as Han Chuo sank into a strange, oblivious mindset. There were no distractions in his mind, just the perseverance and tenacity to train. He had long since forgotten the pain and injuries of his body, and just kept circulating his magical yuan according to method prescribed by the mystical glacial spell fire. Han Chuo had previously restrained himself when practicing magic. He would awaken at a set time, and had never immersed himself like he had today. Han Chuo had lost himself in it today, forgetting the passage of time, forgetting his sense of self, forgetting all mundane distractions. Bam! The small door to the warehouse suddenly banged open, startling Han Chuo out of his reverie. He frowned and his eyes shot like cold lightning to Jack's body. Jack shuddered in fright under Han Chuo's stare, only exhaling softly when he saw the cold lightning in Han Chuo's eyes fade away. "Brian, so you really were in the warehouse. I thought something happened to you." Han Chuo immediately checked his body's condition after being startled awake. He suddenly realized that his originally heavily injured body had mostly healed, and that the magical yuan circulating within his body was a bit stronger than before. His mental strength also showed more clarity than before. What could happen to me? I only slept in one day, that's all. Borg and Carrie are cleaning for me anyway, there's nothing to do. Han Chuo cracked his stiff neck as creaking noises sounded. When Han Chuo got up from the small wooden bed and stretched his body, all the bones in his body sounded with crisp pa, pa, sounds, leaving Jack dumbfounded where he stood. After a while, Jack finally reacted in surprise when the strange sounds had disappeared from Han Shuo's body. He called out involuntarily, Brian, you didn't sleep in for just a day. You haven't appeared in 6 days. I knocked on your door for a long time without any response from you. I thought something happened to you." Han Shuo was also astounded by Jack's words. Had he trained for 6 whole days? He creased his brow and then suddenly recalled the mention of entering a demonic mental state within Chu Qinglan's memories of demonic magic. Some practitioners would be able to enter a demonic mental state due to fortuitous coincidence. It varied accordingly, and the demonic mental state was further split into either an aggressive or passive state. Some practitioners' minds and disposition would drastically change upon entering the demonic mental state, and they would thirst for and feast on blood and murder. Their bodies would feel no pain, and both their magic and physical body would be greatly enhanced upon entering the demonic mental state. They would be unable to pause for even a second, and would only seek to continuously destroy everything and everyone in front of them. This was the aggressive type of a demonic mental state. The other kind was what Han Shuo had experienced earlier, suddenly entering a demonic mental state during practice. It was a vague, foggy process undetectable by the practitioner, but his internal processes and magical yuan circulation would be greatly heightened compared to typical training conditions. He wouldn't be able to sense his own training status, but would be able to discern a huge change within his body when he awoke. The first type of demonic mental state ordinarily occurred after the rational mind had lost itself due to severe interference. If the practitioner didn't die in the course of the endless killings spurred on by the demonic state, his body's energies would be greatly harmed along with other side effects. Han Shuo's peaceful demonic state was the much better option. Most entered this bizarre mental realm during training, and could feel the increase in their strength when they awoke. "Oh, that's because I've been a bit sleepy lately and slept too deeply." "Right, what do you need me for?" Han Shuo realized that his stomach felt empty as he spoke, and immediately understood that his body greatly needed food and nutrition after going 6 days without eating. Jack withdrew a large piece of bread for Han Shuo as he looked at Han Shuo rub his stomach. "I was worried about you, and Master Fanny told me to tell you to go to her lab." "Oh yes, Lisa was asking about you too. I don't know if she wants to make trouble for you again." "I see. I'll go to Master Fanny's first." "Let's go." Han Shuo munched on Jack's bread as he walked out of the warehouse. It was a good thing that Han Shuo had shoved the little skeleton underneath the bed during this time. Jack hadn't seen anything amiss when he'd barged in. After he relocked the door that Jack had come crashing through, Han Shuo made straight for Fanny's lab. Knock knock knock. Han Shuo stood at the entrance to Fanny's lab and raised his hand to knock. "Come in." Fanny's gentle and soft voice sounded from the lab. Han Shuo opened the door and stepped into the lab upon hearing it. Several magic scrolls were placed on the pedestal in the middle of the lab. Mysterious and exquisite magic words and diagrams were tattooed on the scrolls. Even someone who had just set foot into the halls of magic, a rookie like Han Shuo, could feel the strong magical currents from the scrolls from a far distance away. At that moment, Fanny was chanting an incantation as she bent over, tracing beautiful lines on the magic scrolls as she dipped a long, elegant nail into the brown magic solution to the side. Those delicate lines looked random, but also gave a wondrous feeling of extreme harmony. Fanny finished outlining the scroll after a while and injected magic into the scroll after reciting an incantation. A desolate, lonely, and dark aura immediately started emanating from it as a dash of brown light flashed over the scroll. It then rolled itself up automatically. When she had stored the finished magic scroll, Fanny lifted her head and smiled involuntarily. "Oh, it's Brian. How's your back doing?" "Thank you for your concern, Master Fanny. The injuries on my back are all healed." Han Shuo nodded and responded. Han Shuo understood he couldn't continue to play the fool. Although doing so would bring some benefits to him, it would create more trouble sooner or later. Since that was the case, it would be better to slowly change himself, and let everyone unknowingly accept his new self. Therefore, people wouldn't find it surprising that he had changed, and would actually think that he had suddenly seen reason again after being crazy. The previous owner this body, Brian, had suffered greatly in the necromancy major. Han Chuo had vowed to take revenge for Brian when he climbed out of that tomb. A lesson had been more or less taught to Carrie, Borg, Bach, and Lisa, enacting quite a bit of revenge for Brian. Han Chuo still remained in the necromancy major in order to lay the groundwork for future plans. After gaining a better understanding of this world, Han Chuo realized that he would have to continuously become stronger if he wanted to thrive in this world. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was a place to continually improve himself. He remained here in order to take advantage of the school's resources to further raise all aspects of himself, including strength, knowledge, and a full understanding of this world. Therefore, Han Chuo knew that he couldn't continue to be crazy, and needed to change himself bit by bit. Oh, that's wonderful! We're just about to take a field trip and bring students to the outside world. They will be testing themselves on the development of their magic. Come with us. You can pick up after them, and I can take a good gauge of your body condition on the road. What do you say, Brian? Fanny put down the items she held in her hand and smiled at Han Chuo. Han Chuo stood motionless, thought for a bit and felt that this was a chance. He nodded involuntarily, sure. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Hot damn, I'm awesome. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Alright, then we set off in 2 days. Use these next few days to prepare. As for your errand duties, I'll ask the school authorities to temporarily hand them over to the other 3, so no worries there. Fanny smiled charmingly upon seeing Han Chuo agree. Her beautiful face was even more tempting and moving because of her smile, making Han Chuo's heart lurch slightly. Before he'd arrived in Brian's body, Han Chuo's life could be categorized as a failure. Not only had he accomplished nothing professionally speaking, but his love life had also been in shambles. He still didn't know anything about being with a woman, to this day. Once he came to this world, Han Chuo's self-control had decreased and his various desires had increased due to practicing magic. Han Chuo was someone who'd died once before. The depressing and pointless morass of his past life had completely bound his past self. Adding to that was the weight of his family and his shy personality, which had resulted in him never daring to act on the evil thoughts that he dreamed up. And now, in this completely foreign world, with his increasing strength due to practicing magic, many of his previous constraints had disappeared. He naturally wished to live without regrets and fully materialize all the daydreams that had always been buried in his inner heart. And women, particularly beautiful women, had been an uncontrollable urge in Han Chuo's heart. Fanny was not only beautiful and mesmerizing, she also paid particular attention to Han Chuo's well-being, and he was at the age that desired the fairer sex most ardently. He would naturally have unavoidable desires. With the principles of demonic magic demanding that a practitioner do as he wished, Han Chuo naturally viewed Fanny as the prey of his affections. Master Fanny, are the dark creatures we summon always different? Is it possible to summon the same creature after sending it back to the other dimension? Since Han Chuo had promised Fanny to accompany them on their outing, he started making preparations for his own affairs. Han Chuo had no advantages besides his summoned small skeleton that he could rely on. Although he could still contact the skeleton within a certain range, it would likely be difficult to remain in contact with the current level of his mental strength once he set out, and they were separated by a vast distance. If the little skeleton got into any trouble because Han Chuo wasn't here to control it with his mental strength, then things would get sticky. Although Han Chuo was confident that he'd be able to send the little skeleton back to the other dimension, he didn't know if he would be able to summon it again. Therefore, he wanted to solve this problem before setting out. As the teacher for the necromancy major, Fanny would naturally know more about these things. Just because Han Chuo had no way of solving his conundrum did not mean Fanny didn't, hence his questions. Fanny looked at Han Shuo in confusion as soon as his question was asked. Her sexy, full lips moved as she asked, Brian, why are you asking these questions? These are things that necromancy students should pay attention to. You shouldn't care about these things. Oh, this is Lisa's question. I was just asking you for her. Han Shuo nodded and spoke with a good Samaritan expression. Fanny didn't suspect a thing after Han Shuo's response. She understood that Lisa often practiced necromancy magic on Han Shuo and thus, it made sense for Lisa to ask a question through Han Shuo. She thought for a while and then said, so that's the case. It's not that one can't summon the same creature after sending it to the other dimension, it's just that there's no need to do so. Every time a dark creature is summoned from the other dimension, it, or a group, is merely chosen at random from a crowd of similar level dark creatures according to the mental strength powering the incantation, and the chant itself. Because they are the same level of dark creature, their strength is roughly the same, and thus no one cares about these matters. Then what should be done in order to resummon the same dark creature after it's been sent back to the other dimension? Han Xiao thought quickly and asked a follow-up question. Fanny carefully put away the magic scrolls on the pedestal and ran her beautiful, long fingers over the top of the pedestal. She frowned as she explained, if you really want to resummon a dark creature sent back to the other dimension, then leave a magical brand on its body. Lock onto the original dark creature through the magical brand the next time you summon it. You can find the original creature this way and resummon it out of the other dimension. Han Shuo's heart was immediately overjoyed upon hearing Fanny's words, but his forehead creased in a frown as he muttered to himself. So that's the case, I wonder if Lisa knows how to leave a magical brand on a summoned dark creature. After looking at Han Shuo oddly, Fanny smiled and said softly, Brian, you truly are a very kind person. I know that Lisa has not been the friendliest to you, and the problems with your body resulted from her agony of the soul. Yet not only do you not carry a grudge, but you constantly think about her. There are few as pure and kind-hearted as you these days. Pure. Kind-hearted. Han Shuo was speechless internally, but maintained an honest smile on his face. He scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, I don't think a grudge should be carried, no matter the reason. People will understand if you treat them kindly. He. Fanny laughed softly and nodded as she heard Han Shuo's words, and said no more. She took out a thin piece of yellow paper from a nearby cabinet, and picked up a quill with her slender fingers, dipping it in ink and quickly scratching out something. After a short while, Fanny had filled the thin paper with words, and she stuck the quill back into the ink pot. She handed the text-filled, thin paper to Han Shuo and smiled, this is the incantation and method for leaving a magical brand on a summoned dark creature. Give it to Lisa, I think she will know what to do with her capacity as a novice mage. Elated, Han Shuo almost shook as he accepted the paper from Fanny. He nodded with a dumb smile, saying eagerly, I'll go immediately, Lisa will be very happy. Han Shuo left Fanny's lab at an eager pace, clutching the thin paper in his hands as soon as he'd finished speaking. What an innocent little fellow. I hope that Lisa makes less trouble for him in the future because of this. Fanny smiled slightly and said with some emotion upon seeing Han Shuo leave so urgently. Midnight, the cemetery behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. O endless darkness, turn into destructive bone arrows, and destroy according to my will, bone arrows. A cuttingly sharp bone arrow materialized out of thin air as a lowly chanted incantation finished. Accompanied by a strident whooshing sound, it connected violently with the chest of the straw figure in front of it. Haha, I've finally successfully released a bone arrow. Han Shuo laughed loudly and called out with pride after seeing that the bone arrow had neither broken in midair nor had been off course. A lot of time had passed since the incident that had occurred at the cemetery last time. Han Shuo resumed his practice of the bone arrow magic whenever he was certain that no one would pay attention to the place. During this time, his mental strength had increased at a rapid pace, particularly after the encounter with the strange ball. Since he hadn't succumbed to that great calamity, Han Chuo's mental strength had greatly increased. After repeated practice and enhanced magical knowledge, Han Chuo had finally mastered the low-level necromancy magic of Bone Arrow to perfection, without any mistakes. The little skeleton stood at attention in the distance, its empty eye sockets vigilantly patrolling the four corners as its head swiveled. It grasped the bone dagger with its right hand, and glowed with a cold, dark light under the moonlight. He would be temporarily leaving the academy for the outside world tomorrow with Fanny and Xiao. The fact that Han Chuo had used Lisa's name to ask Fanny some questions never came to light. After all, this was just a small matter, and Fanny wasn't someone who would ask about every little detail. She naturally forgot this issue after 1 or 2 days. Over the past couple of days, Han Chuo studied the foundations of necromancy and the descriptions of dark creatures, as well as thoroughly reading and contemplating the words on Fanny's thin paper. He was confident that he would be able to leave a magical brand on the little skeleton. He planned to do so before he left on the morrow, and started to plant a magical brand on the little skeleton according to his understanding. The little skeleton patrolling off in the distance came speeding towards Han Chuo with a yank of his mental strength. The 7 bone spurs on its back fluttered slightly in the air, seeming to add a bit of power, and causing the little skeleton's body to actually lift above the ground for a bit as it ran. This surprised Han Chuo, thinking that his efforts in refining the skeleton had not been in vain. It was apparent that just like him, its strength had continued to increase. When the little skeleton came to a stop next to Han Chuo, he gathered his concentration in a way he never had before, curling his fingers upwards in the air. He then started to lowly recite the incantation found in Fanny's notes. "My loyal servant, in the name of the summoner, I leave upon you my eternal mark. Dark seal." Han Chuo suddenly felt his mental strength drain rapidly away upon conclusion of the incantation, and an inky black aura the size of a fist formed between his hands. The mental strength needed by this dark seal was more than what he'd anticipated. It was only then that Han Chuo remembered something he'd overlooked. Lisa was a novice mage, and he was just a magic apprentice. Fanny's method had most likely been tailored for Lisa's mental strength, and hadn't even considered the fact that a magic apprentice would be the one casting it. Han Chuo felt his head ache fiercely as his mental strength was spontaneously depleted. He was involuntarily shocked by the feeling of something being drained away. At this moment, the aura between his 2 hands abruptly drifted out, sinking into the little skeleton's body between its 2 empty eye sockets. At the same time, Han Chuo felt extremely fatigued and sat heavily on the ground, panting heavily as he did so. Suddenly, it was as if a corner of a veil had been lifted over the foggy memories left by Chu Kinglan, and a portion of an incantation and memory became exceedingly clear. The new-found memories had to do with harnessing magical treasure and the harnessing magic incantation. This helped Han Chuo realize that he had gained better understanding of some part of Chu Kinglan's indistinct memories under somewhat bizarre circumstances. A strange whooshing sound abruptly interrupted his thoughts, and Han Chuo subconsciously raised his head to search for its source. He was flabbergasted. The little skeleton was waving the sharp bone dagger around in an airy dance. Cold light sparkled around the little skeleton's body in dizzying waves underneath the moonlight. The bone dagger followed the movements of the little skeleton's hand and stabbed multiple times at the straw figure, leaving it with the appearance of Swiss cheese. Han Chuo recollected himself after being dumbfounded, his face full of incredulous joy. He threw his head back to the heavens and roared, "Hot damn, I'm awesome!" Chapter 28. Chapter 28, City of Zajoski. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. A streak of white light flashed as Han Chuo and several necromancy students materialized within a circular, magical matrix that was filled with magical symbols. Han Chuo had experimented 3 times last night and realized that he really could send his small skeleton to the other dimension and successfully summon it back again. He joyfully took out the money bag, that had been hidden under his bed, and made his preparations for the field trip. He now wore an expression of astonishment as he continuously darted his eyes around in close observation of the magical matrix. The large matrix was circular in form, and on it was an enormous, six-pointed star on the rock beneath his feet. Exquisite magical forms were carved into the magical columns nearby, and a faint magical current emanated from the entire matrix. He had been standing in a similar transportation matrix in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force a second ago. When the matrix had activated, Han Shuo could only feel the strong magical current that permeated the air. He had appeared here after a flash of white light. From the students around him, Han Shuo understood that this was a magical transportation matrix. This kind of magical transportation was extremely rare and required a lot of complex magic and was costly to set up. Even eminent mages needed numerous quantities of magical ingredients in order to properly arrange the transportation matrix. Stop looking, the magical transportation matrix is amazing all right, but you don't need to make a big deal over it. Off to the side, Lisa spoke up as she saw Han Shuo looking around, gobsmacked. This magic was truly wondrous. Although Han Shuo had heard of magical transportation matrices, this was the first time he'd experienced using one, and naturally felt it was quite incredible. He gave up his observations only after he had carefully contemplated the area around the matrix. Han Shuo understood that with his currently shallow grasp of magical knowledge, he probably wouldn't even understand the theories behind the transportation matrix, much less be able to set one up. Not to mention that constructing such a transportation matrix would need an inordinate amount of magical ingredients. Even the Empire was unable to set one up in all the cities. Each activation required an awe-inspiring amount of energy. Even some ordinary noble families would be unable to bear the burden. If it wasn't for the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force having such a magical transportation matrix, and Han Shuo hitching a ride off the coattails of the students, it would have been extremely unlikely for him to ever travel through one in his lifetime. This area was the Zajoski city on the outskirts of the Lancelot Empire. Zajoski was the biggest city in the southwestern part of the empire, with the Kurlan Valley to the west of it. One would end up in the land of the orcs if they traveled west of the Kurlan Valley. To the south of Zajoski was the Dark Forest. All sorts of strong magical creatures lived within the expansive Dark Forest, including the elves that worshipped nature. Things had never been peaceful for the city of Zajoski. The Empire had situated a lot of troops in Zajoski for defending against invasions by the savage orcs. It was said that the orcs lived in very barren land, and that the savage race had long wanted to occupy the fertile lands of the Lancelot Empire. Zajoski was the Empire's strongest point of defense in the southwest, and naturally enjoyed a lot of attention from the orcs. The Dark Forest was also a turbulous area. Although the elves that worshipped nature were on more or less friendly terms with the Empire, many of the magical creatures within the Dark Forest often walked out of the forest to appear within nearby towns and villages. This caused things to be a bit tense in the towns and villages next to it. Perhaps the Empire expended so many resources in setting up a magical transportation matrix within the city because of this unease. On one hand, this facilitated a connection between the Empire and Zajoski, but on the other it was unable to support large-scale military deployments due to the sheer energy requirements needed to send through a limited amount of people. Zajoski's peculiar position turned this region into a heaven for adventurers. Merchants and adventurers of all sorts came here thirsty for gold and treasure. Whether it was the crystal cores, bones, skin, or flesh of the magical creatures within the Dark Forest, the priceless magical equipment forged by the elves, some precious jewels from the barren wastes of the orc lands, or the multitude of other items with heavy profits, these were the intended targets of all the gold rushers. Noble and respected mages, welcome to the city of Zajoski. We hope you enjoy yourselves in Zajoski, and obtain all that you need. The official in charge of the magical transportation matrix stood next to it and humbly bowed to Han Shuo and Xiao. Thank you for your warm words, I'm sure we will receive our just rewards. Fanny smiled and nodded her head at him, and then glanced at the necromancy students. She said softly, "This is not a peaceful place, everyone be careful and don't let anything happen to you. Let's go." Fanny led the crew outwards along the main street when she finished speaking. Like Han Shuo, the students were gazing around with curiosity, measuring up everything and everyone around them. Apart from the two teachers Fanny and Jean, there were 9 necromancy students in Hanchuo, bringing the total to 12 people. Fanny and Jean were adept necromancers. Fitch had not traveled with the group because he was still undergoing the test for adept mages. The strength of the remaining 9 students was uneven. Other than a journeyman mage named Derek, the rest were novice mages and magic apprentices. The buildings lining the street were all cut out of hard rock, and lacked a touch of artistic beauty compared to the other buildings within the empire, but gained a few traces of dignity and toughness. Due to the frequent orc attacks, not only were the Zajoski city walls built to be impregnable, but even the buildings within the city were built on a principle of durability. Along the way, Hanchuo noticed that many weapons stores, pharmacies, magical item stores, and provision stores could be found to the sides. There were also some small taverns for entertainment, a slave auction, and a bartering place for all sorts of materials. It seemed that merchants knew what sort of transactions would be most profitable because of the unique characteristics of this location. Those entering and exiting these locations were warriors, knights, mages of different majors, robbers, archers, merchants, poets, and even a few slender, pointy-eared, beautiful elves, who were obviously from the dark forest. The sounds of the street vendors, the elegant low chants from the poets, the brays from the warriors' steeds, the clashes of sudden conflicts, these scenes were all completely beyond Hanchuo's imagination. He was exceedingly astonished and had a better understanding of this chaotic city. Nothing much to see, we need to leave the city before sundown. This isn't a place where we should spend much time. Our next stop is the town of Drawl. If we can't reach it by sundown, we'll have to camp in the wilderness tonight. Jean called loudly and urged the students to walk faster. Ha, they're all flowers in a greenhouse. For some of them, it's their first visit to the city of Zohoski. No wonder they're so curious. They won't be in the future. Fanny swept her clear eyes across the group and smiled involuntarily when she saw a few students, extremely excited by the sights they were seeing for the first time. Brian, are you okay with carrying so many things on your back? Next to Hanchuo, Lisa frowned as she looked at Hanchuo and voiced a question. Lisa, when did you start caring for Brian? This doesn't seem like you. Novice mage Bella looked askance at Lisa and asked oddly. Apart from being in charge of all the random little things, Hanchuo was also in charge of providing manual labor during this field trip accompaniment. Although wondrous space rings that could hold items existed in this world, they were quite expensive. It would be difficult for even ordinary noble families to obtain one, not to mention commoners. None of these necromancy teachers and students were lucky enough to possess a space ring. Everyone had packed heavily for this field trip. As an errand slave, Hanchuo had naturally taken up the role of a pack mule. Many items were lashed onto Hanchuo's back, shoulders, wrists, and even his 2 legs. No one thought Hanchuo could carry so many items on him in the beginning, but they had piled all their belongings onto him after finding out with surprise that Hanchuo could still walk with ease when loaded down with so much. Although Hanchuo could play the fool and carry less, he didn't do so in order to further train his own body. He happily accepted the burden, and now carried all sorts of items on him. A few bags even hung around his neck, with only a happily smiling, dust-covered, face apparent. Oh, I'm not having any problems. Hanchuo smiled slightly at Lisa and said in a carefree manner. After that incident in the trap in which Hanchuo had passionately declared his love, Lisa's attitude towards Hanchuo had taken a huge turn. Her words had already started to defend him. Seeing that Hanchuo didn't recognize her good intentions and said such things, Lisa harumphed lightly and muttered to herself. Can't recognize my intentions, what an idiot. And it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for your agony of the soul, how could Brian become this crazy? But it's a bit strange. Brian seems to have gotten taller and stronger since then, and even his energy has improved. Lisa, you're quite amazing. Bella exclaimed softly and said enigmatically. Bella, none of your business. Shut up. Lisa flicked a glance at Bella and responded coldly. TCH. Who wants to mind your business? Just curious. Bella snorted and replied. All right, calm down. Let's walk faster to leave the city. Your delicate bodies are in for it if we don't reach Dral before nightfall. Fanny creased her brow and admonished lightly, and then looked at Hanchuo. She said softly, Brian, are you truly all right? Hanchuo nodded and smiled slightly, saying decisively, no problem. Good rations give me strength. Fanny smiled and giggled upon hearing Hanchuo's words, saying, looks like me asking the school authorities to improve your rations has actually had some effect. The crew engaged in no more idle chatter after that, and the students' gazes did not continue to wander around. They all rushed towards the city gates. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, The Feeling of Contempt. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The band of 12, including Hanchuo, were stunned by the magnificence of the city gates when they arrived at the city of Zajoski. The gates were all extraordinarily palatial and made from the strongest of rock. They were the color of dried blood, and no one knew whether or not it was because too much of it had drenched the stones. Numerous guards, dressed in full body armor, patrolled the city walls, several meters above the ground. All sorts of defensive measures could be seen on the city walls. From afar, the city gates looked like the open, fanged mouth of a bloodthirsty magic creature that devoured everything underneath the sun. Several sharp, cold, hangnails, that looked like the sharp teeth within the creature's mouth, peppered the city walls. Their cold light sparkled underneath the sunlight, giving people an incredibly deterring, spectacular feeling. The two ink-black, grand gates, refined from who knew what, were open. The city entrance was immensely expansive, enough for 10 horses to walk in abreast. It was quite crowded in front of the door, and various mammoth and strange magic creatures slowly threaded their way through the entrance into the city, with all sorts of people and items on their backs. These magical creatures were larger than any beasts Hanchuo had seen before. They were about 5 meters tall and 10 or so meters long. Their skin was dark brown, with heads shaped like an elephant's. Their faces were covered in wrinkles, with 2 curved, white tusks jutting out from their cheeks. The tusks themselves were a meter long. This is an earth dragon, a gentler type of magical creature. They are easily tamed and move slowly, but can carry heavy loads. They're a popular form of transportation within the empire. Merchants use earth dragons to transport heavy loads and trade with different areas. Fanny explained with a smile when she saw many students gazing at the earth dragons in astonishment. Master Fanny, look after them while I go register at the officers' quarters. I'll also borrow a few batlests, otherwise we'll never make it to Dral by nightfall on foot. Jean looked at Fanny with sparkling eyes and spoke with a smile. His gaze fell on Fanny's beautiful face and didn't stray for a moment. The entire necromancy major knew of Jean's feelings for Fanny. Fanny herself was also well aware, but she never expressed anything. Jean wasn't in a rush and seemed to want to move Fanny with his sincerity. He often made use of various opportunities to express his feelings, and staring at her soulfully for long periods of time was one of them. Hanchuo cursed privately upon seeing Jean's unfettered gaze. In Hanchuo's mind, Fanny had long since become his personal property. He would naturally be irritated that other people were peeping at her in front of him, but right now, he was just a mere errand slave and wasn't strong enough to show his strength. So although it rankled at him, he had to keep himself in check. Go ahead, I'll watch them carefully. Fanny gave a tepid response and agreed with a smile, avoiding Jean's fiery gaze. She turned her head to look at the magnificent city walls and said with emotion, although I've seen this multiple times, I always feel proud of the Zajoski city gates whenever I come back to visit. It's because of these durable city gates that the savage orcs have always retreated with nothing to show for their efforts. Hanchuo was weighed down with all sorts of items, and just about drowning in all of it. Everyone had stopped at this moment except for Hanchuo. He bent and then straightened his legs, twisting his wrists, and repeated the same boring movements. "Brian, what are you doing?" Amy was standing next to Han Shuo and saw the piles of items move along with Han Shuo's body. It caught her eye and she asked in astonishment. The others noticed his movements after Amy had spoken up and also concentrated their attention on Han Shuo, a perplexed look on each of their faces. "Nothing much, I'm feeling a bit sore, and moving around will alleviate it." Han Shuo replied calmly with a dumb expression, truly looking more than a bit dumb. "Stupid, be careful. You're carrying valuable items. If you accidentally break one, we wouldn't be able to cover the losses, even if we sold you." Bella frowned and said coldly. "Bella, you're such an idiot. Those things are quite sturdy. How could they break so easily? No one has allowed him to carry anything truly precious or fragile." Lisa casted a look of disdain at Bella and replied sarcastically. "You ladies are always arguing, stop it. We always run into some danger, whether big or small, when we travel for training in the outside world. You should unite as a team, or we're bound to run into problems further down the road." Fanny frowned and tried to separate the two when she saw Lisa and Bella were about to bicker again. Han Shuo completely ignored Bella's cold jeers and continued to repeat those boring actions. Those motions hadn't been left behind in Chu Kenglan's memories, but were muscle-building actions that Han Shuo had seen before. In order to keep improving his body and break out of the solid realm, Han Shuo was taking advantage of every second to train his body. After a while, Jean returned with an ugly expression and empty hands. When he walked up to Fanny, he said furiously, "Damn it! They asked me for money." Fanny's elegant brows knotted together and she spoke in surprise upon hearing those words. "Our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force is the cradle for the Empire's knights, warriors, and mages. We nurture so many talents every year for the Empire. Even many of the guard officers and mages stationed in the city of Zajoski graduated from our academy. There's a protocol between the academy and Zajoski. How dare they not lend us batlests? The guard officer was going to lend me the steeds when I said I was from the academy. When I offered my identification and he saw that we're from the necromancy major, he actually mocked me. He demanded 50 gold from me, saying that we would receive no steeds if we didn't pay up. He further added that our necromancy major has never nurtured any talents for the Empire before, and thus shouldn't enjoy free benefits." Jean was maddened and bit off his words. When the students heard his words, they too found a common enemy and shouted angrily, calling for revenge against the guard officer. It would seem that the feeling of contempt was a hard one to swallow. These students were already a bit aggrieved at joining an unpopular major, and were hard-pressed to contain their anger now that they were so ignored. "Forget it, take out 50 gold for him from the funds. These guard officers have lived here for a long time. Add to that the fact that our major truly has declined, and occupies a lower standing in the academy. It's no wonder then they think less of us. I will report this matter to the dean upon my return. Let's not get into a fight with them right now." Fanny shook her head, spoke a few conciliatory words with a dejected expression and finally made this reply to Jean. Jean at first disagreed with Fanny's words, saying that they could not allow such arrogant soldiers to strut around, but he sighed slowly and shook his head after a few placating words from Fanny, gloomily accepting 50 gold coins from Fanny's hands and walking to the side of the city gates. Han Shuo observed a few people, then looked at the despondent Fanny. He threw a glance at the far-off guard officer and internally vowed that one day, the necromancy major would regain its past glories through his hands, and that people would tremble in fear at the sound of a necromancer. "Don't be depressed. No one dared to look down on us when the necromancy major was at its peak. It's just that the necromancy major suffered from the ostracization of all the majors for a while. Legends speak of a great magic war that caused high casualties amongst the necromancers and the loss of many incredible, powerful spells. This is what's caused the decline of necromancy. Our trip to the dark forest this time is in search of a cemetery of death that I've heard rumors about. It's said that a wise mage, who studied necromancy for many years, once stayed within the cemetery of death. If we can find the cemetery and obtain the magical tomes of necromancy inside of it, then perhaps we can alter the current situation that the necromancy major is in. Fanny spoke bracing words of comfort upon seeing students become melancholy. Many cheered up after hearing Fanny's words, and expressions of joy and astonishment crossed their faces. It would seem that they were all prepared to give their all in this time's external outing. Seeing the ardor on everyone's faces, Fanny gave a silent, involuntary sigh. Although news had broken of the discovery of the cemetery, the person who discovered it died not long after walking out of it. The dark forest was vast, and to search for something within it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even she didn't hold much hope. Besides, if such a location was truly discovered, it was bound to draw in a horde of adventurers. It would be a bit unrealistic to think that the power of their band of 12 would be able to retrieve what they needed at that time. Fanny merely wished to comfort everyone with her words. The main purpose of this time's outing was to test the students' grasp of necromancy and help them realize magical knowledge in the real world. Aren't these people from the necromancy major? Are you adventuring as well? Hehe, why are you all standing here? A sweet voice sounded from afar as the necromancy students were sunk in their own thoughts. It was the light major student from last time, Irene, and a few other students and teachers from the light major. Her ardent pursuer, Claude, was also mounted on a tall bat'lest and came clopping in from the distance. None of your business. Don't fall from your horse now. Lisa looked at Irene with contempt and sneered back. Hehe, I know, you must not have been able to borrow any bat'lests. Ai, that's a foregone conclusion. Your necromancy major hasn't contributed anything to the Empire, so of course it's a bit inappropriate that you use the Empire's resources without any payment. Irene chuckled charmingly as sarcasm and mockery filled her holy features. Although Lisa and company were enraged, they couldn't find the words to retort back as Irene spoke the truth. They could only grit their teeth and fume inwardly. Hello Master Fanny. Light Adept Mage Beecher was mounted on a bat'lest and greeted Fanny with a smile. Hello Beecher, are you heading towards the dark forest for adventure as well? Fanny smiled in return and commented lightly. Yes, we plan on traveling to the dark forest and hunting down the magic creatures that are often a nuisance to the villages around the forest. We'll be testing the students' command of magic while giving back to the Empire. We'll be off, see you later. Beecher replied gentlemanly, but Han Shuo could still discern a trace of disdain in his eyes, as if Beecher looked down on the necromancy crew. Jean finally brought 6 bat'lests over after Beecher and the light major folk had zipped by on their large horses. Jean's horses were obviously subpar to the ones the light major students had, whether in terms of physique or in number. It would seem that the necromancy major still couldn't obtain equal treatment even after paying 50 gold extra. But the necromancy group numbered 12 people, whilst there was only 6 bat'lests. Therefore, each horse had to carry double. The students looked at each other and quickly paired up, leaving Han Shuo, Fanny, Jean, and Bok as the odd ones out. Bok, you and Brian share a horse while I ride one with Master Fanny. Jean's eyes darted quickly and he became overjoyed when he connected the dots. He smiled happily at Bok. No. I'm definitely not riding a horse with that dirty errand slave. Bok held a grudge against Han Shuo and immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. Everyone knew Jean's thoughts. This was a golden opportunity to get close to Fanny. He was about to respond huffily to Bok's yell when Fanny suddenly smiled. Since Bok is unwilling, then I'll ride with Brian. Thank you Master Fanny. I'm coming. Han Shuo was elated and joyously brushed past Jean, striding quickly towards Fanny. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, a tantalizing moment on the back of a battle steed. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. On the way to the town of Dral, the multiple items, previously loaded onto Han Shuo, were divvied up between the bat'lests. Han Shuo was seated behind Fanny, and their bodies touched as the horse maneuvered. A faint, alluring scent wafted towards Han Chuo's nose and mouth as her hair swung in front of them. Fanny sat on the horse with her well-rounded upper body straight and proper. Her alluring curves, beneath her mage robe, were completely laid out for Han Chuo's admiring glance. As the horse galloped, the distance between the two started to close slowly. Towards the end, Han Chuo's lower abdomen and Fanny's full butt slowly touched. The swiftly galloping horse caused the two to be off balance, and Han Chuo's lower abdomen and Fanny's beautiful butt bounced off each other. The thin mage robe did nothing to stop the marvelous sensation, and Han Chuo's uncontrollable desires reared their heads as the bodies collided against each other's. Han Chuo himself didn't know whether to laugh or cry when a certain portion of his lower body stiffened, but he was unable to control his body's reactions. His upright lower body moved with the horse's ups and downs, constantly moving in the area between Fanny's wondrous butt cheeks. Waves of strong stimulus came from the point of contact between Han Chuo and Fanny, stirring Han Chuo's heart so much that he almost cried aloud. Han Chuo stared at Fanny from behind, and realized that, at some point, a red flush had crept up Fanny's pure, white neck, making her look even more tantalizing and mouth-watering. The sexy Fanny was already the subject of Han Chuo's daydreams, and he also happened to be at an age in which boys found it hardest to control their bodies. Add to that, the fact that Han Chuo was a virgin, who had no idea what intimate relations felt like. All this made the stimulus as earth-shattering as thunder and lightning. Everything became difficult to control after that. Unable to control his desires, Han Chuo was boldly wanton as he reached out his hand and slowly crept it towards Fanny's soft waist. Both of his hands firmly grasped Fanny's waist in order to more closely connect their lower bodies. Two bone-piercing pains instantaneously came from the backs of Han Chuo's hands. He lifted his head in shock and immediately saw Fanny's ashamed and angry face. Fanny's beautiful face was red with anger as she turned her head, and her mesmerizing eyes glared viciously at Han Chuo. She said in a low voice, "Damn it, control yourself, Brian, otherwise I'll throw you off the horse." But Fanny could immediately tell that something was wrong with Han Chuo. His face was beet red and his body convulsed spastically. He panted heavily and remained in this position for 5 seconds, after which his entire body froze and then returned to normal. The only thing left was a mouth panting on and off. Fanny could clearly feel that something liquid and sticky had been added to the area between her behind. "So, sorry Master Fanny. I didn't mean to." Upon seeing that Fanny was about to spontaneously erupt in rage after Han Chuo had discharged himself, he immediately reacted and whined guiltily, but he actually kept revisiting the tantalizing moment in his mind, and wasn't as afraid or remorseful as he pretended to be. Fanny was stopped up with rage. She also understood the nuances of Han Chuo's current age and that their bodies had been touching in a rather inappropriate way. Han Chuo's actions were out of instinct, and most likely not his true intentions. But he had actually violated her in doing so. Even though the two hadn't really done anything, being a woman, Fanny naturally felt resentful and mad that Han Chuo had relieved himself behind her. Han Chuo would most likely be unable to handle it if Fanny really lost her temper and took it out on him, since she was an adept mage. Han Chuo also had feelings for Fanny, and was truly afraid that Fanny would throw everything to the winds and beat him. He really didn't know what to do with her current mental state, and was at a loss for what to do. Just as Han Chuo was thinking random thoughts, he suddenly felt a severe pinch on the insides of his 2 thighs. He immediately ducked his head and cried out in pain, hearing Fanny's voice at the same time, "Damned Brian, I'll settle things with you later." "Master Fanny, what's going on?" "Brian, what are you going on about?" Lisa had heard Han Chuo's scream up ahead and looked back in question. "No, nothing." He lost his seat for a moment and was scared out of his mind. Fanny cut in to explain before Brian had a chance to open his mouth. Silence resumed as everyone continued to hurry down the path. Half an hour later, Han Chuo was amazed to discover that his lower body was standing up again. When Fanny felt the same thing, she immediately separated a short distance from the pack and reined in the batlest, angrily demanding that Han Shuo steer the horse. "Master Fanny, I really didn't mean to, and I don't know how to ride a horse." Han Shuo clambered onto the horse with resignation under Fanny's angry motions and spoke with a pinched face. "Shut up and listen to me. I'll teach you how to tame a batlest." The two had switched positions, with Han Shuo in the front and Fanny in the back. Fanny, who had always been gentle and nice to Han Shuo, was no longer so kindly disposed to him because of what had happened earlier and spoke angrily. Han Shuo couldn't get a grasp on things under Fanny's directions at first, and the batlest pranced around directionless. It rushed violently to and fro, braying and screaming loudly. Han Shuo and Fanny's bodies were off balance, causing Fanny's full bosom to crash repeatedly into Han Shuo's back. Learning how to ride a horse was the furthest thing from Han Shuo's mind, and he was completely distracted. After struggling for a while accompanied by Fanny's rage-filled shouts, Han Shuo finally began to tame the batlest. Fanny propped herself up with two hands on Han Shuo's back, preventing her well-rounded chest from intimately touching his back again. She directed the path forward and they rushed towards Dral. When Han Shuo and Fanny had arrived at Dral, the sky was dusky and night about to fall. Jean and a bunch of necromancy students were all waiting for them, anxiously staring at the road. Jean hastily walked out when Han Shuo and Fanny appeared, looking at her and quickly saying, "Master Fanny, what took you so long? I thought something might have happened to you, I was so worried." "Nothing much, just that Brian wanted to try his hand at steering the batlest halfway through. I gave him some pointers, thus the reason for the delay." Fanny had already regained her composure at this time. She smiled as she looked at the group and chuckled faintly, "Very good, everyone is accounted for. Master Jean, have we settled in at the hotel?" "That's been taken care of. We can rest as soon as we stable our horses. We can head directly to the dark forest when dawn breaks tomorrow." Fanny alighted gracefully off the horse behind Han Shuo, displaying a nimble body. She stretched and frowned, "We've been sweating all day. I'm going to take a shower in the hotel. Brian, come to my room after you've stabled the horses. We need to talk." "Understood, Master Fanny." Han Shuo agreed with a wry face, knowing full well that Fanny must want him with regards to his earlier violation. Fanny anxiously rushed off towards the hotel after she'd finished speaking. Han Shuo felt the stickiness of his lower body and understood perfectly why she was so eager to take a shower. A hint of a smirk crossed his face. Han Shuo and a few male necromancy students stabled the 6 horses underneath Jean's guidance. They then all followed Jean to the hotel. "Master Jean, Dral is far away from the Empire and directly faces the dark forest. There are many bizarre and unique shops in this town. Since it's not fully dark yet, can we go take a walk? We know what the hotel looks like anyways, so can we go back a bit later?" Bok suddenly spoke up at this moment, and the other students beside him were all chomping at the bit as well. It would seem that they were up to something else, judging from their expressions. "No." Jean denied them resolutely, and then looked at them with a weird smile. He said lowly, "Do you really think that I don't know what you're up to? This town of Dral is also called Town of Depravity because of its unique location. Danger can befall any of the adventurers and merchants who come here, and so they all seek excitement whether in dreams or their waking moments. Thus, their entertainment industry is renowned throughout the empire." "Humph, you are absolutely barred from opportunistic depravity." Indeed, Han Shuo observed the surroundings closely after Jean's words and realized that although it wasn't truly night yet, there were so many lights on Dral's wide streets that they were a neon blur. Several young girls, wearing heavy makeup, stood on a street corner, flinging flirtatious smiles and catcalling the pedestrians on the streets, giving off the impression of total submission to any bystander's will. Jean's words had obviously hit home as the despondent boys walked into the hotel with their heads trailing. They sighed and complained about Jean's heartlessness. The students all found their rooms with help from Jean, after entering the hotel. Jean threw a glance at Han Shuo and smiled faintly. We had limited funds this time and already took out 50 gold earlier for the batlasts, so for simplicity's sake, I've arranged the abandoned storehouse for you. The storehouse is towards the back on the left-hand side. There's no key, just head on back. Jean spread his hands apologetically after his words and speedily left with a smile. Han Shuo could hear Jean's quiet snickering after a few steps and his low mutterings, "You mere errand slave, how dare you share a horse with my beloved Fanny? Hey!" The Han Shuo of now was hardly the Han Shuo of old. His senses were acutely perceptive within a short range, and he heard every part of Jean's laughter and murmurings. Han Shuo smiled coldly and cursed in a low voice for a bit, then smirked evilly. "Just you wait until Fanny's mine. I'll see you cry tears of blood then." Han Shuo thought viciously as he made for Fanny's room. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, You're a magical genius. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Don Don Din. Han Shuo stood outside Fanny's door and knocked with an outreached hand. "Brian, is it you? Come in." Fanny's faintly lethargic voice sounded from inside the room. When Han Shuo pushed the door open, he was greeted with the sight of Fanny's wet purple hair plastered to the white nape of her neck. A few translucent traces of water still clung to her charming face. Fanny had obviously just showered as she was wrapped in a soft white robe. A small patch of milky white, creamy skin was revealed on her chest as she toweled away the water in her hair with her jade hands. It was a simple room with a cloud of mist billowing out from the open doors of the bathroom, which was located in the back. Fanny was sitting next to a round table, a pair of troubled eyes roving over Han Shuo's body. "Master Fanny, what did you want me for?" Han Shuo looked around the room and his heart seized upon seeing how tempting Fanny's beauty was, but he kept a dumb, honest, and even slightly fearful expression on his face. "What for?" "Humph! You were certainly bold on the back of that horse today. I've always thought you were cowardly and timid, but you commit the most outrageous acts when your lewd desires rear their head." Fanny took her measure of Han Shuo and snorted lightly with a frown. "Here it comes." Han Shuo thought as his expression grew even more innocent. He scratched his head and held his breath until his face grew red, then took a deep breath and hung his head. "I'm sorry, Master Fanny, you're so beautiful and pretty, and you were suddenly so close to me. I don't know what came over me, but I couldn't control my actions. I was wrong, Master Fanny, please punish me." "Pa!" Fanny suddenly slapped the table in anger and Han Shuo backed up in shock, watching Fanny fearfully. "Damn it, you violated me. Do you understand?" Fanny glared fiercely at Han Shuo as she shouted hoarsely. Han Shuo nodded his head honestly and said with an open face, "I was wrong, Master Fanny, I'll bear responsibility." "Ha! You, take responsibility? Are you able to?" Fanny laughed in the midst of her rage upon hearing Han Shuo's words. Although she giggled as she stared at Han Shuo, there wasn't a single trace of a smile on her face. Then I'll do whatever you say. It's all up to you." Han Shuo was certain that Fanny wouldn't do too much to him, so he sighed with a face of resignation and responded genuinely. With that said, Fanny didn't really know what to do with Han Shuo. From her perspective, it was highly likely that Han Shuo hadn't committed that act on purpose, plus she had been the one who told him to get on the horse. Although that had happened, it wasn't as if Han Shuo had committed a heinous crime at the end of the day. He was just a mere errand slave. It felt a bit awkward trying to decide how to punish him. Seeing that Fanny's brows were slightly knitted and that she seemed to be having difficulty in figuring out what to do with him, a thought struck Han Shuo and he said, "Master Fanny, didn't you say that I'm your experimental subject? I actually have felt something weird with my body lately and something strange is happening to my mind. When I heard Lisa chant the incantation for the bone arrow spell a few days ago, I tried saying it as well and actually activated it." Fanny had been deep in furrowed thought, but started upon hearing these words. She immediately looked at Han Shuo in astonishment, saying excitedly, "Really? Did you really mean that? Can you try out the bone arrow magic for me? Han Shuo knew that Fanny was addicted to necromancy magic and was extremely curious about his body's condition. He was also well aware that he wouldn't be just an errand slave for the academy forever, so this was a perfect opportunity to slowly change his image in Fanny's eyes. Indeed, as soon as Fanny had heard his body's peculiar condition, she immediately forgot about punishing him and temporarily focused all her concentration on this matter. Of course I can. Han Shuo smiled faintly and raised his hands, chanting lowly, "O endless darkness, turn into destructive bone arrows, and destroy according to my will." Bone arrows. A cuttingly sharp bone arrow appeared out of thin air in front of Han Shuo as soon as he completed his incantation. The bone arrow flew towards the wooden wall at his gesture, but started to wobble halfway through, and then finally exploded with a sharp crack. No, the incantation was correct, but your hand seals during casting were incorrect. The right hand should slowly lift up, and the left hand shouldn't be on the same level as the right hand. Fanny first started to teach in her accustomed manner, then abruptly reacted with a sharp intake of breath. She looked at Han Shuo with a face full of shock and her lithe body trembled eagerly. She cried out breathlessly, "Oh, my gosh! You can really cast necromancy magic." Yes. I don't know what happened either." "Oh right, Master Fanny, can you explain to me in detail the proper hand seals to cast the magic?" Han Shuo sniggered inwardly and spoke to Fanny with a look of confusion. "Of course I can." Fanny was truly excited and threw the towel in her hand to the side. Her limber legs walked rapidly to Han Shuo's side as she started explaining in detail. This, like this. Raise your hand higher, concentrate your mental strength, and don't relax even a bit. Right, that's the correct hand seal. Slow your left hand down a bit and show me again. Oh endless darkness, turn into destructive bone arrows, and destroy according to my will, bone arrows." When the bone arrow appeared this time, its direction was correct, but it abruptly exploded into pieces again just before it reached the wooden wall. "Brian, mental strength. Keep an eye on your mental strength and don't relax for even a second. You can only relax after the bone arrow has successfully struck its target, otherwise the bone arrow will explode halfway. Try again. Oh endless darkness, turn into destructive bone arrows, and destroy according to my will, bone arrows." Upon completion of the incantation, the bone arrow flew as fast as lightning without changing its position towards the wooden wall. It pierced the wooden wall with a sharp "ft" and then vanished without a trace. "Oh, gosh! Brian, you're a genius! You're absolutely a magical genius! I've only given you tips twice and you can successfully cast the bone arrow magic. Students typically need 1 to 3 months before they can master this magic. You're so incredible." Fanny was utterly stunned by Han Shuo and capered around, exclaiming loudly. She looked very excited. "Damn it, who's randomly casting magic? It almost hit me. Brian, Master Fanny? Brian, what are you doing in Master Fanny's room?" Lisa's startled cry suddenly came from next door as one of her eyes peered in from the hole in the wall. "Nothing much, I grabbed Brian for a bit of bone arrow practice." "Lisa, go to sleep soon, we won't be disturbing you anymore." Fanny walked hurriedly to the hole in the wall and replied charmingly. She picked up the towel that she had thrown to the ground earlier and filled in the hole before Lisa had a chance to respond. She turned and looked askance at Han Shuo, walking quickly towards him. "Stand still and don't move, let me see what's going on with your body." "All right." Han Shuo smiled responded faintly. "I only spent 10 days to fully master the bone arrow magic. According to Fanny's words, maybe I do have some potential for practicing magic." What's that weird smell?" Fanny had walked over and was about to reach out to inspect Han Shuo's body when her refined nose wrinkled, and she asked in confusion. Han Shuo stopped in his tracks, then abruptly understood. He looked down awkwardly, saying wryly, "My room doesn't have a bathroom, so I didn't shower. That's why there's still a smell left. Fanny's beautiful face flushed red after these words and she glared violently at Han Shuo, cursing lowly, despicable. She then pointed to the bathroom with its doors ajar, frowning as she hurried him, the water is still warm, wash that disgusting crap off yourself. It truly was despicable. Han Shuo could still feel a strand of sticky liquid leaking out from a slit in his lower body. Fanny's words echoed his current inclinations. It was indeed quite uncomfortable for his lower body to remain in a sticky state, so he walked merrily to the bathroom that Fanny had just occupied. A simple, crude, round tub was inside the bathroom. The water inside still gave off steam, and several pieces of Fanny's sexy lingerie was laid out on a nearby rack. It only took one glance of the small silk pieces that were as ephemeral as cicada wings, for a ball of flame to violently rise from Han Shuo's lower body. Just as Han Shuo was salivating fixedly over the lingerie that Fanny had changed out of, she abruptly rushed into the bathroom and hurriedly put away all the items of clothing in great embarrassment. When she turned and saw that Han Shuo's eyes were just about ready to spit fire, she involuntarily made a light spitting sound and spat out, "Detestable." She finally left with panicked footsteps after violently pinching Han Shuo's backside. Han Shuo peeled off his clothes and lay within the round pool, breathing in the mesmerizing scent that Fanny had left behind in the bathroom with his mouth. Luxuriating in the water that Fanny had previously used, Han Shuo felt that the perfection of moment was indescribable with words. He basically didn't want to leave. Han Shuo took a long time to wash up, and carelessly scrubbed his underwear only after Fanny had checked in a few times, finally walking out of the bathroom clutching his underwear. "It's getting late, I won't inspect your body today. Hurry and leave." Fanny acted like nothing had happened after Han Shuo had walked out and spoke dispassionately to him. Han Shuo nodded with an honest smile and happily walked towards the door. Fanny called out lightly just as Han Shuo was about to leave, "Brian." Peering back in confusion, Han Shuo scratched his head and asked dumbly, "Yes." "Nothing, just that you don't seem like someone who's crazy." Fanny sized up Han Shuo and said oddly, "I don't know what happens when my head hurts, but when I'm not being affected by anything, everything is normal." Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He left in guilty haste after his response. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Small Accomplishments in Magic. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo didn't immediately rest upon returning to the hotel storage room, but rather practiced magic as usual. The magical yuan within his body circulated according to the principles of demonic magic. Under Han Shuo's careful guidance, it flowed through every inch of his meridians, skin, muscles, and bones. Whether it was his physical strength or his five senses, Han Shuo could feel that both had greatly improved. Han Shuo resolutely kept attacking the final bottleneck according to the instructions in the mystical glacial spell fire. He circulated his magical yuan to the centers of his two hands and tried to clear the meridians in his 5 fingers and bones. Pain continuously emitted from his bones and meridians as his 2 hands trembled with convulsions. Faint red and purple lights emitted from the backs of his hands, like 2 feeble lanterns. The pain continued to increase while Han Shuo grit his teeth and stubbornly hung on. He knew that this was the critical point in training the glacial mystical spell fire. It was up to his will to see if he could clear all the meridians in his hands and achieve successful results with the glacial mystical spell fire. The process of the magical yuan attacking the bones in his 5 fingers seemed to continue interminably. Han Shuo sat Indian style with sweat dripping out of every pore as his veins bulged and pounded in his forehead. His originally peaceful facial expression became a bit sinister and ghastly, giving off a feeling of extreme evil. After who knew how long, just as Han Shuo felt that he would faint from the pain, he could no longer bear the bone-searing agony in his hands and involuntarily flapped his hands with a low roar. "Pa pa pa!" 10 crisp sounds rang out from his fingers as Han Shuo immediately felt a bit drained, but the magical yuan flowed smoothly into his fingers with no obstacles. 10 purple-red embers, like the flame on a candle wick, instantaneously arose from his fingertips. The 10 purple-red blossoms of fire sparkled with breathtaking colors in the dark of the storage room. They were like hypnotizing flowers that had suddenly bloomed, giving others a secretive and unpredictable feeling. The palms of his 2 hands were also dyed with purple-red color, along with his fingers. The bones within his hands could clearly be seen, and even his skin shone with a translucent gleam, looking exceedingly bizarre. Absolutely elated, Han Shuo roared in a low voice. He then quickly looked around, and slowly withdrew the magical yuan from his hands back into his stomach. Without the continued infusion of magical yuan, Han Shuo's hands slowly went back to normal and the 10 flowering flames disappeared as well. Success! This was the evidence of successfully practicing the glacial mystical spell fire. Although its full power could not be demonstrated due to his insufficient magical yuan, Han Shuo was no longer a defenseless, ordinary person, thanks to his current achievements. The red flame of the glacial mystical spell fire burned all in its path, whereas the purple flame was bone-chillingly cold. Anyone struck with this spell fire would either be burned from the inside out, or experience their internal organs being frozen into blocks of ice. The likelihood of survival was exceedingly low. When the caster had sufficient magical yuan, even greater spell fire could be concentrated into the palms and thus unleash even more frightening power. Han Shuo was engulfed by a huge wave of exhaustion after succeeding with mystical glacial spell fire, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, dawn. Under Fanny's leadership, the band of 12 had gathered at the entrance to the town of Dral. They gathered some food and water from the town and piled all these items onto Han Shuo. "What were you doing in Master Fanny's room last night?" Lisa asked Han Shuo in a low voice as she hung a leather water skin on him. It seemed like Fanny hadn't explained last night's events to anyone. Han Shuo cast a glance at Fanny off in the distance and realized that she was reminding some students of things to be careful of. He also responded in a low voice, "Nothing much. Master Fanny wanted to test some necromancy magic and used me as a subject." "Humph. Don't lie to me, even if Master Fanny wanted to test some magic on you, she would test bone arrow. This kind of magic only needs to be practiced by apprentices, would she need to test this kind of magic as an adept mage?" Lisa huffed and looked warily at Han Shuo. Master Fanny was testing bone arrow magic, isn't each magic spell divided into 5 levels? She just wanted to see what level of bone arrow magic she could cast with her current strength. "You can ask Master Fanny if you don't believe me." Ever since Han Shuo had lied to Lisa, her attitude had indeed changed drastically towards him. But, women were just so. Even if she didn't like him, she would still treat you as her personal property when she knew that you liked her. If you developed an ambiguous relationship with anyone, she would be the first to feel uncomfortable. Lisa was the same way. Although she didn't think much of him, but once she understood Han Shuo's thought, she naturally thought that Han Shuo would like only her unto his death, and shouldn't have any goings-on with Fanny. Han Shuo had heard of this from others before, and now it seemed that there was some sense to it. "Forget it, you wouldn't dare lie to me anyways." Lisa looked at Fanny, spoke to Han Shuo in a carefree manner and then turned to leave. "Brian, let's go. The trees and shrubs grow vigorously in the dark forest and the paths are winding and uneven. We can no longer ride horses and can only proceed on foot. You have too many resources on you and cannot be pulled down. There are many vicious magical creatures within the dark forest. It would be tragic if you were pulled down and killed by them." Fanny looked at Han Shuo from afar and called out. Fanny's attitude towards Han Shuo had subconsciously changed after yesterday's events. She seemed to place greater importance on him now, but the gentle attitude she had towards him had ceased to exist, replaced with a brusque frustration. Coming. Han Shuo had taken huge advantage of Fanny yesterday and she'd also witnessed his ugliness in her bathroom last night. It was natural that she no longer looked kindly upon him. It was actually a kind of improvement now that Fanny was slowly changing her attitude towards him. Dral was abnormally busy in the day as many stores had already set up shop bright and early. A few sleepy-eyed merchants and adventurers walked out of nearby alleys with their clothes in disarray. These people were also preparing to get to work after a night of depravity. Merchants and adventurers formed groups and set off for the dark forest with their belongings in tow. They either sought to capture magical creatures or trade with the minorities within the forest. Under Fanny's constant urging, Han Chuo's group of 12 also put their affairs in order and followed Fanny and Jean's footsteps into the dark forest. The dark forest was vast and endless with various savage and violent magical creatures within it, as well as a few uncommon races. Elves, goblins, and savages numbered amongst them and were the main races within the forest, but even these races normally lived on the outskirts of the forest. The real inner world of the true dark forest was full of mysteries and danger. The largest and most frightening magical creatures lived within this inner world, and that was the most tempting and mysterious part of the dark forest. Although legends spoke of great treasures and precious items within the core, few dared venture within. Those who dared to enter and still made it out alive were the cream of the crop. "Follow me, we'll head south," Fanny called out loudly as soon as they entered the dark forest and changed the group's heading, making straight for the southern part of the forest. The roads were indeed rugged within the dark forest. All sorts of durable rocks and towering trees with branches tens of meters long could be seen everywhere. There were many merchants and adventurers also heading south in the beginning, but they all veered off on their own paths as time went on. The others all disappeared in the blink of an eye, and no one knew where they went. Suddenly, several rapid footfalls fell into Han Chuo's hearing. He paused, concentrated his hearing, and then immediately said, "A sound is approaching, and it doesn't seem like the steps of humans. Brian, you're just an errand slave. What danger can you hear? So ridiculous." Bok was the first to laugh loudly and mock Han Chuo. Ever since Han Chuo had started training his magical yuan, his 5 senses had become a lot more perceptive than before. Besides, he was confident with his hearing to begin with. It was impossible for humans to emit the fast-approaching light taps, and there seemed to be more than one. Han Chuo had only spoken up because he understood from Fanny and everyone else the dangers of the dark forest, but seeing that no one paid any attention to him after his words, Han Chuo refrained from speaking up further. The group continued to slowly walk south, but Fanny first frowned, and then exclaimed in surprise after 2 minutes. She said in her sweet voice, "There are indeed magical creatures approaching. Everyone put down your things and prepare to fight. Since we're still in the outskirts of the dark forest, the creatures shouldn't be terribly strong. No need to worry everyone." The students started, then looked at Han Chuo oddly after Fanny spoke. They hurriedly relieved themselves of their packs and formed a circular defensive position. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, A Small Magic Trial. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Suddenly, 5 cat-like shapes rushed in from around them, but the shapes had 3 heads, a spiky tail, and yellow light dancing within its eyes. "Not to worry, these are just barbed-tail cats. Everyone hurry and attack. Show me the results of your magic training." Fanny breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the magical creatures. Numerous bone arrows swiftly materialized out of thin air as students finished their incantations after Fanny had finished speaking. The bone arrows shot towards the 5 barbed-tail cats with whooshing sounds. Although their speed was fast, 3 of them were hit by the bone arrows and blood immediately blossomed on their brown fur, affecting their speed. However, the first 2 that had rushed up first actually evaded the students' bone arrow attacks and dashed straight for them. As the students panicked, their bone arrow attacks veered off course or exploded in midair as they repeatedly made mistakes in their frenzy. The 2 barbed-tail cats darted left and right. Fanny made her move just as the one of the left was about to charge into the defensive perimeter. The same bone arrow magic in her hands resulted in 3 bone arrows that flew unerringly onto the 3 heads of this cat. 3 shrill wails emitted from the barbed-tail cat's mouth and it shrank from making another rush. It ran away fearfully instead. The other barbed-tail cat made for Han Chuo, and in fact it had set its sights on him. In the other student's panic, their bone arrow magic continued to be riddled with mistakes and didn't slow down the cat at all. Jean was only concerned with Fanny's side and in the heat of the moment forgot about the threat on the right. He only reacted after Fanny had fought off the barbed-tail cat, but it was already a bit too late. The cat had directly charged to in front of Han Chuo, and its three-fanged cat heads along with razor-sharp claws went directly for him. "Brian, be careful!" Fanny and Lisa both screamed in fright. Han Chuo's face stayed calm and didn't panic as he saw the barbed-tail cat bearing down on him. A cold curve even played at the corners of his lips. Han Chuo suddenly snaked out a hand like lightning when the barbed-tail cat's claws were in front of his face. His left arm swung violently, and the durable wooden sticks intended to be a tent structure that were tied to his arm caught the barbed-tailed cat's sharp claws. His right hand immediately thrust it out, and the others seemed to see a bright red line drawn through the air. Han Chuo's right hand landed on the cat's lower abdomen, paused for a second, and was then retracted. Jean's bone arrow support also arrived at the same time, and 2 arrows tardily shot towards the barbed-tail cat. 3 ghastly wails sounded out from the 3 heads as it fell listlessly to the ground with an audible thud, where it then laid unmoving. The 4 already injured barbed-tail cats were spooked by the fall of this cat and they cried wildly as they hurriedly retreated, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Master Jean's bone arrows are so strong, they killed this barbed-tail cat in a flash. The bone arrows that we and Master Fanny shot towards our cats only injured them and weren't nearly as powerful. Amy gave a soft exclamation and looked at Jean in surprise. The others also thought it was odd after Amy's words, and even Fanny gazed at Jean in astonishment. She said with a perplexed look, "Bone arrow is just a basic attack magic. You were able to immediately kill a barbed-tail cat with this magic. This is truly amazing." Jean's expression was a bit strange in the beginning, as if he was also befuddled as well, but after Fanny's words, he immediately displayed a very confident smile, and nodded faintly at everyone as if he too was paying respects to the power of his attack magic. "Brian, when you slashed at the cat with your right hand just now, why did I seem to see a red line slash through the air? What's going on? Although Master Jean killed the barbed-tail cat, it seemed to have been you who made it off balance, right?" Lisa had been paying attention to Han Chuo and thought briefly, thinking it was a bit odd. "Heh, don't think nonsense, Lisa. Brian merely hit the cat once, but his hit didn't have much effect. What harm could he bring to the barbed-tail cat with his errand slave strength?" Bok flicked a disdainful glance at Han Chuo and said in a voice heavy with sarcasm. Han Chuo smiled dumbly and didn't say much, but the other students, having seen the same sight, also looked at Han Chuo with some confusion. They all soon decided that Han Chuo hadn't had any effect, and it was Jean who had killed the cat. After all, to them, Han Chuo was just an errand slave that they could bully at their leisure. How could an errand slave have such strength and ways? All right, let's get out of here. The barbed-tailed cat is a magical creature that picks on the weak and fears the strong, but this type of creature is a pack animal and would cause some trouble for us if they came back with reinforcements. These low-level magical creatures have no magical cores, and their skin isn't worth much. Ignore them and let's leave." Fanny didn't pay much attention to Jean after that initial moment of astonishment as she urged everyone to pick up their dropped belongings and hurry on their way. This caused great disappointment for Jean as he thought that Fanny would definitely see him in a different light. The group of 12 repacked their belongings under Fanny's cries and continued southbound. Han Chuo trailed the pack and wore a bizarre smile before he left. He'd peeked at the 2 wounds caused by Jean's arrows and could smell a burnt smell already emitting from them. Its flesh could be glimpsed from the wounds, and he could see that it was already a charred, burnt mess. This barbed-tail cat's death was due to the red spell fire of Han Chuo's mystical glacial spell fire and had nothing to do with Jean. He looked at his right hand and circulated his magical yuan. A bright red spell flame abruptly erupted from his middle finger. Han Chuo breathed a sigh of appreciation for the power of the mystical glacial spell fire as he admired the flame, finally chuckling to himself before catching up to the others. Night. Bright moonlight filtered through the dense tree branches and leaves to scatter on all corners of the dark forest. A few unknown bugs serenaded the night, bringing some joyful sounds to the otherwise peaceful forest. A bonfire burned bright red, warming the chilly night air. Han Shuo picked up a few branches with fresh meat draped over them and continuously turned them over the blazing flame. Delicious meat scents began to waft out into student noses after he applied some spices onto the pieces of meat. It smells so good. Brian, how do you know how to do this? Lisa exclaimed in surprise as she wrinkled her cute nose as her gaze locked onto a piece of meat gleaming with oil. Your performance when you met the barbed-tail cat today was terribly disappointing. You panicked so much that you couldn't even cast the most basic bone arrow magic. This won't do. And Master Jean, although your last bone arrow magic was quite amazing, you were too lax earlier. If it wasn't for Brian's high alertness, he surely would have been harmed by the cat. The students were gathered around the bonfire as they listened to Fanny's loud lecture. Her brow was furrowed and she seemed to be very displeased with the students and Jean's performance earlier in the day. The students had timid expressions on their faces and seemed to be listening very intently. However, their eyes kept traveling to Han Shuo's meat rack, and many swallowed audibly. Han Shuo had been a full-time otaku in his previous life and had taken care of his daily needs. He'd naturally honed his cooking skills. The development of this world's cuisines were a far cry from the time in which Han Shuo had resided in. People had started salivating when he'd merely deployed the slightest bit of his skills. Han Shuo snuck a few glances at Fanny as her lecture sounded in his ears, a bit startled by Fanny's commanding aura. It looked like Fanny was the true organizer of this time's outing. Jean's position, who was also a teacher in the necromancy major, seemed to be a bit lower than Fanny. No wonder he was a bit afraid of Fanny. It wasn't as simple as him having a crush on her. All right, let's stop here. We'll run into more danger along the way. I hope you won't be as careless next time. Let's eat. After hectoring the students for a while, Fanny was also extremely tempted by the delicious scent of meat. She'd been on the road all day today and had partook only simple bread and clear water. Her stomach was the first to speak up now that such delicious food was in sight. Master Fanny, this is yours. Lisa, this is yours. Bella, Bach, Jean, these are yours. Han Shuo had a strange smile on his face as he passed out the meat. Brian, nicely done. This meat is delicious. Fanny licked her lips after eating a piece and kept forth a steady stream of compliments. Han Shuo's heart lurched at the sight of this arousing scene. Not bad, it's actually really good. Brian does have some skill. Lisa was also smiling happily and she devoured half her meat in the blink of an eye. What kind of meat is this? This is disgusting. It's not fully cooked yet. Ew, this is gross. There's no flavor to this. Damned Brian, you did this on purpose. This meat is still raw. Bach, Jean, and Bella, as well as some others with grudges against Han Shuo, cursed repeatedly after taking a few bites. Han Shuo smiled honestly with an innocent face. Maybe a few pieces really weren't ready yet. Sorry, bad luck. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Subconscious Changes. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo and the band of 12 walked south for a full 8 days. They met increasingly fiercer magical creatures along the way. Unicorn charging bulls, enormous lizards, magical wolves that could release wind blades, and flying eagles that could spew out frost. They were handled easily at first and increased in difficulty until the band barely handled them by the skin of their teeth. Everyone felt the increasing pressure. Everyone started off eating the food that they had brought and started cooking the meat from the magical creatures when all their rations had been eaten. The magical creatures were increasingly violent, but not all of the flesh was edible. The lizard, for instance, had a strange smell that accompanied its flesh that made it hard to swallow. But the stronger the magical creature was, the more valuable their carcasses, particularly the ones that could cast simple magics. These creatures would have magical cores within their bodies. These cores were very precious and could be sold for varying high prices according to their level. The band's haul was uncommon as well. They had obtained 4 cores from magical creatures over the past couple of days, 3 from the Windblade Wolf and 1 from the Frost Eagle. The cores from magical creatures were divided into 6 levels. Level 6 cores were the cheapest, while level 1 was the most expensive and basically hard to even catch a glimpse of. These magical cores could be used to create powerful magical weapons and increase a mage's power. Some special ones could even be used to increase a mage's mental strength, thus their prices were incredibly high. The Windblade Wolf's magical core was ranked at level 5, and could fetch 20 gold at the market, while the Frost Eagle was higher, at level 4, and its market price was 150 gold. Based purely on their haul of magical creature cores, the band had already turned a profit even after subtracting out the 50 golds needed for borrowing the batlests. Not to mention that apart from their cores, the bodies of these magical creatures were also worth some money. The fur of the Windblade Wolf and the unicorn horn of the Charging Bull were all valuable items. The value of these items added together had greatly exceeded Fanny and Jean's original expectations. Everyone has improved after a few days of training, and you no longer panic when faced with magical creatures. This is the most important thing in actual battle. On top of that, our luck has been quite good. We have gained much from this time's outing. We will allocate the profits out to everyone after we return to the academy and sell these items. Fanny was in a good mood and she wore a satisfied smile on her face when she spoke softly to the students. Han Shuo had been coldly observing everything along the way. The unskilled students had gone from panicking when faced with magical creatures to handling them with indifference. Han Shuo had seen it all clearly. Han Shuo's 5 senses were much sharper than anyone else's due to training his magical yuan. His early warnings had accomplished much in the later days, but no one could understand why Han Shuo had such perceptive senses. Fanny had even thoroughly checked Han Shuo's body over the past few days, but had turned up empty-handed each time. Fanny was perplexed, but could think of no better way. She could only say that she would employ the school's magical facilities to give Han Shuo a thorough once-over after they'd returned to the academy. After several days of early warnings and cooking mouth-watering meat, Han Shuo's status had subconsciously risen a few grades in this time's outing. Other than Bach, Bella, and others who continued to be extremely unfriendly towards Han Shuo because of their continued bad luck in always getting a piece of disgusting food, the other students no longer ordered Han Shuo around. Some of the students, who were more particular about their food, had even tried becoming more friendly with Han Shuo in hopes of obtaining better food. "Master Fanny, when can we reach that cemetery of death?" Lisa immediately asked after hearing Fanny's words. Fanny's brow creased upon hearing this question and she became silent. She sighed gently after a while. "I've only heard that the cemetery of death was once discovered in the deep south of the dark forest, but I'm not too certain of its exact location. Our main purpose in traveling to the dark forest this time was to teach you the correct method of deploying necromancy magic when faced with danger. Based on our current results, you have all reached this standard. I don't know the exact whereabouts of the cemetery of death. You might have noticed by now that the magical creatures we are facing are becoming stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the pre-warnings that Brian had been issuing the past couple of days, I think some people would have already gotten injured, but even so, we only made it through by the skin of our teeth when we met that Frost Eagle yesterday. I'm worried that some amongst us will not only be hurt, but some may even die if we continue further. Therefore, I think it's time that we head back." The students were a bit dumbfounded by Fanny's words, while Jean nodded and spoke, "Indeed. We're just out here for training. The location of the cemetery of death is uncertain, and we don't even know if it truly exists. It's normal for us not to find it. Everyone had personally experienced the situation yesterday. If we continue south, I feel that everyone's lives will be in danger. This time's outing has already reaped rich rewards, so there is no need for taking further risks." The 2 teachers had thus spoken. A few of the more cowardly students thought back to the events of the past 2 days and all nodded their heads in agreement. All right, then let's go back to the academy. The dangers are becoming worse. Bok, you coward! How else can rewards be gained if not through risk? If it weren't for yesterday's danger, how could we have gotten that Frost Eagle's core? We should continue further south, perhaps we'd obtain even more valuable items. This way, the other majors won't look down on our necromancy major when we go back to the academy. Lisa glared at Bok with a contemptuous look, and tilted her head back with sarcasm. She then cast a glance at Hanchuo, who was cooking meat on the side with an indifferent expression. Brian, wouldn't you agree? Ordinarily, no one paid any attention to Hanchuo, but after his performance over the past couple of days, incredibly enough, the students all stared at Hanchuo after Lisa had spoken. Even Fanny and Jean were the same, as if Hanchuo's decision was quite important. Hanchuo was involuntarily speechless. He paused, and then smiled honestly. Taking risks is a given. People haven't been hurt yet. Why don't we continue? Who knows, maybe we'll gain even more rewards. Fanny gazed at Hanchuo strangely, grew quiet for a moment, and then surprisingly nodded her head. All right, since this is the case, then let's continue until someone is hurt. Once that happens, we'll return on our original path. Come everyone, it's time to eat. Hanchuo laughed lightly and called out. Fanny and Lisa then hurtled forward merrily, dropping their manners as they accepted the 2 largest pieces of meat that Hanchuo handed over. In the deep of the night, the cool moonlight spilled over the dark forest. A few students were already fast asleep in a few crude tents, while some others struggled against their sleepiness and took up the grave task of standing guard. Hanchuo slipped away soundlessly by himself, slowly moving away from the students' tents and creeped through the shadows of the towering trees. Hanchuo's not terribly strong body could be seen through the cracks between the shadows of the trees. He was as fast and agile as a cheetah, abruptly changing direction with ease as he wove through the trees. He had traveled far away from Fanny and Ko's tents in the blink of an eye and continued south. After a while, Hanchuo's body suddenly stopped as he spread his 2 palms upwards and chanted the words to summon a skeletal warrior. Souls of the fallen soldiers, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence. A skinny, inky black little skeleton wielding a bone dagger abruptly materialized as soon as the incantation was complete. The little skeleton's body was even more dense and darker than before, completely becoming one with the color of the night. It was like an elf of the darkness. The little skeleton continuously sprang off its feet to follow Hanchuo's high-speed dash, but its bones no longer creaked with sound. The 7 bone spurs flapped on its back, allowing the little skeleton to speed through the air, like it was hang gliding, as it wove through the forest side by side with Hanchuo. 2 wind-blade wolves suddenly appeared in front of the man and skeleton duo. The 2 wind-blade wolves were devouring the carcass of a magical creature in the shape of a wild pig. One of them seemed to feel the disturbance in the air as its sharp ears suddenly stood up and its green eyes darted to and fro. A bone dagger shimmering with a cold, sharp light materialized out of the night. The bone dagger carved a marvelous curve through the thin air and suddenly stabbed towards the wolf, that had been on high alert. At the same time, a nimble figure suddenly rushed out from the trees of the dark forest and made for the other wind-blade wolf. A faint, purple light suddenly flashed in the darkened sky, appearing all the more beautiful and fey. 2 ghastly wails sounded out from the 2 wind-blade wolves. The bloodthirsty wolves had all been killed before they had a chance to react. One wolf's skull was cleaved straight through with the bone dagger, and the other fell stiffly to the ground with frosty breaths coming out of its mouth. Ha, another 2 level 5 cores. Hanchuo talked to himself in satisfaction as he withdrew his hand. On the other side, the little skeleton had already started dressing the valuable wind-blade wolf skin with its bone dagger. Judging from its practiced movement, this wasn't the first time that it had done so. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Prepare to Fight. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo worked by himself during the nights, leveraging his perceptive senses to hunt down the magical creatures nearby. The flawless cooperation between man and skeleton had no drawbacks. They had gathered 4 level 5 cores by now, as well as some valuable skin and horns. Han Shuo not only tried to cast magic whenever they hunted down magical creatures, but also repeatedly practiced the bone arrow magic, often combining missile and melee attacks for uncanny effectiveness. Han Shuo never displayed the same panic and disarray that the students had displayed when they first met magical creatures. He always displayed the same calm, even a sort of numb callousness. Even Han Shuo himself didn't know why he didn't have any negative emotions throughout the entire process. He could vaguely feel that his inner heart was actually brimming with eagerness and anticipation when he hunted magical creatures, as if he really enjoyed the process. "I'm definitely not a good person." Han Shuo laughed at himself, and accepted this time's haul of cores and windblade wolf pelts from the little skeleton's hands. He patted the darkly gleaming head of the little skeleton and smiled, "Let's go. We can go back now." The little skeleton's hand clutched its bone dagger, with no traces of emotion in its empty eye sockets. It trailed behind Han Shuo and swiftly returned along their original path. Han Shuo chanted an incantation when they were halfway there and the little skeleton returned to the other dimension. Seeing that he was about to return to the camping area, Han Shuo slowed his footsteps and walked unhurriedly through the shadows of the trees. As it was past midnight, the students standing guard in the camping area had changed to Fanny, Lisa, and Amy. Lisa and Amy had half-drooped eyes and looked incredibly sleepy. Anyone could tell at a glance that they were slacking off and not shouldering the responsibility they were assigned. It was a good thing that Fanny understood the importance of keeping guard. Her pair of beautiful eyes roamed the 4 corners alertly, and her wary gaze immediately locked onto the direction that Han Shuo was coming from when his light footsteps grew near. Her magic staff in hand, Fanny frowned with an expression of high alert on her alluring features. She slowly advanced in Han Shuo's direction and said softly, "Who goes there?" "Master Fanny, it's me." Han Shuo called out lightly as he walked out slowly from the shadows. "I knew it would be you. I went to look for you earlier and discovered that your tent was empty. Where did you go in the middle of the night?" Fanny's eyes locked onto Han Shuo's body as she asked with confusion. "Nothing much. I only went to find a secluded corner to practice magic. After I asked you about the bone arrow magic last time, I've been taking advantage of the night to find a secluded area to practice. I think that only with repeated practice can I guarantee that I won't make a mistake." Han Shuo scratched his head and answered honestly in a light voice. "Brian, it's great that you're so hard-working. After a while, when you've grasped more magic, I will explain this matter to the school authorities. That way, your status as an errand slave can be waived, and perhaps you will be able to enjoy the same treatment as the students." Fanny looked at Han Shuo and thought for a bit. "Oh, I was sold to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Will my status as an errand slave be waived purely because I understand magic?" Han Shuo asked after he recovered from being dumbfounded. Fanny nodded and spoke decisively. "No mage has ever been an errand boy or slave. Being a mage is an esteemed profession throughout the profound continent. Even if our necromancy major is unpopular, if you can prove that you truly understand magic, then your status will change, and you'll never have to be the slave that runs errands." "I see, that's wonderful. I actually have a lot more questions that I hope Master Fanny will be able to answer for me. I will do my best to improve myself and become an adequate mage." Han Shuo's thoughts raced as he suddenly recalled the many unanswered questions he had from the magic books he had read previously, and wanted to make the best use of this opportunity to get them answered. "No problem, you can ask me any necromancy questions you have in the future. I will help you. Although you're a bit lascivious right now, I'm certain that you're a magical genius and will help you escape your current position." Fanny smiled faintly and responded in her gentle voice. Han Shuo smiled honestly, as if he hadn't heard Fanny accuse him of being too carnal. He contemplated briefly and started asking Fanny a few questions regarding magical knowledge. After a brief moment, Fanny gave a great start of surprise and gazed at Han Chuo in shock. Oh, goodness, Brian, you already have so much magical knowledge. That's amazing. I gained this magical knowledge from reading the magical books in the library last time I helped Jack clean the library. Ever since I discovered that I could cast the bone arrow magic, I started to investigate the reason why. Han Chuo lied smoothly, and in fact spoke with a slightly embarrassed expression. Brian, I really wasn't wrong about you. You really are a magical genius. Fanny exclaimed in astonishment again upon hearing Han Chuo's explanation. At this moment, the sound of footsteps fell into Han Chuo's ears again. His face grew grave as he hastily spoke, "A sound is approaching, but it doesn't sound like a magical creature. Rather, it sounds more like a human." Fanny's beautiful features changed slightly after Han Chuo's words, and she pulled on his arms in panic. They ran straight for the tents. There are many races within the dark forest, but not all of them are friendly. Even some who are humans like us will sometimes kill for a high-level magical creature core. We should be ready. Fanny's slender fingers clutched Han Chuo's wrist in her hurry. She had no particular thoughts about it, but Han Chuo's mind had already been filled with sinister intentions. His mind started falling head over heels when the feeling of the smooth fingers of her jade hand crossed his wrist, and his mind suddenly recalled the tantalizing moment on the back of a battlest a few days ago. Everyone up! Lisa and Amy, get everyone up and ready for battle. Possible danger approaches. Fanny's words jolted the dozing Lisa and Amy awake. The two could detect the arrival of danger in Fanny's frantic tone, and they started raising a ruckus to warn those in the tents. In the blink of an eye, many students who had been sound asleep in the tents all rushed out with their clothes in disarray and still half asleep. They began urgent preparations for battle. Fanny unintentionally glanced at Han Chuo at this moment and found that Han Chuo was smiling happily at the hand that was clutching his wrist. An expression of enjoyment could be found on his face. Incensed, Fanny let go only after she gave Han Chuo a sharp pinch with her jade hand. She spoke angrily in a low voice, "Damn it, Brian, I find that you're as lecherous as Fitch." Han Chuo cried out in pain and wore an awkward smile on his face. He thought internally, I wonder what would Fanny think if she knew that I was the one who touched her butt last time? Several heavy footfalls gradually approached and fell into everyone's hearing in the mess of the students getting ready. Han Chuo had started to calm down after Fanny's pinch, and the previous lustful gleam in his eyes faded without a trace, to be replaced by a deep coldness. It was as if he was a bystander coldly observing everything around him. Heavy footsteps accompanied by weird, airy sounds continued to approach the crew. Jean frowned and asked, perplexed, such heavy footsteps shouldn't belong to humans, but two-legged magical creatures are exceedingly rare. What could they be? Fanny furrowed her brow in deep thought as her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened with understanding. She suddenly called out, "Everyone hurry and summon skeletal warriors to the front, we seem to have run into the man-eating monsters in the dark forest." Everyone was gobsmacked when the words man-eating monsters crossed Fanny's lips. A few of the female students shuddered as fearful expressions blossomed on their faces. Jean was also startled and hurriedly commanded everyone to form a circular defense pattern. He too brought out a brown magic staff, that looked like a tree branch. His face was full of careful wariness. Rounds of incantations flew out from the students' and teachers' mouths. Multiple skeletal warriors, ghouls, and zombie warriors appeared out of thin air, as well as Fanny and Jean's hate warriors. Hate warriors were more advanced beings of existence amongst the dark creatures. These hate warriors were enormous in size, wielded metal clubs, and had incredible strength in all the fat on their bodies. Their bodies also possessed extremely durable defensive capabilities, and were a common meat shield used by necromancers. Indeed, following their thudding footsteps, 8, grey-colored, 2.5-meter tall man-eating monsters wielding studded clubs and long spears soon appeared in everyone's vision. Man-eating monsters were pack creatures. 10 or so man-eating monsters counted as a tribe. The man-eating monsters' nature was lazy and they liked to steal things. They were born robbers. They understood how to use studded clubs and long spears. Add to that, the toughness and durability of their bodies meant they had extreme power and damage in close combat. However, what frightened people most wasn't the strength of the man-eating monsters, but their habits. Man-eating monsters were labeled thus because they ate humans. If they met humans in the course of a robbery, not only would they steal everything, but they would carry off the human for food. Han Chuo and Co. had formed a defensive field, with the skeletal warriors, ghouls, zombie warriors, and hate warriors forming an outer defensive perimeter. A few necromancers readied their offensive missile spells and watched the approaching man-eating monsters gravely. "Prepare to fight!" Fanny called out. Her staff had already been raised up. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, The Calm of an Errand Boy. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The man-eating monsters made weird sounds with their mouths as they moved. They abruptly started running towards the band when the strongest and tallest man-eating monster pointed at them with its club. Strings of magical incantations sounded out before the monsters had even begun to approach. Bundles of bone arrows flew towards the man-eating monsters out of thin air, and those above the level of magic apprentice even fired out a stronger incantation, bone spears. Bone spears was a necromancy magic similar to bone arrows, but one had to be at least at the level of a novice mage in order to master it. The power of the spell was also slightly stronger than bone arrows. Bone arrows and spears flew out simultaneously, through the air, making straight for the 8 man-eating monsters. These 8 monsters knew to dodge the attacks as they ran, but they weren't a race known for speed. Some were still hit by the bone arrows and spears. Except, their bodies were exceedingly durable. The bone arrows only caused them to cry out with pain and temporarily affected their speed, but couldn't pierce their bodies. Only the bone spears left bloody holes on their bodies, with green blood trickling out of them. The 8 monsters continued to get hurt as they approached, but none of them fully lost the ability to fight. They crashed into the outer defensive perimeter and started attacking the inner ring. Han Chuo stayed within the defensive ring in an orderly, unruffled manner. His face full of calm, he looked coldly upon the fast-approaching man-eating monsters and slowly sized up their battle strength. "Let the dark creatures attack!" Fanny gave a great shout as her beautiful features turned grave as she saw the man-eating monsters drawing near. Everyone started directing the outer ring of dark creatures to attack as Fanny's words rang out. The summoned ghouls, skeletal warriors, zombie warriors, and hate warriors all held their positions firmly, striking out only when the man-eating monsters closed the distance. But the man-eating monsters were tall and buff, and their muscles provided them with a tough defense. Apart from the hate warriors, which could actually cause some damage with their metal clubs, the effect of the other dark creatures' attacks was quite limited. The ghouls and skeletal warriors were particularly ineffective. They were immediately pulverized beneath the studded clubs, with the skeletal warriors falling to pieces and the ghouls dying in a mass of flesh and gore. The zombie warriors were more durable and could take multiple hits from the studded clubs, but they too staggered around weakly after being hit a few times. These damned man-eating monsters are a bit tough to deal with. Jean started to worry as he saw the outer perimeter of dark creatures begin to collapse, and yet the man-eating monsters remained standing, even when bleeding profusely from various magic attacks. "Hold the line. Don't let them break through, otherwise we'll surely die if we face them in close combat." Fanny called out loudly, a trace of anxiety appearing on her beautiful face as well. Rounds of bone spears continued to appear as she chanted her spells. They honed in on one particular man-eating monster, with the final spear piercing the monster through the eye and penetrating its head with one stroke. This caused the man-eating monster wobble, and then fall lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 7 man-eating monsters seemed to lose their minds after their comrade had been killed. It was like the 2 with spears had been activated as they cried out with weird whooshing sounds and suddenly threw their spears out. The spears drew a curve in the air, and whistled sharply as they pinned down the 2 hate warriors. The 2 hate warriors were the strongest meat shields in the outer perimeter. Although they didn't immediately lose the ability to move, their movements became slower now that their bodies had been impaled. They were pretty much ineffectual after two man-eating monsters started marking their every move. At this moment, only 2 hate warriors and 6 zombie warriors were left in the outer perimeter. The zombie warriors were inferior to the hate warriors in every way, and the pressure on the former had increased with the hate warriors being impaled by spears. 2 zombie warriors had fallen in the span of a moment. What to do, what to do? Will these damned man-eating monsters eat us? Oh my gosh, why are their bodies so durable? The bone arrows have no effect when they hit. Screwed, we're all screwed. We should have gone back yesterday, wah, wah. Rounds of depressed complaints and fearful sobs rang out from the students' mouths, affecting even their spells for a moment. Master Jean, let's use the corpse explosion spell, quick. Fanny called out suddenly, and her beautiful face hardened upon seeing everyone become so forlorn. O perished soul, my will be the command, surrender your body to me, explode violently, corpse explosion. Fanny and Jean both chanted at the same time, and Fanny pointed at the man-eating monster that she'd previously speared when it was done. Jean pointed at another fallen zombie warrior. 2 violent explosions suddenly erupted from the man-eating monster and zombie warriors' bodies. The 4 injured man-eating monsters next to them, including 2 zombie warriors, who were fighting against them, were all affected as they flew forcefully through the air. The 4 man-eating monsters were blasted apart with loud sounds along with the 2 zombie warriors. They all lay still and unmoving, obviously completely done for. Han Chuo's eyes shone brightly as he fixed them on Fanny. He was quite gobsmacked by the corpse explosion magic. He had seen clearly just now that the exploded man-eating monster's body had abruptly lit up after Fanny had finished her incantation, to be followed by a frightening force. Of the 4 man-eating monsters, who had been blasted apart, 3 of them had died underneath Fanny's magic. Han Chuo had previously only heard a bit regarding corpse explosion magic. He understood that only adept mages could cast it, and that explosions would vary according to the mage's strength. Fanny's corpse explosion magic had been noticeably stronger than Jean's. This may have had something to do with Fanny's magic and using man-eating monsters as fodder. However, it seemed that the corpse explosion spell significantly drained their mental strength. Fanny and Jean's faces were both pale after casting the spell, and they panted heavily. Up until now, of the original 8 man-eating monsters, Fanny had killed 1 with a bone spear, and 4 more had been killed with the corpse explosion spells. Although the 2 hate warriors had been impaled by the man-eating monsters' spears, they continued to hold their ground and resolutely tied up 2 more man-eating monsters. Only the strongest and tallest man-eating monster hadn't been unduly affected. It wielded a studded club and sprinted over like mad, making weird noises and even yelling simple phrases like I will kill you. We've just used the corpse explosion spell and pretty much drained our mental strength. We'll be unable to use any other high-level magic for a while. Everyone run! Jean's face grew panicked and he yelled quickly. Fanny glanced around and urged, everyone hurry and leave. Don't get caught by these monsters. Everyone panicked even more after these words from Fanny and Jean. The resources on the side were all forgotten as they all frantically tried to distance themselves from the studded club-wielding, quickly sprinting man-eating monster. Except, although the man-eating monster's speed wasn't too fast, it was still faster than the students, particularly as the latter sometimes tripped over the skeletal warrior remains as they panicked. This resulted in completely incomparable speed when compared to the man-eating monsters. Fanny's thoughts were with the students as she urged them to leave and hung back herself. The tall man-eating monster, who remembered that it was Fanny who had cast the corpse explosion spell and blown 3 monsters to pieces, chased after her without a second thought upon seeing that she had fallen behind. Its club was raised high and crashed down towards Fanny. Master Fanny, be careful! Watch out! Fanny, behind you! Lisa, Jean, and several others all cried out in shock and fright as they saw the club descend towards Fanny from behind. Fanny turned upon hearing the others' cries and discovered that the studded club was falling straight at her. The sharp points of the studs sparkled with cold light, and the accompanying whooshing sound gave testament to the strength behind this blow. Her enchanting face was starkly white without a trace of color, and her beautiful legs were suddenly without strength. A feeling of mournful helplessness rose within her eyes as the studded club grew larger in her vision. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Fanny's beautiful eyes widened as she looked in front of her, a bit lost. 2 studded clubs had appeared in front of her at some unknown time, and the 2 had collided together. The sharp studs had already been flattened at the point of contact, which still emitted some metallic sparks. She followed her gaze down the opposing studded club and suddenly discovered that Han Shuo had appeared on her left. Both of his hands were tightly grasping the studded club that was completely disproportionate to his body. Veins had popped out on his forehead and arms, and his face twisted in a grimace as he stared fixedly at the man-eating monster. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Ferocious Han Shuo. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Brian, it's Brian. The students exclaimed in shock, even Fanny was a bit dumbfounded as she stared unfamiliarly at Han Shuo. She never would have thought that, with his 170 centimeters height, Han Shuo would be able to wave such a thick, studded club and block a savage attack to boot. While everyone was shell-shocked, Han Shuo stared fixedly at the man-eating monster and reached out with his right hand to give Fanny a push. He said with an honest voice, "Hurry and run." A shrill, panicked scream rang out from Fanny's mouth. Han Shuo suddenly felt that his right hand had pressed on 2 balls of soft, big cotton candy amidst her screams. He understood that he had surely pressed down on the wrong place when he retracted his hand. The students on the side were giving soft exclamations as Jean cursed loudly, denouncing Han Shuo's wanton boldness. His heart lurching, Han Shuo turned to look at Fanny and said awkwardly, "Sorry Master Fanny, I pushed in the wrong place. I really didn't mean to." Fanny was extremely irate and was about to open her mouth to berate Han Shuo, when she suddenly sensed the man-eating monster behind her. Its large, studded club was already coming down on Han Shuo, and she reminded hastily, "Brian, be careful." Traces of dull honesty still on his face, Han Shuo suddenly turned around and raised up the club that was bigger than his body. It whistled as it once more crashed towards the man-eating monster. Clang! Sparks flew again as Han Shuo didn't budge an inch, staying firmly put like an erect stone. The picture of his thin frame clutching the large club was imprinted in everyone's eyes, causing students to look upon him weirdly. "Master Fanny, hurry and get out of there!" Jean's loud yell suddenly rang out at this moment. Gazing at Han Shuo in astonishment, Fanny finally reacted. Her beautiful eyes still locked on Han Shuo, she retreated backwards towards Jean and Xiao. After going head-to-head twice with the man-eating monster, Han Shuo felt an overwhelming need to vent his feelings at this moment. He wanted to fully let loose with all the power within his body as a faint desire to kill rose in Han Shuo's heart, giving him the urge to mash the man-eating monster into a meat pie. Han Shuo suddenly gave a few chilling laughs as soon as Fanny had vacated the area. The dumb honesty on his face vanished without a trace and his expression grimaced scarily. He raised the thick club with a darkened face and rushed headlong towards the confused man-eating monster. This fittest and strongest man-eating monster couldn't seem to understand why Han Shuo could withstand 2 of his heavy hits with such a frail body, and was standing there dumbly, as if contemplating something. "Oh my goodness, Brian must be crazy. He's rushing towards the man-eating monster." Bella exclaimed softly, a look of incredulity on her face. Everyone nodded in agreement as soon as they heard her words, all thinking that Han Shuo had naturally lost his mind. Even Lisa, who knew that Han Shuo was merely playing the village idiot, had a face of incomprehension, utterly shocked by how he was behaving at the moment. Brian suddenly become so strong after he went crazy. This is incredible. Lisa is too amazing. An agony of the soul spell turned the cowardly, timid Brian into such a wild person. Amy called out naively and looked at Lisa with emotion. "Shut up." Lisa stared directly at Han Shuo and responded. At this moment, Han Shuo was wielding the thick-studded club and moved as fast as lightning, dashing straight for the man-eating monster. The studded club whistled strangely through the air as Han Shuo grasped it tightly with both hands, swinging it upwards in a curve and aiming violently for the monster's waist. The look on the monster's face changed abruptly from confusion to rage, and it repeated its previous movement. It sent its club clashing towards Han Shuo, as if wanting to thoroughly defeat Han Shuo with strength. Loud clashing sounds rang out continuously between the two studded clubs. The durable club and sharp studs were all flattened after repeated clashes. The fight between the frail Han Shuo and the hulking man-eating monster became heated as the clashing sounds continued. Fanny and the others had originally wanted to escape as soon as possible, but all remained where they were in shock as they saw how scary Han Shuo's strength was after he'd gone mad. He was holding his own in a fight against the man-eating monster, and the crew stared gobsmacked at Han Shuo's strength. Dancing around with a club completely disproportionate to his body, Han Shuo displayed not even a hint of apprehension as he faced the towering monster. Firm and well-defined muscles with popping veins were evident on his neck, arms and neck. In this moment, his expression was hideously mad. He had a sort of dauntless valor that completely upended Fanny and the students' understanding of him. In this moment, the magical yuan within Han Shuo's body churned quickly, and he felt a joyous glee in fully deploying his strength. His movements with the studded club became more practiced, and not only did he not become tired by the repeated clashes, but his vigor actually grew in strength. He he he. A few weird laughs emitted from the grimacing Han Shuo. The man-eating monster staggered backwards after another violent clash. Its originally wild attacks and enormous strength had started faltering after a few rounds of clashes. "Oh my gosh! Is this that weak and cowardly Brian?" Bella exclaimed and repeatedly shook her head in disbelief. "I swear I'll never test magic on Brian again. He's too scary when he goes crazy." Athena displayed a frightened expression and muttered to herself. Lisa's expression was excited and her small fists clenched tightly. She would randomly scream, "Beat him!" Bok and others with a grudge against Han Shuo all displayed fearful expressions after exchanging looks. They looked upon Han Shuo with a bit of fear. "Hee, you won't get away." After another weird laugh, Han Shuo followed closely behind the escaping monster. The thick, studded club suddenly swept forward, and the monster's two legs were broken with a resounding crack. Han Shuo's weird laughter followed closely thereafter, and the studded club repeatedly crashed down onto the monster. Ghastly wails sounded out from the previously cruel man-eating monster. The monster's hulking body had long since fallen down as fresh blood continued spurting out of his body. The grey, strong body was a bloody mess after Han Shuo's continued beating. It was a bit difficult to make out what it had originally looked like. These violent and savage blows rained down like a furious storm for a minute, with Han Shuo suddenly waking up after the man-eating monster had been mashed into a mess of blood and gore. He was also startled when he stopped, as he'd never thought that he would have such a savage side to him. This was the first time he'd killed someone, but there was no corresponding wave of fear in Han Shuo's heart. After the expression on his face had calmed down, Han Shuo turned to look at Fanny and the students, smiling an honest smile. "He seems to be dead." Against his expectations, the students, as well as Fanny and Jean, all screamed and took 2 steps backwards when Han Shuo turned his head. Lisa exclaimed in fright and then asked, Brian, are you all right?" Han Shuo started and quickly recollected himself. He scratched his head and smiled dumbly. "What happened to me just now? Even I don't know what I did. Why did this monster suddenly die? You've forgotten everything you've just done." Fanny was also dumbfounded and then frowned as she stared at Han Shuo in interrogation. Han Shuo nodded truthfully and explained sincerely, "Yes, I felt that my brain started to hurt a lot just now and then forgot everything that happened afterwards. The man-eating monster had already died in front of me when I came to. What's going on? Weren't there 2 more monsters? Where did they go? You scared them off?" Bella stared at Han Shuo oddly and replied, "Ah, no way. How can this be? Why would they be afraid of me? Han Chuo asked, perplexed, and with a face full of innocence. Brian, you become so scary after you lose your mind, like you're someone else. Even we were a bit afraid, not to mention the man-eating monsters. Good thing you're all right now. Jean spoke heartfeltly and voiced everyone's thoughts. Don't just stand there. Hurry and pack everything. We can no longer stay here. 2 of the monsters got away, they may come back and create more trouble for us. Fanny kept her cool and hurriedly directed everyone to clean up the aftermath upon seeing that the crisis had been temporarily averted. Everyone returned to their original places after Fanny's orders and picked up the resources strewn all over the ground. The students had become more mature after this life and death experience. No one wasted time in idle chatter, picked up and packed all the items with great speed. I think it's time to leave and end this time's outing. Jean proposed gravely after seeing that everyone had appropriately repacked their belongings. Everyone had recognized that their strength wasn't as strong as they thought after meeting the man-eating monsters. There would be more dangers as they traveled south, and thus everyone nodded in embarrassed agreement after Jean made his suggestion. Momentarily speechless, the crew started organizing their things. They planned to bring back this time's pickings back to the academy and not continue adventuring south. But just as everyone was prepared to leave, a desolate cry suddenly came from the south. The crew had packed and were about to leave, but were all gobsmacked after hearing this sound. Expressions of greed surfaced shortly afterwards. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Another Coolie. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It's the hooting calls of a frost eagle. They're solitary magical creatures. We've already hunted one down before, why not leave after killing this one? An expression of joy appeared on Jean's face as he gazed at everyone and asked. The creature core of a frost eagle was at level 4, and was worth a lot more than a windblade wolf's. Although everyone had expended quite a bit of effort to hunt the first one down, that meant they were now more experienced in dealing with frost eagles. Everyone blanked after Jean's words, after which Fanny looked at Han Chuo and asked, Brian, what do you think? A large sum of resources is in front of us. I think we should take it. Han Chuo scratched his head and smiled honestly. Then all right, everyone make your preparations. We will return to the academy after we've taken the Frost Eagle core. If our necromancy major can obtain 2 level 4 magical creature cores during this outing, then the other majors will not dare to look down on us. Fanny nodded and instructed everyone to move out. When the band heard her words, it was like they'd recalled the outrages they'd suffered before. Each person started moving angrily, following in Han Chuo and Fanny's footsteps towards the direction of the Frost Eagle's call. Han Chuo walked in front, just like a leader, and everyone else wore a naturally expression. No one had any opinions otherwise, and subconsciously, they themselves had all started to change the way they thought about Han Chuo. By now, no one dared to treat Han Chuo as an errand slave that they could bully at their leisure. Their gazes towards Han Chuo subtly held a few more hints of respect and fear. The band of people rushed along their way, following the Frost Eagle's cries. They arrived at the Frost Eagle's location after a while, but were shocked by the scene that came into view. Under the pure and bright moonlight, the band saw a tall, strapping, and handsome youth with tousled silver hair, wielding a long sword to battle the Frost Eagle in the sky. He wore a simple paladin's robe and his shoulders, chest, and stomach were covered with armor that sparkled with silver light. His clothes and appearance made him out to be a knight. As he wove the long sword in his hand, beams of milky white light flashed glaringly, causing the Frost Eagle circling overhead to continuously caw out when it was struck. Oh my gosh, a milky white fighting aura, he's an Earth Rider knight. Ooh! He's so handsome! Bella squealed and locked her eyes firmly on the body of this Earth Rider knight. A boy crazy look rose to her face. Several other female students next to her also revealed mesmerized expressions, their eyes shining as they gazed at the Earth Rider, who easily handled the Frost Eagle. Han Chuo creased his brow, also surprised by the Earth Rider's strength. The last time Han Shuo and the band of 12 had confronted a frost eagle, they had found it extremely difficult and had expended monumental effort before finally killing the frost eagle. This Earth Rider not only was not having difficulties, but was handling it with ease. The frost eagle emitted continuous low keens after the white fighting aura was projected. A beam of white fighting aura shakily rose upwards until it pointed straight at the heavily injured frost eagle. The frost eagle seemed to have perceived the danger as it flapped its wings in preparation to leave. The Earth Rider's body had been standing on the floor until this moment, where it abruptly flew through the air in an accelerated jump. The long sword slashed past the frost eagle's belly as a wailing bird call sounded once more. The frost eagle wobbled in a listless, downward fall. That was amazing. Bella's eyes gleamed as she giggled with infatuation. The Earth Rider walked up to the body of the frost eagle, made a flicking motion with his long sword and removed the frost eagle core. He then wore a faint smile as he took large strides towards Han Shuo and Xiao. He swept his eyes across the band and then bowed urbanely. Knight Clark greets these noble mages. Hello Clark. You're so strong. You killed a frost eagle all by yourself, you're so amazing. Bella laughed modestly and spoke gently, as if she was a completely different person. Except, that Clark's gaze didn't rest on Bella, but stared at Fanny instead, as if waiting for Fanny's response. This caused Bella to feel a bit awkward. We're students and teachers at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. We ventured out to the dark forest for training this time. It's very nice to meet you, Clark. Fanny's expression didn't change as she too slightly inclined her body and smiled in response. I see. I'm also here to train in the dark forest. The magical creatures here are very strong and very suitable for increasing strength. I didn't think I'd run into everyone, heh. Clark smiled faintly as he looked at Fanny. There was a strange smell in the look that made Han Shuo slightly ill at ease. Master Fanny, the frost eagle has been killed by him, I think we should go back now. Han Shuo looked at Clark for a few moments and understood why he would feel uncomfortable about Clark's gaze. It turns out that Clark's gaze was a bit similar to Jean's. Although he didn't take it to the level that Jean took it to, but this already subtly explained a question. This Clark seemed to be interested in Fanny's good looks. Yes, Master Fanny, it's getting more dangerous. For the sake of students' safety, we should head back to the academy. Jean seemed to have also noticed the threat as his gaze towards Clark wasn't too friendly. He immediately seconded Han Shuo's suggestion. Fanny nodded upon hearing Han Shuo and Jean's words and was about to agree when Clark suddenly said with a smile, if the noble mages wouldn't mind, I can join your group and accompany you. I think there's a mutual benefit if we walk together, and a corresponding decrease in danger. I wonder if everyone is amenable to this suggestion. Yes, if a Earth Rider Knight is with us, then our haul this time will surely eclipse the light magers. Bella's face lit up in joy and she abruptly cut in without waiting for Fanny's approval. Some of the other female students hastened to agree after Bella had spoken, only Lisa was unmoved as she stared at Han Shuo in odd consideration. A few of the male students hadn't spoken. They didn't seem to care. After Clark's words and Bella's unison, Fanny started to waver in her original intention to leave. She had felt particularly tempted when Bella had said their hall would eclipse the light major's hall. Don't agree. He's smiling, but he's not a good thing. This kid obviously has bad intentions, don't agree to travel with him. Han Shuo looked at Fanny and repeated in his mind. All right, then we'll have to impose on you. We're a band of mages, so it will surely be of great help if such a strong Earth Rider like you were to join us. Fanny hesitated for a while and finally agreed. Han Shuo was exceedingly disappointed, but didn't display it on his face. He exclaimed in astonishment instead and say, Aya, we came in pursuit of the frost eagle, but you had already killed it. Ai, the level 4 core from a magical creature, gone just like that. Clark's face wore a bewildered expression after hearing Han Shuo's words and he looked at Han Shuo with some confusion. He asked, you were the ones originally pursuing this frost eagle. Nodding his head firmly, Han Shuo said with a wistful expression, "Ah yes, but we hadn't thought that you'd kill it." Fanny was a bit dumbfounded upon hearing Han Shuo's words and glared ferociously at him. Just as she was about to explain that this wasn't the case, Clark hesitated, and then took out the Frost Eagle core with some heartache. He forced out a smile and offered it to Fanny, saying, "I see. Since this is the case, then I return it to you. Master Fanny, you must accept it." "Accept, will absolutely accept." Han Shuo smiled as he approached and had already taken the core from Clark's hands before Fanny had responded. He handed it over to Lisa, who was standing beside him, and said merrily, "Ha ha! Clark the Knight is such a good person. He's given us a level 4 core so readily. I think he'll be even more straightforward in the trials to come." Lisa's 2 eyes shot out light as she also merrily, unapologetically put the core away. She nodded at Han Shuo with praise and surreptitiously stuck up her thumb up in a compliment. Fanny was going to explain, but found that the core had disappeared into Lisa's pocket in the blink of an eye. She involuntarily revealed an expression that was neither able to laugh or cry, rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and Lisa after she shook her head, but didn't say anything else. A level 4 core was equivalent to 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins wasn't a small sum to even an ordinary small noble. No wonder Clark was feeling the pain a bit after Han Shuo had so easily taken it from his hands. "Master Fanny, now that we've been joined by the noble and generous Earth Rider, I think we can continue south. There are certainly even stronger magical creatures there. If we have obtained a level 3 magical creature core, then we can surely strut with pride in the academy after this outing." Han Shuo slightly spurred Fanny on, thinking if Clark dares look twice at my woman, then he has to provide some free labor at the very least. It would be a pity to not use the Earth Rider. Fanny's spirits were recollected upon hearing the ability to strut with pride within the academy. She nodded and smiled charmingly, "All right, then we continue further on south. Noble Knight Clark, we'll have to trouble you to take care of us later on." Clark bowed humbly and smiled politely, "Not a problem at all, I'm happy to be of service. Since you insist on staying, see if I don't play you to death." Han Shuo was exceedingly unhappy with Clark's actions and his thoughts raced furiously in consideration of several evil schemes. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Making Fun of the Earth Rider. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The next day. With the addition of Clark, the band continued their journey south in the dark forest. Due to Clark's involvement, it became much easier to handle the various magical creatures along the way. Clark purposefully showed off his skills in front of Fanny, and it was thanks to his great assistance that 2 Windblade Wolves and 1 Frost Eagle were easily taken care of along the journey. Whenever a magical creature was killed, Han Shuo would swiftly appear and immediately remove the creature core. He would then naturally hand it over to Lisa for safekeeping, absolutely treating it as if it was his side's spoils of war. Even the Windblade Wolf pelts weren't left behind for Clark. Clark wanted to win Fanny's favor, and thus although his heart bled inside, he still forced a smile, played along with Han Shuo's actions, and didn't fight for the magical creature cores. The crew raised a bonfire at dusk and the duty of grilling meat fell onto Han Shuo again. Clark intentionally stayed with Fanny and wittily conversed with her. Off to the side, Jean-eyed Clark and would repeatedly butt in and use words to ostracize Clark. The other students all separated to either rest, laugh and chat, or silently organize their belongings. Only Lisa stayed beside Han Shuo, watching him flip the pieces of meat with ease. "Brian, I've discovered that you're becoming more of a villain, and that you're very different from before." Lisa was holding a bright red, wooden stick in her hands as she stirred the bonfire carelessly. Her bright eyes landed on Han Shuo's body as she spoke. Han Shuo flicked a glance at Lisa before responding faintly, "Is that so? I'm feel fine, I just felt that I was living too hopelessly and stupidly before and wanted to change myself." "Is there anything wrong with that?" Lisa shook her head and said, "No no. I just feel that you're different from before. I don't know how to describe what is exactly going on. Maybe it is because I cast the agony of the soul on you and made things the way they are." Laughing involuntarily, Han Chuo thought that he wasn't Brian at all, and thus it had nothing to do with the agony of the soul. Whether it was Lisa, Fanny, or even the other students and teachers, it was quite funny that they all thought the agony of the soul was the reason behind his changes. "Are my changes not good?" "Very good, you're much better than how you were before. I was really angry to see you so cowardly and timid before, so I was mean to you in hopes that you'd shape up, but you always accepted whatever life threw your way, and wouldn't resist no matter who bullied you. I felt that you were quite pitiful then and that living was quite painful for you. It would have been better if you died. I actually used the agony of the soul on you because I didn't want to see you living so pitifully anymore." Lisa thought for a moment and then looked at Han Chuo. A frown creasing his brow, Han Chuo looked at Lisa, perplexed. He asked, "Is this to say that you were helping me out of the goodness of your heart when you used the agony of the soul on me?" "Of course." Lisa's neck raised as she explained, "Although I grabbed you for magic practice before, I treated you a lot better than the other students did, but you were disappointing and lived out your days so hopelessly. I couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to set you free from this life. Look at you now, you've changed so much that I hardly recognize you." Shaking his head, Han Chuo didn't say anything more, but somewhat approved of Lisa's methods within his heart. The pitiful Brian really did live life so hopelessly, and he'd long since wanted to kill himself but just lacked the courage to do so. Han Chuo, however, was still unable to forgive Lisa for helping people end their lives. Brian. I think we can grill our own meat and don't have to impose on you." At this moment, Bok, Bella, and a few others walked over from afar and looked at Han Chuo with a bit of fright as they spoke. In these days, Han Chuo grilled out exceedingly delicious meat for Lisa, Fanny, Amy, and Co, and horrendously gross meat for Bok, Bella, and a few others. After a few days of torture, Bok, Bella, and Co had already suffered from a few days of diarrhea. They had been cursing and complaining at Han Chuo, but after experiencing Han Chuo's berserk performance yesterday, these people didn't even dare to complain and curse at him. They were afraid that Han Chuo would suddenly lose his mind again. Now, they were truly a bit afraid of Han Chuo. Smiling dumbly, Han Chuo said with some embarrassment, "How can this be done? I'm an errand slave for the necromancy major and preparing food is one of my jobs. It wouldn't be that appropriate for your noble and delicate selves to do such tasks, would it?" "Appropriate, absolutely appropriate. Since we're out training, we should try everything once. Not to mention you saved our lives yesterday. We shouldn't let you continue to take on that many missions. Wouldn't you agree, Bok?" Bella forcefully laughed as she spoke. "Indeed, we should grill our own food and not rely on you for everything." Bok's stomach had suffered for a few days already, and he knew that if he were to eat Han Chuo's grilled meat again, it would definitely be half raw and half cooked. He hurriedly fawned with a small smile, paused and opened his mouth. "Brian, I was in the wrong before. Please don't hold a grudge against me. If you hate me and come find me when you suddenly go CRER, suddenly lose your rationality, then I would be screwed. All right, since you all are so kind-hearted, then I thank you. Come, you guys grill the meat, I hope you have a great time." Han Chuo felt damn good inside as he stood up with an honest smile. He took a few of the cooked meats, gave a huge piece to Lisa, who'd been eyeing them for a while, and walked the rest of the meat to Fanny. The tempting smell of meat slowly spread out. Fanny had been listening to Clark and Jean put down each other with an impatient expression on her face when her eyes suddenly lit up and her tongue darted out to moisten her lips. A charming smile appeared on her lips. "Master Fanny, Master Jean, and Sir Clark the Knight, these are your grilled meats." Han Chuo laughed lightly and handed over the meat to the three people. "Ooh, Black. Brian, how come today's wasn't fully cooked? This is too gross." Fanny suddenly squealed and spat out the piece of grilled meat she'd eaten. This time, because of Fanny's poor eyesight and the fact that Han Chuo hadn't given her the meat individually, plus the fact that she was in a rush to eat, she'd already eaten one of the pieces that Han Chuo had prepared for Jean and Clark before he'd had a chance to remind her. Master Fanny, that one's not yours, this one is. Han Chuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he thought you were seriously in a bit too much of a hurry. He then quickly handed over the piece of meat that he'd painstakingly prepared, seized the half-raw, half-cooked piece from her hand and drew out a dagger to cut off the piece that she'd bit off. He smiled merrily as he handed it over to Clark, saying with some embarrassment, "Noble Sir Clark, this piece is yours. My cooking skills aren't quite up to par, and although Master Fanny's already taken a bite, I hope you don't mind." Clark said, I'll just eat bread." "Now how can this be allowed? Bread won't increase body strength and you're a knight who really needs a lot of body strength. You must eat lots of meat." "Are you disgusted with Brian's lack of cooking skills or because Master Fanny has already taken a bite?" Jean had long since known that those who weren't nice to Brian would suffer greatly when eating something he'd prepared. Jean was laughing gloatingly on the inside while trying to convince Clark with a righteous and dignified expression on his face. "No, I didn't mean it that way." Just that, Clark had a face of resignation as he spread his hands out awkwardly. He shook his head but didn't know how to explain himself. He had seen Fanny take one bite and spit it back out, and naturally knew that that piece of meat wasn't very tasty. As a noble knight, Sir Clark must not wish to eat something that others have bitten before. "I understand. Master Jean, how about you take this piece?" Han Chuo had an expression of "I got you man" as he first insinuated that Clark was disdaining Fanny, and then passed on the hot potato to Jean. Jean started to panic after Han Chuo's words. He laughed shamefacedly and said, "No, absolutely not. How could I take something from Sir Clark? Besides, this piece is mine, I'll go off and eat it now." Vague traces of sweat apparent on his brow, Jean spoke frantically and hastily took the other piece of meat that was likewise half-cooked and half-raw. He headed towards Bok and Bella's direction as if he was escaping, obviously intending to recoup the meat. Mater Jean is such a humble person. Looks like this piece of meat is still yours to dispose of. Han Chuo smiled dumbly and planned to forcefully give that piece of meat to Clark. Clark had a pathetic expression on his face as he smiled with a wry smile, and then suddenly spoke as if he'd abruptly remembered something. "I forgot something, please excuse me." Clark made like Jean as soon as he'd finished speaking and left like he was escaping something. He had disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Brian, you've become more and more naughty. No wonder Jean and Bok have been plagued with diarrhea the past couple of days. You were behind it, weren't you?" Fanny found it both maddening and funny as she glared at Han Chuo and lectured him. "You've only realized it now, Master Fanny? Brian truly is different from how he was before, and has become naughtier than all the other students." Lisa chuckled lightly and then looked at Fanny oddly. "Right, Master Fanny, you obviously know that Brian is purposefully pranking them, why don't you stop him?" "That's because I also feel that Clark and Jean are too irritating. They hover around me and chatter incessantly, keeping up a constant racket and drag me into it. It's such a bore, but Clark has helped us out a lot and is truly a good person." Fanny gave an evil laugh as she explained to Lisa. Han Chuo gloated inwardly when he heard the first part of Fanny's words, but that gave way to anger when he heard Fanny say Clark was a good person. "So that's the case, hee hee. Master Fanny, I know of a spacious pool of water nearby. Its waters are clear, bright and clean. We haven't bathed or showered in quite a few days, shall we go for a swim later tonight?" "Lisa, you didn't like to swim before. How come you're suddenly liking swimming these days?" Because swimming works out the body." Lisa's delicate face reddened at Fanny's question and she responded quickly after turning her head to look at Han Chuo. Han Chuo's face wore an odd expression, thinking to himself that although Lisa had seemed indifferent on the surface when he told her about the way to develop her breasts last time, she had taken action secretly. He found it funny, and his understanding of the female mind deepened further. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, To think that you were this kind of person. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It was night. The moonlight was cold and clear as it scattered within the vast and boundless dark forest. The bright, silver moonlight added a few traces of silence and comfort to the dark forest. Several crude and simple tents were respectively erected on the soft grass. After experiencing a day's worth of labors, the students were tired, holding murmured conversations or meditating. Han Chuo surreptitiously hid behind a towering tree as he chanted an incantation. A beam of light flashed through thin air as a small skeleton, holding a bone dagger, abruptly materialized. Under Han Chuo's guidance, it flew soundlessly towards the tent Clark was residing in. Clark's tent was pitched a bit of a distance away from the students. Although he appeared humble and genteel on the surface, apart from being friendly and genuine with Fanny, his gaze towards the students held a subtle undercurrent of lofty disdain. His tent was also completely different from other people's and was a distance away by himself. The little skeleton was agile and its inky black form melded with the darkness. It didn't make a single whisper of a sound as it walked, and had arrived at Clark's tent within roughly 10 seconds. The little skeleton slipped inside Clark's tent after Han Chuo's command. A low grunt of pain sounded as Clark's tent spontaneously collapsed. The little skeleton figure abruptly dashed out and it fled quickly to the southwest. After a cry of pain, Clark flew out of his tent in a bedraggled state. He held his long sword in his hand as he gazed around in all four corners, then huffed angrily as it followed in the direction that the little skeleton had taken, muttering strings of low-voiced curses.